Okay, I think that we will go ahead and get started, please. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to today's event. My name is Joseph Kearney, and it is a great privilege for me as Dean of Marquette University Law School to welcome you to Eckstein Hall and to today's conference. We are here to discuss Milwaukee's future in the Chicago megacity. This is a project of Marquette Law School and the Milwaukee Journal-Sentinel. I want to provide a bit of context concerning the conference, and Marty Kaiser, editor of the Journal-Sentinel, will also share a few words of introduction. Our common premise is that the present and possible relationship between Milwaukee's economy and Chicago's has not been explored as much as might be profitable for Milwaukee. Given the enormous size difference between the two cities, this might suggest the metaphor of gravity, and that the matter might be framed as Milwaukee's role in Chicago's economic gravitational pull. Whether or not that metaphor captures an important point, let me simply say that greater study of the economic consequences and possibilities of our proximity to Chicago is in order, to understate the point perhaps. None of this is to suggest that some folks have not given considerable thought to the relevance of our geographic location. I rather imagine that business leaders consider it all the time in an ad hoc, that is, industry or business-specific sort of way, and that they act on their conclusions. And some policymakers, academics, and others have also analyzed particular aspects of the economic relationship. But I'm comfortable with the statement that the topic has been underexplored. The Organization for Economic and Cooperation and Development certainly thought so. Within the past several months, this Paris-based organization issued a several hundred-page report, one of its territorial reports, on the Chicago tri-state metropolitan area. This study was commissioned by the Chicagoland Chamber of Commerce, the Chicago Metropolitan Agency for Planning, and the U.S. Department of Commerce. The OECD report will form an important part of the context for one of our panels this morning, and no doubt more generally for today's conference. There should be no misimpression that we are here to suggest that Milwaukee should become a suburb of Chicago. Indeed, my own view is that there are at least some impediments to economic integration that will never be overcome. The two cities are far enough apart, let's call it 90 miles from one city hall to the other, that there will always be some duplication of services and amenities. This is not Baltimore to Washington, 40 miles, or Providence to Boston, 50 miles, or even New York and New Haven, some 80 miles. So whether it is an airport of at least some decent size in both cities, or a different Major League Baseball team in Milwaukee, in some respects we hope Milwaukee will never become altogether integrated with Chicago. There is as well the fact that there is a state border close to halfway between the two cities and their surrounding regions. State borders will always matter, especially in some industries or professions. My own, the legal profession, being prime among them. Given the location of the state capitals elsewhere from these metropolitan regions, the cities and their surrounding regions hardly control their own individual destinies, let alone their joint destinies. I should clarify as well that this is not some proposal to make Milwaukee altogether like Chicago. Chicago is experiencing real problems these days. Public safety, even on the so-called Gold Coast, is at times a problem, and perhaps more times than not in some neighborhoods. Despite major public policy reform, Chicago public schools are not often cited these days as an exemplar among educational policymakers. And one of Chicago's baseball teams has not won a World Series in more than a century. Although, lest you think that that might not be a unifying point for the two cities, that fact is taken entirely positively by an entire half of that city, that is the south side of Chicago. But there have been numerous economic successes in Chicago, and, as no one who has ever met a Chicagoan will doubt, great civic pride. It is more civic pride than regional pride. One can get a sense of the matter from recalling the reversion in the early 1990s from the name Midwest Stock Exchange to the former and now current name Chicago Stock Exchange. And there is public policy might in Chicago, political pull, if you will. No one has ever doubted that. So in all events, we're determined to take up this topic. When I say we, I mean Marty Kaiser, as I have mentioned, Dave Haynes, the editorial page editor of the Journal Sentinel, Mike Goucher, distinguished fellow in law and public policy here at Marquette, and me. We have reached out to numerous folks who will be introduced as the day goes on. We recognize as well that there is considerable expertise in this room that will not share the podium or stage today. It is a compliment to many of you, and no denigration to any of our panelists, to whom we are so grateful, to say that there is an element of fortuity in terms of where one is in the room today. And we will account for that in part by seeking to ensure that, where possible, we leave room for questions. So, thank you and welcome to all of you. Thank you from the law school's perspective, particularly to Shel Lubar, who is here today and whose generous gift a year and a half ago to establish the Lubar Fund in Public Policy Research at Marquette Law School has not only underwritten but helped to inspire this event. And thank you and welcome to someone with whom I have enjoyed collaborating on this and on many other matters, Marty Kaiser. Marty, the podium is yours.
Joe, thank you very much. Your remarks really couldn't have done a better job of setting the stage for the important issues and big ideas that we're going to be talking about here in today's conference. I also want to thank Joe, Mike, and everybody at Marquette Law School, particularly also Shel Lubar, but not just for the big ideas and all the important things that we're going to talk about today, but the many details that make it possible for us to be here in this beautiful facility today. We are really proud at the Journal Sentinel to be in a partnership with the Marquette Law School. Many months ago, when we sat down and started talking about possible topics for a conference on economic development for Milwaukee, we kept coming back to the importance of the region and how Milwaukee could build on its strengths from its global city neighbor, Chicago. And that topic is tremendously important to me and very personal. It's a subject that has been cut all through my life. It's been my home, this area, for 2/3 of my life. I was born in Milwaukee. I grew up here, grew up also in Chicago. I worked and lived in Chicago. I worked and lived in Milwaukee, as I do now. While I was growing up in the Chicago area, I always believed one of the best things about Illinois was that Wisconsin was next door. The beautiful time that you could spend here in the summer, the opportunities at Milwaukee with Summerfest, and the chances to spend time here. I was also addicted to the sports teams in Milwaukee. Now, I turn around and I look at Chicago living here, and I say to myself, boy, is it wonderful of the proximity that Chicago has to Milwaukee. It allows easy access for me to see friends and experience so many of the great things that the second city offers. I believe too often people in Milwaukee have a different perspective of the region. They don't see the advantages of how Milwaukee can gain from being part of Chicago's megacity. In fact, when I returned from the East Coast to Milwaukee in the mid-90s to be managing editor of the Milwaukee Journal at that time, I was a little taken aback when I mentioned that one day that I was going down to have dinner in the Chicago suburbs that evening. And a staff member looked at me just sort of stunned and said, well, will you be spending the night? And I said, well, gosh, no, I'm going to have dinner and I'm going to drive back. It's less than an hour and a half away. And over time, I begin to often think that the longer that you are in Milwaukee, the farther that Chicago gets from Milwaukee. So I believe that today's conference will move Milwaukee closer to Chicago, and I believe that's a good thing, especially for the economic development of not just Milwaukee, but the whole region. So let's get started. It's my pleasure to introduce John Gerda, a Milwaukee-born writer, historian. He's been studying his hometown since 1972. He's the author of 19 books, including histories of the Milwaukee area neighborhoods, industries, and places of worship. In addition to his work as an author, John is a lecturer, tour guide, and we are proud to have him as a local history columnist at the Journal Sentinel. John.
Thank you, Marty. 8:40, right on time, Joe. Hey, when you fly into Milwaukee from the south, from Atlanta, say, or perhaps Charlotte, the usual route takes you right over the spine of Lake Michigan. If you're flying at night and you've had the foresight to book a west-facing window seat, you'll sense Chicagoland long before you actually see the lake. Somewhere above Indiana, all those farmsteads and scattered towns begin to coalesce into one continuous Halloween glare. Those sodium vapor lights shining up from the strip malls and the subdivisions and the highways. That glare intensifies through the Loop, which has an odd resemblance to Legoland from 30,000 feet, and continues through Lake County. And then the distinctive rhythm emerges. You have around the state line, you have bands of relative darkness broken by pools of orange light in Kenosha, Racine, and then the bright terminal cluster of Milwaukee. What you don't see from your window is borders. The foot of Lake Michigan is a gently curving necklace of 4 or 5 major settlements, certainly unequal in size, but all distinct and all projecting their particular presence to the heavens. If you had been somehow able to take the same flight a century ago, the early decades of electric lighting, the glare would have been a soft, incandescent glow, barely visible from cruising altitude. The settlements would have been much more distinct, and the gaps between them much more pronounced. If you could take that same flight a century from now, the gaps, I'm sure, would be all but gone. They would be vanished, certainly in our lifetimes, or if not ours, our children's lifetimes. Our region would appear as one continuous pool of light from north of Milwaukee, down the broad bowl of Lake Michigan to South Bend and well beyond. What I want to trace in the 25 minutes I have this morning is that progression from many to one, from the individual clusters to a continuous corridor, with special attention to the ties between Chicago and Milwaukee. It's a story I'll tell largely, not entirely, but largely from Milwaukee's point of view. We called this conference, after all. And it's a story in 3 parts: rivalry, resignation, and regionalization. It all begins, as you would suspect, with the lake. Chicago and Milwaukee both came to life at river mouths with superior port potential at a time when everything, and I mean everything, traveled by water. That was certainly the lifeline of this region. Both settlements wanted to be the commercial capitals of their regions, importing finished goods from the east and exporting farm products from the west. Both became, over the decades, strongholds of heavy industry as well. And they attracted a real United Nations of ethnic groups who came to work in those plants, from Germans and Poles in the 19th century to African Americans and Latinos in the 20th. The 2 cities are peas of dissimilar size in the same regional pod. Chicago and Milwaukee grew up as siblings, and they were locked in a fierce sibling rivalry for decades. They were after settlers. The more, the better. And whatever helped one was considered to hurt the other. So Chicagoans lampooned Milwaukee as this lonesome frontier outpost up here on the edge of the tundra. And Milwaukeeans portrayed Chicago as a capital of cholera and smallpox that was ruled by, as one reporter put it, swindlers and sharpers. Milwaukee had the early geographic advantage, it may surprise you, thanks to its deeper river, its broader bay, and a location 90 miles closer to the East Coast by water. For 15 years, from 1835 to 1850, Milwaukee and Chicago were just about the same size. You notice the slide. These are bird's eye views, 1853, 54. Pretty close in terms of the footprint on the landscape. And you'll notice as well the importance of lake shipping in both of these views. Now the lake is pretty much background. Back then it was the artery of commerce and transportation. So when Byron Kilbourne, founder of Milwaukee's West Side, became mayor back in 1848, he declared that regional dominance was not just Milwaukee's goal, but Milwaukee's manifest destiny. He wrote, "If New York has her Boston, so Milwaukee has her Chicago." In competition for the rich prize which nature awarded and designed to be hers, meaning all that rich hinterland, reaching west from the lakeshore. Chicago begged to differ, of course, and Chicago soon enough had railroads. As Lake Michigan forced overland traffic to its foot, the Windy City's disadvantage in the age of sail became a huge advantage in the age of rail. So it was a complete flip-flop. The first train chugged into town back in 1852, and Chicago was on its way to becoming the rail hub of the entire continent. So Milwaukee was not about to throw in the towel, not yet at least. Local boosters promoted a line of what they called ferry steamers connecting Milwaukee with Grand Haven, Michigan, a cross-lake service that they hoped would bypass Chicago and put Milwaukee directly on the east-west thoroughfare between the West Coast and East. Byron Kilbourne, again the West Side's founder, worked just as hard to win a Wisconsin land grant for his Milwaukee-based railroad, a prize that rival kingpins south of the border had every bit as much interest in. Here's a Kilbourne quote from 1857. "Chicago has always looked upon our prosperity and progress with a sinister eye, and she cannot bear to see us hold such equal success with her in the contest for supremacy." It's worth noting that Kilbourne, who was the most ethically flexible of Milwaukee's founders, was explaining in that quote why he had bribed the entire Wisconsin legislature in an effort to win that grant. The Cross Lake ferries did run. Kilbourne did win the land grant, but Milwaukee finished second anyway. As Chicago grew into its role as freight handler to the nation, the city's population soared. Chicago was twice Milwaukee's size in 1860 and 5 times larger in 1890. And that's just about the proportion that's held ever since 1890. So Milwaukee came in second, but this would-be metropolis refused to wither in the deep shade of its neighbor, expanding its own rail network and resisting ties with Chicago's. The Cream City became the primary funnel for all the farm products of the rich interior. By the early 1860s, Milwaukee was the largest shipper of wheat on earth, surpassing for a time even Chicago. And that grain trade really was the platform for continued growth and change in this region. Shipping farm products gave way to processing them. Wheat was turned into flour, barley into beer, of course, and cattle and hogs into meat and leather. And processing then in the next stage yielded to manufacturing as the city's economic engine. You think of all those homegrown giants that came to life right here. Alice Chalmers, Harnischfeger, A.O. Smith, Allen Bradley, Falk, Shainbelt, Norberg, Kearney and Trecker, Harley and Davidson, and a host of others. Together, they made Milwaukee the self-proclaimed machine shop of the world. And together, they attracted tens of thousands of immigrant workers and their families. By 1890, Milwaukee had climbed through the ranks to become the 16th largest city in the U.S., with a population of over 200,000. So Milwaukee was growing fast, but as fast as it was growing, Chicago was growing a good deal faster. Its 1890 population was 1.1 million, enough to pass Philadelphia to become the second largest city in the U.S. So America's second city was obviously the Midwest's first city, and pragmatic Milwaukeeans were certainly resigned to the fact early on. Banker John Johnston made this observation back in 1872. Milwaukee is not Chicago, but there are few cities like Chicago. Still, if Milwaukee be not Chicago, Milwaukee has grown at a rate surpassed by but a very limited number of cities in the entire Union. So rivalry gave way to resignation, and Milwaukee became to Chicago what Canada was and is to the United States. A distinct world, all its own, but a world forever overshadowed by its gigantic neighbor to the south. Pierre Trudeau, you may recall him as the Prime Minister who led Canada back in the 1970s. He had a great analogy that applies to our region as well. He said that sharing a border with the U.S. was like sleeping with the elephant. And the observation, think about that, the beast is only vaguely aware of his smaller neighbor's presence, and when he turns over, there go the covers. The wonder, when you think about it, is that Milwaukee was able to share the covers with the elephant at all. It's highly unusual for one major city to develop in so close to an even larger neighbor. Traveling west from Chicago, you have to go more than 300 miles before you reach a city of any size, and that's Des Moines in Iowa. Milwaukee lies only 90 miles north of Chicago and is 3 times Des Moines' size. Where else does that happen? Where else do you see that anywhere in North America? There certainly are twin cities, Tampa, St. Pete, Minneapolis, St. Paul, Dallas, Fort Worth, but they generally began under different historical circumstances but evolved as single organisms with linked labor markets. There are better comparisons in Philadelphia, New York, Washington, Baltimore, and Cincinnati, Columbus, but those paired cities are all on different waterways, and they play very different economic roles in their regions. Milwaukee and Chicago, by contrast, evolved at the same time, on the same lake, with similar industries and similar ethnic groups. So why did Milwaukee achieve metropolitan scale? I'd name three factors, all infinitely arguable. We could do a conference just on how that happened. First is the independent rail network of the mid-1800s. The second is the explosive growth of manufacturing later in the century. And the third is just the simple fact that Milwaukee was the commercial capital of an entirely different state. Milwaukee's relative independence should not be mistaken for autonomy. Sleeping with the elephant, living so close to Chicago, had huge impacts over the years, some obvious, others less so, some positive, some not. Chicago, most obviously, was a huge labor market, or a huge market for Milwaukee's goods, rather, just as the U.S. has always been America's best customer. Chicago bought a great deal of what Milwaukee had to sell. Industrial products above all, but also beer. Chicago had breweries as early as Milwaukee. There are a lot of Germans in Milwaukee as well. Why did they fail to develop a national following? Because their productive capacity was destroyed in the Great Fire of 1871. And Milwaukee's beer barons were only too happy to step into that breach. By 1887, Milwaukee was producing 5 times more beer per capita than Chicago, and Milwaukee sent down an average of 25 rail cars a day, an entire train filled with Milwaukee's finest, up to the loading docks of Chicago. And all those Windy City neighborhoods had lots of saloons bearing the names of Miller and Pabst and Schlitz and Blatz. On the other hand, Chicago's proximity meant that Milwaukee always came up short in the contest for regional headquarters. Just as the rich seem to get richer, tall cities tend to get taller. You have giants like the Federal Reserve Bank on the public side and the private side, giants like Prudential and John Hancock Insurance. When they wanted to build regional bases in this heartland, Milwaukee didn't even get a first look, much less a second. They naturally turned to Chicago. The same dynamic applied to wholesale houses, notably the Merchandise Mart, and to any number of distribution facilities. The lack of regional centers is one large reason why Milwaukee has such what you might describe as an unassuming downtown for a metro area of 1.5 million people. Chicago played a leading cultural role as well. For generations, Milwaukee's art scene, especially in the fields of music and theater, was very heavily German. That ended. It was just cut off completely with the anti-German hysteria that accompanied World War I. As those singing societies, dramatic troupes filed off the stage, culture-starved Milwaukeeans had to look south for sustenance. The Chicago Symphony sold out for decades an annual subscription series. Milwaukeeans flocked to performances by the Chicago Grand Opera and other visiting companies. It was not until the 1950s that Milwaukee developed an art scene that was commensurate with its size. A less obvious Chicago influence was demographic. Between 1910 and 1930, African Americans came from the rural South to the urban North by the hundreds of thousands. Like a gigantic sponge, Chicago absorbed the major share of the Great Migration to the upper Midwest. Milwaukee lay squarely in the big city shadow and attracted only relatively few newcomers. The numbers are really revealing. In 1920, African Americans made up more than 4% of Chicago's population and only 0.5% of Milwaukee's. 30 years later, the contrast was nearly as stark. African Americans were 14% of Chicago's population and just 3.4% of Milwaukee's population. Rather distinct imbalance. Rapid growth would lift Milwaukee's population to roughly 15% African American by 1970, but the relatively late start helps to explain why Milwaukee's community has found it so difficult to make economic headway. Of all the influences Chicago's had on Milwaukee, economic, cultural, demographic, I think the most profound is simply psychological. The fact that a huge metropolis lies only 90 miles away has encouraged a modesty bordering on meekness. Other metropolitan areas, Denver, St. Louis, Minneapolis, St. Paul come to mind, exist in splendid isolation from other settlements in their regions. They stand alone, unchallenged for supremacy. Milwaukee gave up any dreams of supremacy more than 100 years ago, and our subordinate status has become ingrained in our collective psyche. In a regional context, Milwaukee, like Canada, has taken on the peculiar invisibility that a younger sibling sometimes assumes in the company of an older brother or sister. We experience that most acutely when we travel abroad. We learn to say when we're asked where we're from near Chicago. Sure you've experienced that as well. The result, depending on your point of view, is either an appealing groundedness, nobody puts on airs in Brewtown, or what you might describe as a stubborn inferiority complex. Remember that quote from John Johnston about Milwaukee's not being like Chicago? Here's the prelude to that 1872 quote. Johnston said, "There is one thing we are deficient in here. We have not the necessary blow and brag. Not only have we not that, but we daily see men standing around with their hands in their pockets, whining about Milwaukee being a one-horse town and such like talk. Such men are not worthy to live here." In the very next line, Johnston identifies what he sees as the root cause for all that local angst. Milwaukee is not Chicago, but there are very few cities like Chicago. So he was writing back in 1872, but Johnston's thoughts could have been expressed yesterday. 150 years after Chicago passed us by, Milwaukeeans are still looking down at their shoes. On the other hand, Chicago has long been the city that Milwaukeeans and Wisconsinites grow up loving to hate. The rivalry between the Bears and the Packers is just the most visible expression of that rivalry, and probably the only one that's truly mutual. Feelings north of the border go well beyond football. Carl Sandburg wrote of his adopted hometown, "They tell me you are wicked, and I believe them. So do Wisconsinites." Consider this quote from the Milwaukee Sentinel. "We have frequently noticed that whenever any descent was made upon dens of infamy in Chicago, for the police there are subject to spasmodic action, a number of the routed scoundrels come to Milwaukee, and crime here receives an impetus from their presence." One such gang, the Sentinel surmised, was behind no fewer than 30 robberies. The article was written in 1857. So this has been going on for a very long time. Even though we know better, even though many of us have friends and family living across the line, Wisconsinites tend to think that virtue stops at the state border. We tend to harbor a stereotype of Chicagoans as fast-driving, lane-changing marauders who clog our highways every weekend and take over the beauty spots. If you throw in the occasional environmental lawsuit over Chicago's diversion of Lake Michigan water, or the smog that wafts north every summer, you have the makings of a durable resentment. Flatlander is perhaps the kindest epithet that we hurl south. Little less kind is FIB, which is an acronym, and I will need only say that I stands for Illinois. It's convenient, of course, to have a moral foil so close at hand. Anyone living north of the border has license to feel, by contrast with Chicago, more genuine, less tightly wound, and infinitely more honest, whatever the truth may or may not be. The truth is that, for better or worse, those invidious comparisons have become, in the recent years, just moot. For the past few decades, the dynamic at work in this region has been regionalization. For better or worse, the old relationships have altered. The old lines have been muddied, and the evidence, I think, is everywhere. Amtrak's Hiawatha service has made Milwaukee to Chicago the 6th busiest passenger rail corridor in the entire country. And the trains, with 7 round trips daily, 6 days a week, are busy in both directions. That's not all. My wife competed for a few years in the Chicagoland Triathlon, which was held in Pleasant Prairie, Wisconsin. The lakefront marinas in Kenosha and Racine depend heavily on boaters from northern Illinois, and more than a few condos in downtown Milwaukee are owned by Chicagoans. The fact that Milwaukee lies closer to the affluent North Shore than the grittier South Shore makes a large difference. For Chicagoland residents with disposable income, Milwaukee offers a user-friendly airport, convenient access to Cubs games, and great festivals without the hassle of getting to Grant Park. Milwaukee's Irish Fest is able to bill itself as the world's largest Irish festival, in part because roughly a third of its patrons come from Illinois. But Interstate 94 is definitely a two-way corridor. Chicagoans drive north to take domestic flights from Mitchell, and Milwaukeeans drive south to take flights overseas from O'Hare. They come to Summerfest. We go to Ravinia or Taste of Chicago or the Blues Festival. Chicagoans head north for a more leisurely pace and relief from congestion, while Milwaukeeans head south for a genuine big city buzz. For 30 years, first as the parents of young children and more recently as empty nesters, my wife and I have taken Amtrak south every year for an annual weekend in the Loop. For almost as long, I've pedaled on my own through a different section of Chicago every single summer, sometimes in fall, using a wonderful book by Dominic Pasiga called Chicago City of Neighborhoods. Chicago really is a great town to live 90 miles away from. What I've learned in those various excursions is that Chicago can be understood as Milwaukee times 5. And that's a useful comparison. Certainly the successes are on a different scale, and so are the problems. The Loop, I believe entirely, is one of the grandest human creations on the planet. But you'll find huge tracts of derelict industrial land within the shadow, almost literally, of those gleaming towers. The lakefront is magnificent, but a few miles inland, you'll find neighborhoods like Englewood and Austin in South Chicago that seem to be hanging on by their fingernails. In demographic terms, Chicago is a majority-minority city surrounded by largely white suburbs. The identical patterns adjusted for scale are present here in Milwaukee. It is high time for Chicago and Milwaukee to recognize their similarities. It is high time for the two cities to start acting more like siblings and less like strangers. Chicago needs to do a better job of acknowledging its little brother's existence. Prideful Milwaukee needs to acknowledge Chicago's place as the head of the regional family. That does not mean that Brewtown has to surrender its regional or its cultural sovereignty. It does not mean installing a 1/5 replica of the Millennium Park Bean on our lakefront. It does not mean giving Rahm Emanuel an office in City Hall. It does mean taking strategic advantage of Milwaukee's location. It means, at a minimum, improving communication between our two cities, a cause that was not helped when Wisconsin turned down $810 million in high-speed rail funds. It means opening the door to new residents who earn Chicago wages but want to pay Milwaukee taxes. On a higher level, it means presenting wherever possible a united regional front in competition with other regions for investment and employment. The relationship between Milwaukee and Chicago is, from Milwaukee's perspective, a story of rivalry, resignation, and regionalization. The city's histories have produced a family relationship, and like all family relationships, well, it's complicated. The frictions of the past are not going to vanish overnight, nor is the native human tendency to compete with those closest to us. Vivid polarities already exist between each city and its suburbs, and between each metropolis and its own home state. How much harder will it be to bridge the gap that circumstance and tradition have erected between Milwaukee and Chicago? The task may be daunting, but the time has come to look beyond borders. Any Milwaukeean who wants to return to the supposed glories of our past independence is bound to be disappointed. So is any Chicagoan who wants to resurrect the city of the big shoulders. For better or worse, the old order has vanished. The walls are down, the world is flat, communication is instantaneous. Everyone who lives in the Chicago-Milwaukee corridor has a particular address, but we also live in a region that is growing smaller and more interconnected with each passing year. As the bands of darkness between our cities disappear, as the southern end of Lake Michigan glows with a continuous light, it's time for all of us to take the view from 30,000 feet. Thank you.
Comments about our past and our present and our future, for that matter. And introduce myself. I'm Mike Goucher. I'm a fellow in law and public policy here at the law school. And I'd like to invite my colleague, Charles Franklin, to join me up on here on stage for the next part of our discussion. Just a backdrop before we begin that part of the discussion. As Dean Kearney noted, the idea for this conference stemmed in part from the March release of a review of the Chicago tri-state region, which was done, as the Dean pointed out, by the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, the Paris-based organization. Its conclusion, and I want to quote now from the press release, it says, Chicago is at a tipping point, and despite economic strengths, it faces considerable challenges to compete in the Premier League of world-class cities. It does talk about those strengths in the review, but it also points out that there's been sluggish economic growth in the region, a higher unemployment rate than many other major regions, a racial and spatial divide, a skills mismatch, and a practice of predatory job creation and job growth, where states are pitted against one another. The review concludes, and I'm quoting again, the region must better match skills to jobs, become more innovative, and improve its transportation networks. Now, when the OECD refers to Chicago, it is clearly referring to the region, from Milwaukee to Chicago to Northwest Indiana. And the organization is urging much greater regional cooperation. And so we're here today asking the question, what is Milwaukee's future in this Chicago megacity? Since this is, at its core, a public policy discussion, we thought it might be a good idea to take the temperature of the public. And so we have invited Charles Franklin, our visiting professor and director of the Marquette Law School poll, to join us and talk about some results of some polling questions that were included in our last survey. And Charles, I'll hop up on stage and join you here. Did that fairly gracefully.
Neither of us fell on the stage.
That's true. It's
so
just a good starting point. We wanted to first begin by, and I think we need to set the table, we need to get a sense of how people in this state feel about Milwaukee as an economic hub, about the importance of Milwaukee's economy to the rest of the state. So let's begin there.
Yeah. To put the poll in the perspective here, we interviewed 1,000 people statewide July 5th to 8th. It's a big representative sample of the state. And in political polling especially, but it's equally appropriate for public policy questions like this, having a baseline or a benchmark poll at the beginning of a process is very helpful to sort of see where's the public at the beginning of anything like this. It gives us a benchmark to see if change takes place later. Obviously, relations with Illinois have been somewhat in the news in the last few years, but this gets us a more direct measure of that. So the first question we asked was the question of the perception of how much the Milwaukee area's interests are tied to the rest of the state. And I want to clarify one little thing. We were at some pains in introducing this subject to emphasize the Milwaukee area, the 7 counties of southeastern Wisconsin, rather than have voters or respondents think only of the city or only of the county. So when we talk about Milwaukee, I should say Milwaukee area every time. Mm-hmm. So our first question was, do you think that the entire state of Wisconsin benefits from a stronger economy in the Milwaukee area, or are those benefits really just limited to the area? And what you see is that 65% said they thought this was of benefit to the entire state. A much smaller 25% thought it was limited to just the Milwaukee area. And about 10% say they haven't really thought about that. You'll see that 10% show up quite a bit as we go through here.
Let's break this down by the various markets, the Madisons, the Green Bays, the Wassaws. How do they feel about that question?
Exactly. There's certainly the folk wisdom and sometimes the folk truth that the rest of the state is not always quite as anxious to see our area do well. But what you actually see is that those differences are much more modest than you might have thought. Big majorities in every region of the state agree that a better Milwaukee area economy is better for the rest of the state, not benefits limited to this region. The yellow bars are the ones thinking they are limited, and that stays below 30%. There's a little bit of variation, but even over there in the western half of the state, the Twin Cities, La Crosse, up to Eau Claire and on to Superior, even there, 51% agree that the state as a whole benefits. So There's a little bit of variation there, but it's certainly not the case that most of the state wants us to sicken and die. In point of fact, most of the state sees us all as benefiting from good success here.
Let's start to get into the sibling rivalry analogy. We did ask people in this state how they feel about Milwaukee's proximity to Chicago. Is it a good thing, a bad thing? What did you find?
There's no question you know, if it's 5 times Milwaukee, Chicago is both a potential opportunity and a threat. So we put that directly. Is being close to Chicago an opportunity for the Milwaukee area to benefit from, or is it a threat that will drain businesses and jobs away? And again, overwhelmingly, more than 60%, nearly 2/3, see the Chicago relationship as a potential benefit, and the threat component's a good deal smaller.
Charles, we asked a couple of transportation-related questions. Let's begin with the first one.
Yeah, certainly getting from here to there and there to here is a critical question. The first thing we asked about was whether just making it easier to go back and forth would be a benefit. So our question was, would easier travel between the Milwaukee area and the Chicago area benefit Milwaukee more, Chicago more, benefit both, or benefit neither? And you see the tall blue bar there, 50% say it would benefit both. Where there's any perception of asymmetry, it's about 2 to 1 saying we would benefit more than they. And there's a group of skeptics out there on the right, about 17% or so, who are not sure that better transportation would really matter at all. And I want to mention that because it's a small minority, but never underestimate the importance of a small minority that's skeptical about things. And so we'll see them again in a minute.
How do people view the economic benefits of improved transportation? Because there are clearly costs associated with that. Do they feel that that's a good exchange?
And this, again, is important in an era of smaller government and skepticism about raising fees or taxes or anything else to pay for transportation projects. So we asked a broad question. Do you think the economic benefits from having good quality transportation in the form of highways, trains, and airports outweigh the cost to taxpayers? Or are those benefits almost never worth the costs? And again, you see over 60% say that the benefits outweigh the cost, but again, you see that skeptical fifth, 21%, who aren't convinced that transportation infrastructure is worth it. So again, the picture here from the previous one and from this one is broad support and perception of the benefits of this kind of infrastructure and transportation investment, with roughly a fifth of the public remaining quite skeptical about it.
This next question, I think, gets to the heart of the matter. It essentially asks people, do you favor Wisconsin and Illinois working more closely together to benefit the entire region? Or should Wisconsin be looking out for its own interests, just saying we're going to take care of business here and let Illinois and let Chicago deal with whatever they have to deal with?
Right. We framed this question about whether it would be better for political leaders to work for cooperation that benefits the region as a whole, or should political leaders put Wisconsin first and look out for our interests? I don't think you'll ever find anyone running for office saying, I plan to put Chicago first and to heck with Wisconsin. So that's going more than a little too far on this. But the idea of the question of whether this is necessarily a zero-sum argument between us and them is what we were posing in the question. And what you see is 62% say we should work together, and what is that, 34% say that we should put Wisconsin first. 2 points to make here. That 34% is the largest group we've seen at this point, taking a position that's more protectionist, more looking out for our side than the other. And as I said at the beginning, this is certainly not a wholesale endorsement for packing up all our jobs and moving them to Chicago. But it does speak directly to the question of whether there are inherent political losses that come from any form of cooperation with the behemoth to the south, or whether, in fact, there's a receptive audience there that could see these benefits and it's not automatically a large majority rejecting them.
Charles, if we were to agree that closer cooperation between Chicago and Milwaukee was a good idea, how would it happen? We asked a question that asked that.
Clearly, public policy leaders, political leaders take a major role in this. Government bureaucracy, economic development agencies take a big role. So does the business community. So we frame the question, if cooperation is going to happen, do you agree or disagree it'll be the private sector that takes the lead in that? And overwhelmingly, people agreed that it would be the private sector, 72%. Whether that's because they think the private sector is the more legitimate actor, or believe it's the more capable actor, or whether it's some bit of cynicism about the ability of politics to solve problems or public officials to solve problems, it nevertheless makes it clear that there's a great expectation among the public that the private sector can and arguably should be the lead actor in this.
Charles, we've identified about 6 or 7 here that we're sharing with the audience. There are other related questions on the poll, but give us your takeaway from what we've seen in these results.
I think if you look across all of these items, first of all, the regional differences, which were quite modest in that first comparison, hold up across all of these. There's very few items that we asked about that show strong regional differences in the state, and that's important from a political perspective. The other is that these attitudes are only weakly structured. They don't correlate very strongly with partisanship or ideology or income or age or education. Now, a lot of that is because for most ordinary voters, this is not what we get up and worry about first thing in the morning. And the other is that while political leadership has certainly been involved in the questions of economic development and competition with Illinois in particular, these things are not things that are now rooted in our otherwise polarized partisanship in the state. That can be a plus because it means the public attitudes are open to new innovation and efforts in this area, but it also means in the long run the question of who takes the leadership role and how is that perceived. Does it remain essentially nonpartisan as it currently is in the attitude structure, or does it intrinsically become something that's an area of partisan tussle, in which case the structure would evolve quite a bit and become more divisive?
So for now, Charles, the public is receptive to some degree to this general theme, this discussion, but what we don't know is how this plays out when people try to act on that.
Very much you see 2-to-1 easily in favor of various efforts, various ways of integrating and working with Chicago. You see a minority that's skeptical about that, and that minority could be quite vociferous, but ultimately I think you see in this last slide, let's see leadership on this, especially from the world of the private community, and see how that goes.
Visiting Professor Charles Franklin, the director of the Marquette Law School poll, thank you very much. We're going to take a 10-minute break. At 9:30, we'll be back and we'll take up the issue about Milwaukee's role in Chicago's megacity. We'll hear the case for closer cooperation. 10 minutes and we'll all be back here. Thanks, Charles.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. We're going to get underway and try and stay on time today. That's always a good thing. Welcome back to our conference. I wanted to begin today by telling you a little bit about this panel. We've entitled the next panel the Case for Greater Cooperation. In short, we want to explore the advantages or disadvantages, I guess, to a closer relationship between Chicago and Milwaukee. I would like to spend just a couple of minutes telling you about our panelists today, and we'll go down the line here. I'll begin with the woman who's furthest away from me, Kelly O'Brien. She is the new Senior Vice President for Economic Development with the Chicagoland Chamber of Commerce. Ms. O'Brien's organization helped fund the OECD review, which we referred to earlier, and she's working to implement the vision of that review. Aaron Wren is the Urbanophile. It's an opinion-leading urban affairs analyst. He's an entrepreneur, speaker, and writer. His blog, The Urbanophile, if you haven't read it, it is a must-read for people who care about the future of American cities. Bill Testa is Vice President and Director of Regional Research at the Federal Reserve Bank of Chicago. He has written widely on the areas of economic growth and development and on the Midwest economy. And Paula Worthington is an economist who spent a dozen years at the Federal Reserve Bank and is now senior lecturer at the Harris Graduate School of Public Policy Studies at the University of Chicago. She was a contributor to the OECD review. Thanks so much for all of you making the trip up to Milwaukee today. Some of you are Chicago residents. Aaron's come all the way from Providence today.
Former Chicago resident.
Former Chicago resident. I thought I'd begin with the obvious question here. You're here in Milwaukee. Help make the case why a closer relationship between Chicago and Milwaukee is a good thing. And I thought I would begin with Kelly O'Brien and Paula Worthington, since you have some, I think, even greater familiarity with the review. Kelly, we'll begin with you. Why is it important for us to have closer relationship?
It's important because cutting-edge economic development is about regional economic development. The OECD study clearly shows that the idea of trying to steal businesses and relocate them, just move, the pieces across state lines, is a no-sum gain. The only way that we're really going to jumpstart this economy is in order to embrace new and cutting-edge business clusters, and the way to do that is to connect the dots in the region. We are so rich with resources, but we're so segmented, fragmented, we work in silos, and when we are able to open those communication vehicles between the leaders in the public sector, the private sector, and academia, we could take off like wildfire.
Paula Worthington, the case for greater cooperation.
Well, much of it's been stated already, but I think the OECD report made it clear that as a region, this part of the country risks falling behind. We're big. We have certain levels of performance that are very good. For example, we know that the Chicago MSA and the Milwaukee MSA have large percent of their population with college degrees. And, they moved from 1970 rankings of around 46 out of the nation's top metro areas, 100 largest metro areas. They moved, Chicago, I think, was 13th or 18th in 2010, and Milwaukee some steps behind that. So there's a lot of advantages that we have, but without the coordination and without a recognition that interjurisdictional squabbling and poaching and dysfunction, those are problems for us, and they're going to hamper us if we're going to try to maintain and raise standards of living for all the residents here, not just a few.
Bill Testa, why would it be in Milwaukee's best interest from your perspective?
Well, I bring my ideas from the grounding of the structure of the world economy has changed with globalization, closer together, trading, relationships, as well as all the technological changes that have taken place in communication and transportation. It's really turned the world upside down. And now cities, I think, have new roles to play if they want to continue to be prominent on the world stage. And I think a lot of it has to do with the size and scope of their size. If they can be larger, if they can have larger and deeper labor markets, if they can move goods more easily across the region, if they can move ideas and generate ideas to a greater extent within the region, as well as people, and draw their labor market from more specialized and higher tech, highly educated people, they can place higher in the hierarchy of what the world economies become. So I look at Chicago and Milwaukee and I say we should be having conversations to be lucky enough, as was said this morning, to have a very large, supersized city in Illinois and a very large and prominent city here just to the north in Milwaukee. If we can look across the range of different relationships and try to make that function as one, where it's cost effective to do so, we'll all be doing better in terms of our standard of living and our mobility and taking new jobs and trading with one another and living a high quality of life.
Aaron Wren, do you think it's in Milwaukee's best interest to more closely align its fortunes with those of Chicago?
I do, but I just look at it as it's already happening. I mean, the discussion earlier of the plane flying overhead and the lights that extend across the borders, there's already interactions between Wisconsin and Illinois and Indiana, And the real question is, do you want to pay attention to these forces that are already reshaping your region and hope to shape those in a positive way, or do you just want to let nature take its course and hope that it doesn't creatively destroy you? So I think the first thing is this is not something that you can choose to do or not do to a great extent. The only question is, are you going to be involved in shaping it or letting yourself get shaped by it? I do think that scale is a huge thing for Milwaukee. I say at about 1.5 million metro, effectively bigger than that. Milwaukee's big enough to be a sustainable, viable player in this economy, but really it does need more scale. And then also you want to focus on where you have structural competitive advantages over other cities, in my view. And the greatest kind of structural characteristic of this region is its proximity to Chicago. It's something that, say, a Kansas City doesn't have, or even a Columbus, Ohio, they don't have. Whatever advantages they have, they don't have that. So how do you make the unique factors structurally of your city work in your favor? And I think that's how I look at it from the Milwaukee perspective.
I've been approaching this by saying, why is it in Milwaukee's best interest? I guess perhaps the more interesting question would be, why should Chicago care about a closer relationship between the two cities? Is that the bigger obstacle, that the Chicago even knows Milwaukee exists? Is that a problem in this conversation?
Well, I think the analogy that was drawn this morning between Canada and the United States is very apt. It's going to be more difficult to get Chicago's attention, but it's more difficult to get Chicago's attention across a broad range of economic development, things that would be good for Chicago, just because of its larger size, huge fragmentation, and so forth. As in Canada, the U.S., Canada has to usually carry the ball in terms of looking at the gains from cooperation and relationships and improvements for it. And I'm afraid, I'm probably pretty sure Milwaukee's going to have to do the same thing. Doesn't mean that it's not worthwhile. And I also see some improvements on the Chicago front. At least there's someone to talk to in the Chicago area now. I think we kind of lagged, if you will, institutionally. We didn't have a land use transportation planning agency until 5 years, until CMAP. We now have that and a Metropolitan Mayor's Caucus. So at least it's possible to have a dialogue across something like greater cooperation and pick and choose and do benefit cost analysis and bring it to the action front a little bit better than previously. Kelly?
Well, as a representative from the Chicagoland Chamber of Commerce, clearly there is an interest in being able to build the region, because we believe that the stronger the region is, the better that Chicago will be. And the stronger that Chicago will be, clearly, the better the region will be. We were very sensitive when we embarked on engaging the OECD to our partners in Indiana and Wisconsin, and their concerns about, is Chicago the 800-pound gorilla? Or do you really care about our interests? Or are we going to open up our books and then you're just going to steal everything for us? And that has been, a legitimate concern because of the rivalry and the things that have gone on in the past. But I really think we're in a new day. And we're in a new day because not only do we see it in terms of the 30,000-foot view and the fact that we are operating as an economic unit, and the political leadership is really starting to recognize that. And I can say, again, coming from Chicago, you look at Mayor Rahm Emanuel's economic growth and jobs plan and the 10 points, they are consistently talking about, regional. So, of course, his main focus is always going to be this, the city of Chicago. But there is a true recognition that the city will benefit as the region is stronger. And the fact that the Chicagoland Chamber is now putting itself out, in the front by creating the Alliance for Regional Development and reaching out to Wisconsin and reaching out to Indiana, and possibly, when opportunities make sense, going to Michigan or other, areas in the Midwest, the region cannot be strictly defined. The OECD report happened to focus on 21 counties, 7 in each of the 3 states. But as opportunities emerge, those boundaries, should be flexible.
I wonder if Aaron or Paula has anything to add to that.
Sure. I mean, I am a cheerleader as well for this notion that greater cooperation and coordination will be a good thing and benefit many throughout the region. One observation I might make, though, is that when I looked at the front pages of the Tribune and the Journal-Sentinel this morning and kind of looked at them on the train when I was coming up, what I saw sort of confirmed my sense that people want to know a lot about their local place. I read articles about schools, about sports, and about crime. And we have to recognize that our big city leaders are rightfully going to focus a lot of their political and financial capital on providing those sort of core local services that their residents demand. And I think that's there's a tension there sometimes between sort of the focus and energy devoted to that and then the energy and resources that are going to go to these more multi-jurisdictional and more expansive and long-run kinds of efforts. It doesn't mean it can't be done, but I think it is a real challenge that we need to be mindful of.
Yeah, I do think it's more challenging for Chicago because, again, the obvious reason to collaborate on something is scale. There's things we can't do independently, but we can do together. That's why you see in places like Cincinnati and Dayton, there's a lot of interest in Cincinnati's part in kind of creating a more of a mega city or a mega region there, because for Cincinnati, it's a huge difference between saying I'm a 2 million metro and a 3 million metro. Whereas Chicago at 9.5 million metro really already has the scale to do everything, and Milwaukee doesn't materially change the game. Where I believe it's critical for Chicago, and maybe difficult to make the case, is I believe that Chicago's economically fortunes still track pretty closely to the Midwest as a whole and to the manufacturing cycle in America. A lot of the very high-end legal and other services in Chicago support those industries. And so I believe that Chicago still has a stake in the Midwest, in being the capital of the Midwest, not just in being some isolated Oz of downtown Chicago that can kind of exist independently of everything else that goes on. And I think Chicago-Milwaukee is the great and most logical place to prove out, Chicago's ability to be engaged and building a collaboratively better future for the greater Midwest. If you can't make it work in Chicago and Milwaukee, you're not going to make it work anywhere.
Well, what's the biggest obstacle standing in the way, keeping us from greater cooperation? Is it political bickering? Is it the fact that we have so many different municipalities, by many estimates 1,700 to 2,100 in this 21-county region? Is it the transportation network that exists today? Is it the fact that we don't have a shared vision? What's holding us back from moving even more quickly on this sort of agenda? Aaron?
Yeah, I think there's two issues. One is kind of the attitude. It's not just a Midwestern attitude, but it's heavily the case here. Is everybody in this part of the country is practicing beggar thy neighbor economic development. Instead of concentrating on the global economy and what's happening with China, with the Philippines, with India, with Mexico, we're all like, how can I get the plant to move from this side of the border to the other side of the border? And so I think that obviously Mitch Daniels and Scott Walker have gotten some press from kind of their attempts to lure Illinois businesses, but it's the same. I think Rahm Emanuel would happily see every high-end function in the Midwest centralized in the Chicago Loop. During Tech Week down in Chicago, he more or less said, we want every top technology college grad in the Midwest to come make their career in Chicago. So I think it's kind of bidirectional. Milwaukee's lost some headquarters to Chicago. So I think there's a lot of kind of like, when you're each other's favorite hunting grounds, it's kind of difficult to work together, right? And the second thing is just, there's always going to be bigger fish to fry. I'm not as familiar with what's going on here, but you go to Chicago, you have crime, which has become an international press story that's caused very concerning. You've got the schools issue and a potential teacher strike. You've got the fiscal issues. At what point does this bubble up that you're going to get the most precious commodity in any organization's management time and attention? So when is this going to get cycles in light of everything else that's going on? I think those are the two issues.
Yep, Bill.
Yeah, I think you put your finger on it, Aaron, in that, government, federal aid to highways comes to states. States plan and direct most of the highway expenditures. So, government, of course, is in a way the obstacle to look at the linkages and act upon them and act cooperatively. But as we've seen in other city pairs, then I think the private sector and organizations such as the Chicagoland Chamber and the counterpart here in Milwaukee are probably going to have to lead the way, and government will follow. So that I look in other city pairs, for example, Orlando and Tampa, for example, it's the economic development partnerships that start to recognize and really understand the gains from cooperation where they exist and doing things in the public sector and leading the public sector a little bit, at least putting out the agenda, and then the government will follow. Tucson and Phoenix in the same way. And I think it's there for it to happen here in the Chicago-Milwaukee corridor as well.
I guess I would also add a hope that we can at least build on successes that have already been experienced, even if they are pretty low level and small things. I was disappointed, for example, to see that we're not moving ahead on improved rail service, for example, between Chicago and Milwaukee. But we do have some rail service between Chicago and Milwaukee. And, maybe what is needed is to, build on the things that really we feel good about, some things that have worked. I mean, there are examples even within the states themselves where jurisdictions have realized that this beggar thy neighbor kind of economic development policy is not working. There are also plenty of cases in which that kind of attitude is still very much front and center. I mean, I think CMAP has struggled with this in terms of its efforts related to regional tax policy in northeastern Illinois. It's very hard to get consensus when you've got 300 municipalities and they're all fighting over their share of the sales tax revenues, and then there's downstate, upstate conflict over gas tax and transportation funding and all that kind of thing. So, maybe one point is that we should, attempt to do a little bit more with the low-hanging fruit before expecting success on some of the bigger ticket items.
I'm going to talk to Kelly in a moment about this alliance you described, because I think that is a step that's moving this conversation in a forward-thinking direction. But I do want to ask each of you about the political realities of what we're talking about. And I think, Aaron, you touched on this, and we'll be talking about it later today with Mayor Barrett and County Board President, Cook County Board President Tony Preckwinkle, and Paul Jaden, who is our economic development guy for the Walker administration. They're facing judgment on whether or not they create jobs, whether jobs are created in their state, in their municipality. Their political futures depend on that. So why do we think that this competition, this predatory zero-sum game, as you described it, is going to end when people's political futures are at stake? Let me be the skeptic here, which is normally my typical role, so it's not a reach for me. So anybody want to respond?
Well, I think that it's a little bit too simplistic to say either competition or cooperation when it comes to job creation and economic development. In all of our lives, let's face it, we both cooperate and compete with the same people next to us in our offices and our communities. And I don't think we're really asking for that to go away. In a sense, communities, states are going to compete, and it's very healthy. We're going to provide the best services, the best quality of life as politicians. That's going to help create jobs, and it's not a zero-sum game. I think what we have to do is establish the rules of the game for competition and work towards cooperation. So the rules of the game for competition, I think we all recognize, are a little bit rotten when politicians go after these high-profile businesses and give non-transparent sorts of tax incentives that really don't justify it on a cost-benefit basis. And politicians, I think, are moving away from that, and they can do it here in Wisconsin and Illinois as well. In Michigan, for example, the governor, their newly elected governor, in a major way has backed away from major sorts of tax incentives for business and recognizes that the fertile ground kind of approach, good services, open taxes, fair taxes for business can generate jobs just as well as selective incentives. So I guess to be the two-handed economist, I think there is a middle road. Certainly in terms of tax competition, Wisconsin may have the leg up. You might be a little bit surprised to hear that, given that you've had your fiscal problems. But You probably also know that Illinois has a lot of legacy debt from its pension obligations, which haven't been paid over the past 20, 30 years sufficiently. So.
Anybody else want to weigh in on this notion of the political realities we face and how they might affect this effort toward greater cooperation?
I don't know that I've really seen great example of it in a multi-state context, but definitely metropolitan areas that exist within a same state have managed to limit basically paying people just to move around within a region. Indianapolis has a regional non-compete basically where the local cities basically say we will not give incentives to a company to relocate within our region unless the place where they're located now says it's okay. And sometimes that happens. Companies want to expand. There's no suitable facility. Or sometimes they just want to move to the suburbs and people get to be realistic about it. And it seems to have worked reasonably well. You haven't seen the kind of, and what I see though is, when there's a state border involved, it tends to be much more problematic because, you get the state agencies involved and it becomes a challenge. So I don't want to minimize it. But again, I don't think we don't have to eliminate all competition. I think if we just somehow elevate the game to see that we're not fighting over a fixed pie of table scraps here, here in kind of the Rust Belt, and that there's actually a bigger competitive world, and that the context is much larger, it would be helpful.
Paul was talking about building on small successes that we have in the region. You're involved with something on a fairly large scale, this alliance that you referred to earlier. Describe for us what that is specifically and what you're hoping to do with that.
Sure. Thank you. Well, first let me say, it has been a very interesting experience over the course. I started with the OECD project actually in 2007, but it has been really on the ground here in the region for almost 18 months. And over the course of the 18 months, the difference in terms of reception to the concept has changed from night to day. I mean, whereas when we started knocking on doors and saying, we'd like to engage the world's leading think tank to, do this competitiveness analysis of the regional economy and find areas where we can grow, we literally got the door slammed in our face. I cannot even tell you the resistance when we first started this. And with the leadership that we had, we kind of pushed through. And at the end of the day, when we published the document, and all of a sudden people kind of woke up and said, boy, there might be something to this. So we're not naive enough at this point to think that there's not still going to be that game of trying to attract the biggest and best companies, to a certain locale. But what people were missing is that there are points where we can work together, and it's a win-win instead of a win-loss. And there hasn't been that focus before. So in terms of the alliance, the Chicagoland Chamber, when we published the review on March the 9th, really needed to evaluate what the next steps are. And in that conversation, it was, we published this document, it's in the public domain, do we pat ourselves on the back and just see what happens? Or do we go into what we're now calling Phase 2, which is creating the Alliance for Regional Development at the Chicagoland Chamber of Commerce? And the idea with the Alliance is to bring the thought leaders, the stakeholders, the influencers from government, academia, and most importantly, the private sector. And I have to tell you, I was thrilled to see that polling data reinforce the road that we're going down. But it really is creating that bridge in the region where CMAP is limited to 7 counties statutorily.
For people in this room who don't know what CMAP is.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's our Regional Economic Development Agency, similar to your Milwaukee 7. So we're hoping to build this bridge where we are able to take the Milwaukee 7 and the CMAPs and the Northwest Indiana forums and create these conversations driven by the private sector who are not as worried about state boundaries. As a matter of fact, they want to make business easier in the region. And again, we just keep going back to that 30,000-foot view. We are already operating as an economic unit, and it's time that we look at where those advantages are, and that's what the purpose of this new alliance. And it's going to be headquartered at the Chamber because we do believe it needs to be driven by the private sector.
Mm-hmm. I want to, Paula, you said earlier, actually, I read a piece that you published where you talked about some of the planning agencies, and we were just discussing that, but some of the planning agencies here in southeastern Wisconsin, Chicago area, northwestern Indiana, are already meeting. This process is really already underway in some respects.
Right. So CMAP, Chicago Metropolitan Agency for Planning, and its peer groups in Wisconsin and northwest Indiana, NERPC, I think I've heard it described.
Those are some great ones, aren't they? Yeah.
So they do meet regularly, and there is back and forth when they're talking about various land use and natural resource and transportation planning. To just take an obvious kind of conversation, you think about I-94 running from northern Illinois into southern Wisconsin, and then there are also similar roads connecting Chicago and northern Illinois into Indiana. And so, when you're forecasting travel demands and things like that, you better have models that take into consideration what's happening on the other side of the border. You don't want to have some sort of arbitrary stop there. So I think there's more of that can and should happen, but I think there are already relationships and some mechanisms in place. I would love to see more of that, especially I think, the natural resource land use stuff and then the transportation. I mean, clearly we are from 30,000 feet, we're one region. You see the Great Lakes, you see the corridors that people and goods need to travel along. We need to make that easier, and we need to make it much more seamless. And the way to do it is to get more communication and collaboration happening between those agencies. It's a complement to, not a substitute for, what you're describing, Kelly.
Right, and I think I misspoke from the standpoint of Milwaukee. I use Milwaukee 7 not as the planning agency, but just as the sense that they focus on 7 counties, as CMAP focuses on 7 counties.
Aaron, spend a couple of moments on what you see as the next logical steps in this conversation. There are actually a fair number of conferences held about megacities and I think your concern is that, okay, that's great, but now let's see, action. Yeah. How do we do it?
Well, that's, honestly, as I've thought about it, there's been a lot of people out there talking about mega cities, mega regions, everybody from Richard, Florida, the Regional Plan Association of New York. And, you read all this, and I always find that there's not a lot of specifics around what is it am I actually supposed to do. Okay, now that I've decided I want Chicago and Milwaukee to work together, what are we actually going to do? And there's a lot of talking, and I do think, talking and trust building is important. But I think in order to make it work, you kind of need to establish some basis of how you're going to generate value from that relationship. And I really haven't cracked the code on it, honestly. And so I think that in general, you can look at a couple ways. One is, you can gain scale effects through some type of shared infrastructure. So a great example, I think the best example of that is Dallas-Fort Worth Airport. My understanding is originally both Dallas and Fort Worth had their own airports. They both wanted their own airports. Kind of like the governments above them said, we're not going to build you each 2 new airports. So they got together and they finally agreed to build Dallas-Fort Worth Airport, which is now this massive hub. And so I don't know that something like an airport would work here, but anytime you have an opportunity to share a major piece of infrastructure, you get economies of scale from that. The other thing is to look at, where you bring, it's classic division of labor. Where do you have specializations, such as you can have complementary types of relationships where Milwaukee could do something well and Illinois could do something well. And part of that could be, how do the legal structures and the incentive structures and the tax structures align themselves best to the needs of certain types of industries. There are different environments, and so how do the 2 cities may be better to focus on different types of industries? So focus on the complementarity aspects of it. But kind of what I would also be doing, so I'd be spending a lot of time thinking about how do we generate value out of the relationship, and I would study how other cities have developed and have looked at it. I know John Gerda was talking about how this was a very unique relationship. It doesn't compare anyone else. But I think that's always what everybody always, there's certainly unique aspects of everything, but we always like to convince ourselves that our situation is unique. So there's plenty of situations. I live in Providence, Rhode Island now, which I think Providence, Boston is probably the best example in the U.S. of a smaller Milwaukee-sized city next to a large type of global city. You do have Dallas, Fort Worth. You have what's going on in Cincinnati and Dayton. You look at what people are trying to develop in these different corridors. I would take a look around at what people are doing and how they're thinking about it, but the key is to try to find some basis of value in it. And, of course, talking and just building relationships, right, having dinner with people, that can't be discounted.
Bill Tesser, you're nodding your head in agreement at what he's saying.
Yeah, I really think there's a ring of truth to that. And looking across other city pairs, I think I mentioned Orlando and Tampa. There are organizations that meet, even if you meet twice a year, to say what are the agendas, what are the industry clusters that you have in common. Sometimes you don't. Sometimes it's complementary kinds of industries, and then it's an infrastructure that might be important, a roadway important to two very different industries who have nothing else in common. So I think this is a great way to start to really build an agenda, to have kind of regular meetings, whether they're convened by great universities such as Marquette or a foundation or something, to lay out the agenda. And then really, the really hard work begins then to study each one of them on a benefit cost analysis and understand what they are. It's easy to toss off an idea like let's build a high-speed rail, but these things are kind of pricey as it turns out. So you need to build an agenda and then kind of hive off the different pieces and move the agendas forward by those who have mutual interests in them. So when I nod agreement with Aaron, I think that should be the next step in a way, is to have a very loose convening body. Going back again to the Canada-U.S. example, it turns out that Canada is virtually a 50-mile strip along the U.S. border, and that's the whole thing. Virtually all the people and economy is there. And the natural order of trade and commerce is north-south. Turns out that alliances have kind of formed organically because it's a much more formidable border than the Wisconsin-Illinois border. Loose associations of public people, private people to address the impediments that they have to trade and commerce along. Penwar is the most prominent example in the Pacific Northwest, and then across the United States, all the way to New England and the Buffalo-Toronto corridor. There are groups of people that meet, sometimes without funding whatsoever, just to form committees on given topics that they recognize of joint interest to move forward on them. So I think we have a great start here in doing that, and I would suggest that's the next step.
I would also just want to emphasize that, it's not as if there's just private sector and public sector and nothing in between. There's sort of the whole university, college, higher education, academic sector, which, we're all the beneficiaries here from being able to attend this event. And then there's a whole space of what I think of as sort of civic, nonprofit organizations that sort of are supported by complicated mixes of private and public sector resources, but these are research and advocacy and sort of convening type entities. So you've got the Commercial Club in Chicago, you've got Metropolitan Planning Council, you have the Public Policy Forum here in Milwaukee. So you have these players who are accustomed to bridging these gaps between government and private sector and recognize that these are complicated things and it's going to take time and patience to lay out a reasonable path.
I'm going to open up this conversation to questions from the audience in just one moment, but maybe two final questions.
Actually, may I just share one thing? Yeah. In terms of the alliance, I think that there are really two important objectives. And one is, as the dollars in Washington continue to shrink, and we're getting strong messages from Washington that regional applications, will be scored higher and will have more value. That will be one of, I think, our key focuses. And we're very proud of the fact that over the last 18 months and the relationships that have been built have already seen University of Illinois, University of Wisconsin, and Purdue, as an example, going in joint applications where they really complement each other and making those applications so much stronger so that those investment dollars are coming back to, to this region versus other places, in the United States. So we at the Alliance think that that can be one real valuable aspect of our work. And then number two, going back to what Aaron said, and it's really identifying the business clusters that are, already kind of maybe even organically growing, but not necessarily being tended to from the standpoint of policies and making sure that the right instruments for growth are put into place. And that's where the Alliance, can bring the most value to the region.
Can you give an example of that? I mean, is the water initiative in Milwaukee an example of that? Is that the kind of thing we're talking about?
Absolutely. We look at the water initiative as, that's a really cutting edge industry. You've got Milwaukee that is, clearly the leader in the world in terms of water technology, and business clusters that can grow out of that, like aquaponics, that need to, to be supported in the whole idea of urban farming. So that is certainly a way that we can support and grow a cluster.
Let me ask one final question here, and then we'll take the audience questions. And that deals with the urgency of these conversations, these meetings, these plans for action. When you read that OECD report, it talks a lot about the Chicago metro area's strengths, but it does point to some fairly, I don't want to say disturbing, but points of concern. How much pressure are we under in terms of timing to sort of begin to move forward more quickly? If we agree this is a good idea, how quickly do we need to act on it? And I'll kind of go down the line here. Bill Testa?
I would say there's quite some urgency. It's been a terrible decade and plus 2 years now for the Midwest, Chicago, Milwaukee, Michigan.
When you say that, quantify that. In what terms has it been terrible?
Okay, so I think for the first time in the 1990s, we enjoyed a great decade. Our employment growth approached the U.S. during that time. Manufacturing was resurgent and so forth. During that time, I think Chicago kind of accumulated a little hubris, and I think Aaron will agree with me that they were growing it into a global city, outgrowing its Midwest kind of economic connections and so forth. I think now, after 12 years, recognizing its legacy debt, having experienced really a poor economy and its ties to the Midwest, that there's a great deal of urgency to put the Chicago area economy back on track because it had better. Because, like a lot of southern European countries, given its accumulated debt, growth is urgent now. So I think it's a time for cooperation, not only in Chicago, but in the entire Midwest. You might say the globalization aspect is somewhat in abeyance because of a weak economy in Asia and Europe, but globalization really is a national, international phenomenon. It's regions versus regions in a new technological environment. So I would say it's very urgent, very urgent.
Paula Worthington, how urgent?
I agree with Bill. I would observe that the 2010 census data indicated that Chicago's city population, was not growing at the rate that it had previously for the decade before, and there's a lot of conversation that can be had around, that, but basically you want cities to be growing, and you want to be able to attract and retain residents and businesses, and if you're not doing that, then you're in a rut, and success begets success, I think, and stagnation could be at stagnation, and so we do need to move it forward.
In comparative terms, Aaron, I mean, a place like the Chicago metro area, and again, we're talking also about Milwaukee. I mean, you compare that to New York or Los Angeles. It does not compare as well, does it?
Yeah. Well, Los Angeles has also been struggling quite a bit, but there's definitely been a huge turnaround. In the 1990s, Metro Chicago actually added more jobs than Metro Houston. Now it's quite reversed. Chicagoland lost 323,000 jobs in the 2000s, 7.1% loss. That was the worst of any of the top 10 metros.
And why do we think that is?
Well, a lot of it is just that the economy as a whole went down, and again, the Midwest economy really collapsed. And I think that,
The manufacturing sector, it's some of the realities.
A lot of that,
yeah.
and it drives a lot of Chicago's sectors. Now, Milwaukee has not done that great either. I mean, a year over year from May 2012, which is the most recent numbers I have, Milwaukee had the worst job performance of any of the 12 greater Midwest metros with more than 1 million people. And it's been growing in its population at rates far below the national average for a long time. So I think there's a lot of urgency. What I think the kind of the risk is, though, is we're sort of seeing a cyclical comeback in manufacturing. Even Detroit is adding jobs as autos has kind of come back. Kind of my fear is we kind of get a little bit of a lift here. We're definitely seeing that in Chicago. You know, even the tourism numbers were up 92% hotel occupancy in June. And that's where, like, that shows you, like, it's where the Midwest tourists are now coming back. They have jobs, they have money in their pocket. And we can say, oh, we made it. And, you know, the economy, the macro economy may get better, but what we do is we, even though some of the urgency disappears, we just kind of like, oh, okay, and then we just kind of drift into kind of this slow motion relative oblivion that we've been on for a while. I think Milwaukee has a peculiar risk that I think John Gerda highlighted earlier in terms of its early development around its underdeveloped cultural organizations and some of the things that it didn't have because it was overshadowed by Chicago. I do think there's a risk, you know, that Chicago could effectively suck, you know, a lot of the high-end life out of Milwaukee because there's just such proximity. And I wasn't really thinking that way until I moved to Providence. And Providence is sort of a brown dwarf of a city to a far greater extent maybe than Milwaukee. It doesn't even have its own sports teams. It cheers for Boston sports teams. You know, really almost all of the high-end activities are in Boston, and Providence is very underdeveloped in many, many respects. Yes, it has some elite universities there, like Brown and RISD. Great food, a lot of good things going on in Rhode Island. But I think that if I were Milwaukee, I'd be concerned about that as a potential development that could go south if this process isn't shepherded.
I'll come back and ask for a couple more reactions to that, but first, your comments, Kelly, on the urgency of this discussion.
Well, you know, of course I agree that there is urgency, and giving credit where credit is due, Dr. Lance Pressel, formerly with the Chicagoland Chamber and really the leader behind the initiative of getting the OECD published, saw the decline in the economy and was really falling on deaf ears as he was saying to this message, you know, we need to wake up and, you know, talking about what you're saying in terms of people just kind of operating in this fantasy that everything is fine. So we have a roadmap now, and it is important not only to get things on track, but then to keep things on track. And if we can build this bridge, this communication, and identify the projects where we are building a regional economy, you know, then Milwaukee shouldn't worry about, you know, about the negative effects of it, because there is enough across the region that there should be value for everybody. There's enough projects that we can embrace that it will bring nothing but value.
Bill and Paul, I want to go back to Aaron's point. Is there a potential downside in this conversation for a city like Milwaukee, or do you see it being mostly a positive thing? I mean, is there that possibility that by closely aligning our fortunes with Chicago, there are some consequences that we did not anticipate?
Well, I think there of course always are possibilities for this to happen, but when you sit down to have conversations, you think of those, what the consequences are, what your positions of strength are, what the impacts are, which is why I think you proceed very carefully with a basis of research and study along all these dimensions before you agree to you know, joint funding of projects and that sort of thing. So I think there's much more to be gained also than to be lost. It's not as if, to take the counterfactual, that ignoring Chicago, these places are growing together, that you're going to do any worse, or that you're not going to have a potential cultural gain out of Milwaukee by ignoring the relationship, but rather coming into it from a position of strength and understanding will serve Milwaukee much better.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a potential there, but I'm not too anxious about it. What I know of Milwaukee is really very positive. There's a strong cultural identity. There are historical sort of ties to the area, to the forces that have shaped the city. There's a civic pride there that seems really visible and apparent, and I wouldn't necessarily be anxious about that identity being submerged or suppressed in any of this conversation. Whereas, I've been on the East Coast and been in different cities and so forth, and Boston and New York are very different. Boston and Providence is different, but I don't expect it to get its own baseball team anytime soon. I think it's something everyone should go in with eyes open, but I don't at this time see that as the biggest. I don't see that as the biggest risk. I see the other risks on the other side as more problematic.
Yeah, I don't think that we would unleash a genie from the bottle, but through a conversation that would rebound on Milwaukee. I think it's more that if you don't think about and shape the process is occurring. And, what happened in, say, Providence didn't happen because Providence and Boston got down and talked. It happened because nobody was paying attention and they were just drifting along. And next thing you know, Rhode Island is number 50 on CNBC's top states for business list. And if you just drift, I think it's more the risk of not acting, that the forces that are acting on the market is acting on Milwaukee and Chicago right now. If you don't take an active hand in shaping those forces, they may shape you in ways that you don't like, because creative destruction is real. And just like cities get torn up, companies get torn up, cities can get torn up too. So I think you want to be as aggressive as you can in controlling your own destiny.
Final word on that?
And one thing is, it's not, I don't know that the concept should be Milwaukee and Chicago aligning as much as it should be Chicago and Milwaukee and Northwest Indiana saying, we are the transportation hub of the United States. How can we work together to make the hub more profitable, more user-friendly? What benefits where should the investments be so that we are, again, positioning ourselves, we're not losing that dominance and we're positioning it as being stronger. We should be focusing on, the industry clusters where there are pieces across the region that we just need to connect the dots. The focus, I believe, really should be not on do we align ourselves with the cities, but where can the investments be so that it's not about a city, it's not about a state, it's not about a locale. It's about the industries being successful, and then the jobs will follow, and the wealth will be spread, throughout. And that's really where we need to be putting our time and attention.
Let's take some questions from the audience. What I'd like you to do is just raise your hand. Try and keep your question fairly brief. And for those of you in the seating bowl down here, there are these little microphones in front of you. They have a little button on top, but you need to hold down that rim. Just keep your finger pressed down on that rim. We'll be able to hear your question. Ryan will also try to make sure we hear it. Let me start here, and we'll get to as many of them as we can. Yes, sir.
Yes, thank you. In speaking of these forces, many of you have discussed other city regions in the United States, but it's a global game. What about Brazil becoming an economic powerhouse in agriculture? What about Dubai becoming not only a financial but a global transportation hub? What about Singapore as a technology and, by the way, water technology hub? Isn't the real impetus that the Chicago megacity is competing globally and not against New York or LA or any other region that you want to name in the United States? Thank you.
Absolutely, and the OECD report is the first of its kind in terms of benchmarking this region with other metro areas around the world. So again, this report tells us where we are in 4 key areas: in innovation, transportation, green growth, and workforce. It's all in these 300-plus pages.
Anybody else?
I think there's something to that. Definitely, there's tremendous competition. There's also things that that regions specialize in, where there's less competition sometimes in the direct specialties that you engage in as a city. But clearly, the global economy is a big part of how that works. And I think it really affects how you think of yourself inside of a hierarchy. There's something called Zipf's law that shows the relationship of sizes of cities in any given geography. And Chicago is like the number 3rd largest city in the U.S. It ranks number 2 in the U.S. in a lot of things. But when you start looking at a global economy, all of a sudden you could be number 15. And even on things like that foreign policy report, there's a big difference between being number 2 and being number 6 or on down the line. So I think it shows the competitive environment is very powerful, and so definitely the global game is real.
Mm-hmm. Let me take other questions. Yes, sir.
My particular question goes to the issue of state governments involved in these things. I think that there would be a desire amongst all these cities to sit down and talk about these things. But you've got 3 states that have 3 different state governments, and 2 of those state governments have been, shall we say, adversaries of metropolitan growth. How do we deal with that? How do we get that political will to sit down and talk about these things in a progressive way?
Well, I can answer that because I'm on the front lines of this. And as I mentioned, over the course of the last 18 months, I've gone from literally having doors slammed in my face to people now agreeing to meet. So those conversations are starting to happen by virtue of Cook County President Tony Preckwinkle coming up, to speak here in Milwaukee today, by virtue of the Metropolitan Planning Council, MPC, hosting its annual lunch next week where it has the 3 mayors from Milwaukee, Chicago, and Gary. I mean, there is an interest around the state from political leadership to start the conversations about what can we do where there is a win-win.
Mm-hmm. Anybody else? Okay. Let me go way back there.
Yeah, I work for an educational nonprofit based here in Milwaukee. We actually have students from Chicago and Milwaukee in Costa Rica, Panama right now. And one thing that has not come up at all is education, right? If we're going to compete on the global scale, we've got to prepare a workforce. What is the urgency around investment in education for the next generation to take over these institutions?
I could just start the conversation. I'm not, the encyclopedia on this, but to mention a few things. We start with colleges, and a lot of our student body here at Marquette are from Illinois, and that certainly is something to build on in the sense that they probably may already think of this as one labor market and one place. And I think that's the kind of look at our universities. We bring in a lot of people from overseas. It's a great export industry. It's very important, I think, to cultivate the relationships between universities. A lot of the discussion on mismatch, certainly, of course, though, is at the more middle-skilled kinds of occupations and people that we're trying to bring into the workforce. What I see around our district is that community colleges and businesses starting to form useful alliances to identify what skills and occupations and training programs we're going to need. Now, I haven't really seen any across state lines, but this might be a natural sort of place to convene those sorts of discussions eventually. In Michigan, there's an association. The community colleges, for the first time, are meeting regularly and trying to rationalize their training programs, as well as talking with employers about the skills of the future and aligning the training system with the workforce needs of employers. And I don't mean to just confine the discussion to those 2 groups. The contract worker industry also is getting into the training world, along with private universities and so forth. So these are very important conversations. I don't know how they're going to play out in Milwaukee, Chicago, Northwest Indiana in particular, but just to get the ball rolling, I mentioned those things. Mm-hmm.
Perhaps I can add just a couple observations about public education in the lower grades, primary and secondary education. That is for the most part, in the United States, something that is treated as a local matter. And it's funded mostly with local and state money, with some federal money as well. And that is something that is not easily addressed. We know that many of the schools serving, especially students, young people in our urban cores, those students are not doing well. The schools have not been able to figure out how to bring those students along in a way that allows them to develop into successful labor market participants down the line. And the city of Chicago and the city of Milwaukee have each been pioneers in their own ways in trying to undertake various school reform activities and so forth, and that takes place in a complicated environment of state rules and regulations and funding streams, as well as the federal overlay, of course. And, that's something where I would love to see, sort of at an academic and research level, a little more talking and sharing of best practices within this region, because that's something I'm not sure how much of that is really going on. I know there's a lot of stuff that happens in and around the city of Chicago, and I'm really uninformed about the city of Milwaukee and southeastern Wisconsin's public schools. I mean, I read today's paper on the latest assessment results statewide, so I'm sure there's a lot to talk about. But I think that's a challenge that right now we still are thinking of somewhat as being shaped by our borders, and I don't know how much is happening across borders.
Mm-hmm. Let me take another question. She's standing. All right, we'll go back here.
I would like to know, the gentleman over here, my question is somewhat related, and you raised the issue. But I would just like to know how badly have Wisconsin's transportation policies and the lack of vision that goes along with them hurt such cooperation? Because I looked at that as like a start, with the transportation issue. So how badly has that set back any cooperative efforts? Thank you.
Thank you.
I assume you're alluding to high-speed rail. Transportation is more than that. I think probably the most strategic investment that the region could have made has been made, and that's improvements to I-94 in Wisconsin and Illinois, because that's where the majority of the traffic is going. It's up and down that road. And it's tempting to think about, let's bring a high-speed rail between downtown Milwaukee and downtown Chicago, but the reality is the majority of jobs and people in both regions are in the suburbs, and the real interaction between the two regions happens in that kind of zone, where these kind of suburban regions overlap, and it's not really clear, really kind of what the labor shed for various employers kind of moves in this kind of zone. So I think that we're already seeing tremendous investment there. I think that things like the airport rail station and what's going on with General Mitchell Airport becoming more of a regional hub. Traffic's been up there. I think it's going well. There is pretty good train service. I mean, 90-minute train service. There are people riding commuter rail in other cities that's longer than that one way on the East Coast. So I don't think we should say that our transportation is just in a disastrous state because of that. Although there's certainly opportunities to improve that rail line further, service, develop lakefront extension of the metro system into Milwaukee. I know there's been, my understanding is the governor here is very hostile to any form of rail transit, metropolitan or otherwise. But I think that's only one piece of the puzzle, and there's already better kind of rail connections to Chicago than most cities have from here.
Anybody else have anything to add to that?
Just a small thing. I've looked at city pairs around the United States, and the commuting between Chicago, Milwaukee metro areas has been growing quite rapidly. And when you place the Chicago-Milwaukee corridor with other city pairs of the same distance, it's not clear that we're laggards in the ability and frequency of commuting, which doesn't mean that we shouldn't be looking at all the different modes of transportation and what improvements we should be making towards our future as we become a kind of mega city economy.
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
Incentives, and that this regional application idea is one way where you can get an incentive to get some type of collaboration. I think you mentioned Purdue and the University of Wisconsin and perhaps the University of Chicago. Are there other kinds of regional opportunities out there that we may miss because we're not working together? And if so, how can we bring those to the fore and make sure that we're encouraging those collaborations?
Okay, so the collaborations that I mentioned right now have stemmed out of the relationships over the last 18 months, where we're looking at opportunities from Washington. Specifically, there was an energy grant out of the Department of Energy and Manufacturing. There are some other projects that the universities are for the first time starting to realize that together the applications are stronger. But those, when we are being strongly encouraged by Washington from all the departments, from EPA, from the Department of Commerce, from the Department of Transportation. So as the alliance is populated with leaders and we start to move forward, that's when I'm hoping, a year from now we can sit here and really talk about, a laundry list of collaborative efforts. But the message from Washington is that we will be rewarded if we work together. So that's one piece of the puzzle. The other piece of the puzzle is, looking at places like, for example, this region is the largest exporter of green. We export about $2 billion, and the closest runner-up behind us, which is LA, New York, Albany, and San Fran, are at about $1 billion. So the question then becomes, as a region, how do we support this industry? How do we recognize, and that green, I'm talking about everything from biofuels to organic food. So I think that there needs to be an awareness of the regional strengths, and then we need to be able to put the right players from academia, the public sector, and the private sector all together under, to be able to kind of map out where the focus and attention with collaboration, will move the ball forward. But we're in the early stages of this. Mm-hmm. And the fact that we have a couple already, I'm really proud of.
Let me go back to this gentleman.
From the
Chicagoland Chamber. Yeah.
So could you speak about the relationship with Northwest Indiana as cooperation and the examples there? I do know that from growing up in the south side of Chicago was that that whole shape it, or it will shape it in itself. I know that the fact of transportation, they have a cross the state line for the last 30 years, commuter rail. And so wondering about any other, maybe in the last 10 years or so, examples that have gone well. I know like the idea of a third airport being in Gary just kind of was crushed. But can you think of any other examples that would kind of give us some hope?
Sure. Well, I'm sure everyone in the room can keep a secret, so I'm going to share a secret with you. In this process, Wisconsin was really very engaged from moment one, and Illinois was very interested in this, and Indiana was a little bit tougher to get to the table. And now we're seeing a very different recognition of what we can do together. And we now have partners from some of the regional planning agencies, from the leadership in Purdue, literally going to their Secretary of Commerce and saying, we want Indiana to benefit from this regional collaboration. And we don't want to miss the opportunity, as Aaron said, in terms of, is it going to define us, or can we have a role in defining it? So again, we're at the very early stages, but right now, the change in interest that we're seeing from Indiana is remarkable, and we're very excited about the opportunity to really be working, together. And let me also say, again, looking at the private sector, you've got companies like U.S. Steel that has a regional footprint. I mean, there's several, major companies that are headquartered in Northwest Indiana or have strong presence in Northwest Indiana that, will benefit from the region talking and the region getting behind these different sectors. So all I can say is that Indiana is on board, and they're becoming a very strong partner.
Can I just add to that? Oh, go ahead. I didn't know you wouldn't talk.
Yeah, sure. Just wanted to mention sort of a large ticket, big project example of the Ileana Expressway, which has been under discussion in fits and starts for a long time, but in this new environment where we're more sensitive to and appreciative of the benefits of sort of interstate within the region coordination, I would hope that that project can get a little more traction and, move forward. And it's something that people recognize is going to have value throughout the region. But that's a big one.
It's a big one. And all the transportation projects are big ones. And yet, the call for a regional strategic plan in transportation is imperative. And the time has come, and people have got to just make some really tough decisions, and that's one of them.
Aaron.
Yeah, well, we've already seen good, I think, transport coordination there with the improvements to 8094, which involved the Tollway Authority, IDOT, and NDOT, three agencies collaborating on upgrading this stretch of road. I think in Northwest Indiana is a great example of where specialization can help. It's really got this legacy heavy industry zone. we're just never going to build new places in America where you can put steel mills and like oil. It's just not too many new places like that exist. Most of that industry kind of died off in Illinois. But Indiana, and this is where, the regulatory and just their approaches could be beneficial in supporting that sector. Indiana has much, more laissez-faire approach to environmental regulation probably than Illinois and Wisconsin, which is why BP Amoco is spending $3 billion upgrading their refinery there. So I think that heavy industrial zone, nobody seems to want heavy industry near them, but that's a big advantage that there's a lot of, it's the #1 steel producing region in the country. And that's not really something that Chicago or Wisconsin are going to compete with anymore. So they can strengthen that, strengthen the region, continue to have that key production without really wars across the border necessarily.
Mm-hmm. Let me go back over to this side of the room. I keep missing people over here. My apologies.
Yeah, there's a big bone of contention that you guys haven't mentioned yet between Chicago and Milwaukee. The Asian carp. You've heard of it. For 4 or 5 years now, we in Milwaukee have been treated to articles about the problems of the carp and our concerns that if it ever gets into Lake Michigan, it's going to go through the Great Lakes. We're going to be bereft of fish. I don't know if it's true or not, but what I do know is that all these years, every state and province that borders on the Great Lakes, any place, has supported shutting down the Chicago shipping canal and reversing the flow of the Chicago River so that these terrible, huge carp don't get into Lake Michigan and keep moving. And for all those years, Illinois has stood alone and opposed it for economic reasons. They want to keep their barge traffic going. And it happens we have a president in the White House, the Corps of Engineers, who's from Chicago. The Corps of Engineers is responsible to the executive department. And nothing seems to be happening. And my question to you is, can't something be done to get Illinois on board to stop the carp from moving into the lake?
We'd like to be the spokesperson for the...
Well, I think that the way to answer that question, it really goes off of what Paula said earlier. And where we need to start as a region is identifying the projects that we can all agree benefit the region. And as those relationships are built, we can start to tackle the more difficult questions. If we come out of the box, trying to tackle issues that are very contentious, the alliance probably will not be as successful, maybe even will fail. But if we come out of the box identifying projects where we have a real win-win and relationships are built, then those relationships will then be able to endure the tougher decisions. Now, there's not a lot of time. I'm not saying that these, tough issues should be, pushed down, the pike, for an unlimited amount of time. But what I am saying is we need to first start with things that people can agree on, and there are plenty of those. There are plenty of recommendations. If you want to use this book as a roadmap, there are plenty of recommendations that we can focus on where those relationships will start to be built, and then the tough problems can really be tackled, which they're really not being right now.
I think it's interesting, though. I think his question does sort of frame an interesting conversation, which is the fragile nature of relationships between states, municipalities, cities, or whatever. As you try to overcome some of the inherent rivalry issues, you find yourself dealing with issues like this one, where it seems to pit the people of Milwaukee against the people of Chicago. It kind of adds to the difficulty factor, I guess, in getting this done, does it not?
It does. I think if you look at, to me, I think that Asian carp may not be the example, but when you start looking at where's actual value come from, it's probably going to be very contentious because it's very easy to get together in a room and sing Kumbaya when nothing's at stake. Even within Chicagoland, though, many people, for a long time, we need a third airport. Well, should we put it here? Should we put it there? Everybody's got their own idea about where they should go. Nobody wants to sacrifice their own interest, even though, at the time, many people were all on board with the idea we need a third airport. It's like, okay, now that we go to operationalize this, it becomes very difficult. Historically, what I've seen is where the greatest regional trust is developed happens when kind of, as I said, the big dog kind of makes the first move by sacrificing their own interest. And I love to tell the story I love to tell the story about Indianapolis. In Indiana, if there's a road, it's a boundary between two counties or municipalities that runs east-west. The county to the north, or the entity to the north, is responsible for it. So the northern boundary of the city of Indianapolis was 96th Street, and the county to the north would be like your fastest growing, most affluent area, the one that's sucking all the jobs and life out of your city. And they really wanted to upgrade this road and build a bridge across the river, and it was their responsibility to pay for it, but they didn't have enough money. And Indianapolis said, well, we're not going to build this thing because it's going to suck more life out of our city. And so it just sat there for years and years and years. And then when Stephen Goldsmith was elected mayor, he said, you know what, the region needs this. It's actually going to help us too. I'm going to think about the land's going to open here. So he agreed to pay half on a road he was responsible for zero on. And that went an enormous way towards building a regional trust there. And by the way, it gave him the moral authority to ask other people to ante up for his programs. And, you see that legacy play out with things like regional stadium taxes now that would have been impossible. So I think that, when something is at stake, really, and there's suspicions and like we're fighting over who gets what, I think it generally works best when, clearly I think Chicago at some point, if it really wants to make this work, is going to have to stand up and say, we're going to sign up to something that's in Wisconsin's best interest, the suburbs' best interest, Indiana's best interest, and doesn't benefit the Loop or the city of Chicago all that much. And I think until we see that, I think everyone else is going to be rightly suspicious that it's strictly a what's in it for me down in downtown Chicago.
Anybody agree with that? Does Chicago have to make the first move, the first big move?
I'm not saying it has to be Asian carp. But I'm saying that when it comes to you find a project to work on, and it's like, well, where are we going to put this? Or how's it going to work? I think it's a little difficult to say,
All right. Well, I guess we'll wrap it up there because I don't think I want to get into another question here since we're trying to stay on time. I want to thank our panelists. I want to thank Kelly, Aaron, Bill, and Paula for their time today. Thanks. All right, I think we're about ready to begin here. Welcome back to today's conference, Milwaukee's Future in the Chicago Megacity. We have called our next panel discussion Proximity and Prosperity, although there's a question mark next to it. We want to get the perspective of some business people, some civic leaders in the Milwaukee area to this idea to have our fortunes more closely aligned with those of the city of Chicago. Joining us for that discussion today are Jeff Jarris. Jeff is Chairman, CEO, and President of Manpower Group, the Fortune 500 employment services company that does business in more than 80 countries and territories. Next to Jeff Jarris is Gale Klappa. He's Chairman, CEO, and President of Wisconsin Energy Corporation and We Energies. He's also current Vice Chair of the Metropolitan Milwaukee Chamber of Commerce and former Chair of that group. And next to Gale is Julia Taylor. She is the president of the Greater Milwaukee Committee, which is a private sector organization representing the Milwaukee region's business, labor, academic, philanthropic, nonprofit, and civic leadership. So thanks to all three of you for being with us today. I might begin by asking, was there anything that jumped out at you in the last panel, since you're all good enough to be here early and listen? Anything strike you about what was said by our panelists in the last group?
Well, I can take a shot at it.
Sure, go ahead.
I think we can all agree we don't want regional carp. So that stood out to me. I think as I listened to the panelists and to John Gerda, one of the things that clearly made an impression is that as we think about whether we can function more effectively as one region, that's probably one very important quiver in Milwaukee's toolkit that can be expanded. Certainly, if we can bring together leaders from the three states to really prioritize things that could impact all three states, I think that would be a good thing. For example, one thing came to mind. I had heard that in the Chicago area there's talk about building yet another airport. Well, if the three states got together and found that we could more cost effectively put ground transportation links to Mitchell, would that not be a more cost-effective solution for the tri-state area? I don't know. But I began thinking about those type of things that really have not been discussed across the 3 states or discussed in any great detail. The other thought that I had really revolved around some of the comments in the OECD report and among some of the panelists about this concept of beggar thy neighbor economic development, that all we're doing is stealing from one another and it's not helping the entire region. And for what it's worth, I have a bit of a different take on that. And let me start with a very recent example of Chicago benefiting at Milwaukee's loss. And that is when Chicago provided tax incentives for Miller Coors to move its headquarters to Chicago. Now, one could say, well, gosh, Chicago shouldn't have done that if we're really trying to work together as one region. But I think actually Chicago did the right thing. And I'll tell you why. What I think in that particular instance the OECD report left out was the customer. Now, in talking with the leadership of Miller, they, in their merger with Coors, decided basically that it wasn't appropriate for the new Miller Coors, this new joint venture, to be headquartered either in Milwaukee or in Denver. They felt that to bring the companies together more closely and more effectively, they needed neutral ground. And they were doing a search in many areas, not just Milwaukee, Chicago, or Denver. So was it wrong for Chicago to beggar thy neighbor? I don't think so. Was it wrong in a particular instance for the Milwaukee 7 to present what Milwaukee could mean to an international company in Illinois that publicly said they were tired of the tax and business climate in Illinois? I don't think so. We have to understand that it is not necessarily a zero-sum game. That when companies say they're looking around, they are interested in finding a different location or a different headquarters, they may not stay in what we define as our region. And I know for a fact that when Illinois raised taxes, economic development groups from Indianapolis, from Atlanta, from as far away as Denver, called on a number of Illinois companies. That's just the competitive reality today. So in many ways, it's really important to make sure that other entities in our region understand the benefits of staying in the region if they are looking to go elsewhere. And so I really disagree with that zero-sum game point.
Let me offer the same opportunity to both you, Jeff and Julia, to jump in here on anything you heard in the first panel, and then we'll kind of move more into the focused discussion here.
Well, I've been on many panels, and I'm normally used to being on panels with a person, at least one of them, that I don't like at all. And Mike has given me some pretty tough interviews late at night. No, in all seriousness, why I brought that up is we've heard panels, and we're going to hear more panels about why this is such a good thing. And we'll continue to do that. We have to talk about it. But then, you know, what's resonating in my head is, all right, then where's the problem? If we're all sitting around talking about how this should work, and then there are some issues about, you know, the detail about when this wins and when that loses, your point about some of that, it seems as though we all understand that inertia of where we are right now is in a very dangerous spot. OECD did a great favor. It wasn't the Chicago Chamber, it wasn't the Milwaukee Chamber, it wasn't the Midwest Chamber, it was OECD in Paris. Came in and did something and said, wake up, we all want to wake up, and we're sitting here wondering why we can't get out of bed. And that was when I was sitting there going, because, you know, the panel did a great job last time, kind of wondering, like, you know, you didn't leave me much to talk about, because we too will be in agreement. Now, we may have different slants on it. So the point is that public awareness, which I think this is a huge part of the kind of any debate, is to get public awareness. The bigger issue is, how do we stop talking more about what isn't going to make it work and make it work when, in fact, we all want to make it work? And underneath there are some issues. So I think that was my big takeaway is, okay, we're going to end the day. Marty and team are going to write something that says, yep, this is, you know, is potentially a good thing. And now where do we go? And that's a bit of an issue. I'll disagree with Gail if we can, but for the most part, we'll probably going to be saying this is good because this is economic development.
Mm-hmm. Julie?
Well, you know, I was looking earlier with OECD. Its forerunner actually came out with the implementation of the Marshall Plan in the late 40s. And so when you think about what's happened with some of the industrial areas in the Midwest, it is sort of an opportunity about how do you bring different economic ideas and plans together to have a grander vision, I think, for how the Midwest, this 21 county area, can start to transform itself. And one point that was made in the prior panel was about talking about the Water Council and also about Singapore. And we know that Singapore is a competitor in terms of water technology, as is the Netherlands and Israel. But the only way that we really compete with Singapore is if this is on a grander scale. And what didn't really get discussed is some of the activities that have been going on. When we started the Water Council, one of the first visits we made for a board member was to Laurent Auguste from Veolia, who's headquartered in Chicago. And Laurent has opened a lot of doors in Chicago, but he's also opened a lot of doors globally. But as a result of that, there's 4 or 5 key things going on now within what would be under the OECD banner, I would say, or under this report's banner. One is that they're working on a tri-state alliance for regional development under aquaponics, which will actually grow fingerlings here and create a whole food and water supply piece that will go throughout the 21 county area, including harvesting of the fish and crops. There's also a look to really compete for the I6 challenge. The new EDA I6 challenge is going to be out in 2012 this year. It has to be a big project to win that. It's been big projects that have won in the past. So we're working with the Chicago-based Clean Energy Trust and Dean Amhouse at the Water Council to put together the 2012 I6 challenge. And it's really going to create a proof, kind of a virtual proof of concept type of center where people can bring in ideas, prove them out around green and sustainable and water-related concepts, and have it happen there and hopefully get commercialized in this region. A number of the universities around the Great Lakes also came together, and they've created basically a memorandum of understanding with the National University of Singapore to have a student exchange agreement. So there's a lot that's happening right now that's on the ground that I think we need to recognize, we need to celebrate, and we need to figure out why is that working right now. In my mind, it's beneficial to all. It's cluster to cluster. It's relationship-based. You've got people like Dean Amhouse that can move across those boundaries and shake those hands and form those relationships. And that, to me, is the crux of how we move forward.
Let me, and thanks for your observations about the first panel. Let me just return to the question at hand, and it's really about what Milwaukee's future is in the Chicago megacity. Do all of you sitting here today, and Gail, you talked a little bit about a couple of distinctions you wanted to make in this discussion, but all of you fundamentally agree that closer cooperation between these two cities is a good thing, or do you have any cause for hesitation in endorsing that idea? Jeff?
Well, you know, it goes back to some of the discussions we had before. You have to have some trepidations because whenever you do something that is this bold, if you will, there are going to be some things that you thought were sacred or you thought were really important, and they're not going to come along. And it goes back to my point that I originally stated, which was if that's where your focus is, you're going to miss out on some things. So we may lose a few industries. But if we look at a 10-year plan, not only what's happening in the U.S., but happening across the world, in the next 10 years, the movement into urban from rural, the movement into larger cities, San Rio getting up over two cities, 2 in Brazil, 1 in Mexico are going to get up over 35 million people. That is why they need the scale. We're sitting here with kind of a ready-made way to pull this together, and I believe we have to do it. And the sense of urgency is really placed on the fact that for us to get from here to there is going to take a long time. It's just a lot of complications. It's going to take a long time. So the urgency is you have to start now because you're going to be making mistakes. You've got to start slow. You're going to have to build relationships. And we're going to come back 2 years later and say, you know, success is only about that big. But what we've done in that 2 years is lay some groundwork that we can get some acceleration. So, from my perspective, what I've seen across the world, and it was a great question that was posed to the other panel, which is we're worried about us in the U.S. I do think that is a bit of smaller thinking. We have a target on our back from many, many foreign countries that are basically saying, I want to be like that, and they have a little bit faster way of acting than we do, except India, because they don't quite have the same constraints that we have. So I would say I'm highly in favor of it. Of course, there's always the detail, and we will lose out on some things.
Are you highly in favor of it, Julia Taylor?
I think that it can develop well. I think especially if you assume good intent going in. If you look at Milwaukee 7, there were different efforts to do regional work before Milwaukee 7 got launched. And it took a leap of faith by all the different counties, the county boards, the different business leaders to get in the room together and say, what's the benefit here? And I think anybody looking back would say they couldn't imagine how we would have moved ahead as a region if we didn't have Milwaukee 7 in place now. And so I think hopefully we will be able to build this. We can build the relationships. It really is about building that trust, sharing the stage, and making sure that all these key players have wins. But the other big thing is it's about a grand challenge or a vision. I mean, I think if coming together as a bigger region, we can solve some of the world's problems, and through that grow the economy. I mean, we can light more places in the world. If we can clean water up, if we can grow food better, I mean, what's wrong with that?
Mm-hmm. What do you think about the concept as a whole?
Well, I think it's an important concept, and as I mentioned earlier, I think it's one very important arrow in our quiver. Right. I don't see it like Jeff doesn't either as a be-all and end-all, but it simply makes common sense to me that there have to be, if we can get the appropriate leadership together from the tri-state area, there has to be, coming out of serious, well-intended discussions, there has to be thinking that is beneficial economically, that there are projects that are more cost-effective to be done in a cooperative way. It just makes a lot of sense to me to help us build a better platform to compete on the world stage. But at the same time, as Jeff said, we need to be realistic about how quickly we can perhaps make progress, because we have, I mean, a little like the euro, there's a different tax and permitting system in Illinois and in Indiana and in Wisconsin. You have, as you mentioned earlier, literally hundreds, maybe thousands of government entities. It's not an easy task, but that doesn't mean we shouldn't get started and try to really advocate for bold plans that can really be cost effective and leap this region forward.
I want to just jump on that, because unfortunately at this point we have almost 70% of our business in Europe, which is a little bit of an issue for us right now.
But you're not relocating to Chicago, are you?
So I'm banking on Chicago-Milwaukee alliance. What you talked about the different taxations and where it's going, why don't we be bold and say, look over there. The euro was a well-conceived, good idea, and why did it break down? It broke down because there were certain definitions of sovereignty which are not really sovereignty. They're really control about certain taxation. Who controls taxation? Who controls the regulation is the guy in charge, person in charge. Why don't we try to be bold and say, let's carve out one part that says it's the same. Let's create some sort of reciprocity that says for certain projects, maybe water council, maybe whatever, for reciprocity for these 20 county regions, we are going to do it this way. So no one gets into this confusion of, well, that's a tax at 8 and this one's 9 and we don't have a capital gains and we have that. So we have this great luxury right now of seeing what's happened in other parts of the world, where they have gone badly and why they have gone badly, and do a little microcosm, which is a whole lot easier to figure out these 3 states than trying to figure out whether Greece and Germany are really going to get along. And we can take advantage of some of that and be a little bit more bold in our original thinking of kind of guiding principles of what will make us successful.
Mm-hmm. I was going to ask you each, and because so many of your members are business people, Julia, I was going to ask you, what would you like to see as business people, or an organization that represents some business people? What would you like to see happen in terms of a closer relationship? Is it about transportation? Is it about identifying clusters for growth in this region? What would it be? What would you like to see come from this and tangible, something that's tangible and we can wrap our head around?
Well, I think one thing that could happen is as you come together and you have some shared concepts that come out, there's usually policy pieces that come out of that. And if you look at the shared congressional delegation between Chicago and Milwaukee and northern Indiana, I mean, you could have a huge impact on what policy could look like at the federal level. And I think it's all about alignment and all about policy that's well grounded in what we know. And I think there could be some big opportunities if we want to look at that.
Mm-hmm. Anybody else have any thoughts about that? I mean,
if we back up and we think about realistically, what can leaders in the three states really help do to grow the economy? If that's the ultimate objective, then I agree with Julia that you think about, well, what policies ranging from industrial policy to taxation make sense in terms of enhancing the free flow of goods, services, talent, and anything else that needs to move to help this economy grow. And there are lots of impediments to that growth in our region. And I think identifying those impediments and using the cloud of the region and the reach of the region to be able to propose policies that get out of the way or that enhance this free flow of goods, services, and talent, I think would be very, very helpful.
Let me ask a specific question, Jeff Jarris. You know, we have an airport at Mitchell International that I just was talking to the airport director, Barry Bateman. I mean, they think of themselves as the third Chicago airport. Why can't we find agreement on something like that you have an airport that a lot of people from Northern Illinois use already? I mean, is that the kind of thing that you could at least make a statement? There's something demonstrable that says to the region, okay, we're moving in this direction. Do we need to see something like that?
Absolutely. I mean, you know, anytime you're going to make a move like this that has somewhat of a bold element to it, you know, the classic is, where are your early victories? Where are you going to show that it can be done? And the airport may be one, but actually dovetailing this answer with the previous one is, I get to Chicago 15 times a year, approximately. I meet with Chicago business people, but for the most part, I never talk about Chicago, Milwaukee. Never even crosses my mind when I'm talking to Tom Wilson at Allstate or Rick Waddell at Northern Trust. Hey, why don't you come on up to Milwaukee? I'll introduce you to some business people because I actually think that we could get something going. Never crosses my mind. Because there's this state border, which I've been grown up living on the south side of Milwaukee, is anybody with an Illinois license plate you're not supposed to like. But they do move over from the left lane to the right lane, which I really appreciate. But the point is, what conversations are we having? You know, and I was encouraged by the survey that finally somebody admitted that business can actually get something done, with over 70% saying maybe private sector can do this. Because the conversations I'm having 15 times a year with Chicago business leaders and politicians, I am not doing Milwaukee justice because I'm not having the right conversations. And I think the airport is part of that. To just have the discussions, it helps. But how about meat on top of that says maybe we can get a little bit more united service that's teamed up with that, and United says this is a good partnership. We need to put some substance behind it, but I also think we need to have much more fruitful conversations on each other's territories. Not just me going down to the Chicago Executive Club for a lunch, but them coming up to one of Julia's meetings, for example, something like that.
And how does that happen? How do we make that happen?
The OECD report gives us an opportunity to put something out that has multiple signatures on it, that has 2 mayors' signatures on it, that has other signatures on it that says this is good for all of us. We recognize some challenges. I'm expecting to see, after some period of time, 12 months, some little mini summit that brings the business community together, the government together, and say what progress organically has happened. It starts, you know, slow but still aggressive enough with some stakes in the ground. I don't want to propose to have any ideas that are the right ideas, more of that's how you get projects going in general.
Mm-hmm. Julie?
Yeah, I think there has to be real mindfulness about it, and I think that you need a platform for action. Like, who's going to deem this Chicago's third airport? The mayor of Chicago? Or is it a group that comes together, a tri-state regional group that says, okay, let's put a stake in the ground on where there's a third airport? There's got to be a platform for that discussion to occur.
So are we talking about creating another layer of government that oversees the region? I mean, that would be...
I didn't say government.
Okay.
I did not say government. I said platform.
Platform,
There's a difference,
okay.
yeah.
Well, we know it would end, it has to end with something like that, unfortunately, because there has to be some sort of governance. I think what we have to do is to give those mandates, light mandates with enough authority so that they can really try to get things done and not being bogged down with others.
Mm-hmm. Gail, anything you care to add?
Just one thought, and I absolutely agree with Julia and Jeff, but I think as I think more broadly about more effective teamwork and acting more as one economic region, it occurs to me that for Milwaukee to play a meaningful role in that, we have to continue to improve on what we've been doing. I mean, we have to bring assets and we have to bring momentum to the table.
You have to get Chicago's attention, don't you, in
Absolutely.
many respects?
In fact, I called a colleague of mine who's just retired as CEO of a large Chicago company, and he's been in Chicago for 25 years. And I just said to him, I'd like to pick your brain about this conference I'll be at this next week. And his first reaction, as a steeped Chicago business person, his first reaction to the idea of a megacity, Chicago-Milwaukee megacity, was honest to goodness to laugh. He said, don't fool yourselves. You know, the two cities are not functioning as an economic unit today or an economic region. No way in the world. And then he said, you know, many in Chicago would view a closer cooperation as Milwaukee attaching itself to Chicago as Chicago's caboose. Now, I thought those were interesting comments off the cuff. But bottom line is, I think we need to continue to improve on what we've been doing. We have, and Julia mentioned the M7. I mean, we have put in an enormous amount of work identifying our clusters of excellence. And out of that work, now about 7 years ago, I think, Julia, you know, we know advanced manufacturing for the Milwaukee region is a huge employer and a huge opportunity and a huge risk. Water technology, financial services, IT, food and beverage. I mean, the Milwaukee region has, per capita, more food and beverage companies than almost any other metro region in the country. So I think we have a much better understanding of how our economy works. And we need to continue to advance those clusters of excellence. And I think that's one of the most important things we can do as we work toward greater cooperation, because we need to bring assets to the table.
Did you want to answer?
I agree with that. I think, you know, in the regional work, which for me it was a great lesson in how things can evolve, every entity, every city in that had to really put its best assets forward, because that's what makes the region strong. You can't ever expect the region to pull you along. You've got to be able to bring your own stakes to the table. And I think that that's why it calls on Milwaukee to continue to evolve our commercialization of research with the universities. I think the outreach, it was interesting when I went to the OECD report to look at the different clusters that were identified and realize that half of them I'd never heard of. But there was definite linkages back to what was going on here. And so the ability to start to cross those lines and make those connections could be critical. I mean, it's hard for us. I mean, we have trouble reaching out to Madison. So, and here we're reaching out to a much, much bigger giant.
Let's transition from the discussion of the clusters about what could be the jobs of tomorrow to an issue that was raised in the OECD report, which was a severe skills mismatch in this region. The same problems you'd find in Chicago, you would find in the city of Milwaukee. And I know, Jeff Juris, you talk a lot about this. Do we need to take a regional approach to dealing with this? There are a lot of different agencies out there dealing with workforce development. There was some thought that needs to be streamlined so that there's something that is producing the kind of workers we need today who can work throughout this region. Do we need to be looking at that?
Absolutely. We've drawn almost, in today's context, false lines about where you can work and how you can work. There's different taxations by counties, by cities. There's different benefits of sick days, and then you go across the state, it's even worse. There was a study written maybe 15 years ago by a University of Wisconsin professor. It was called the 2 M's, mobility and migration. And he did a lot of research that said that is what drove almost 30 years of increased labor participation in the United States. Because you were able to move from Wisconsin to Tennessee. You were able to move from Illinois to Idaho. Other countries, that was not true. In addition to that, we had a very strong immigration policy. If you look at what's happened, our mobility has gone doal for lots of reasons. Dual income families, houses that are upside down, distrust of companies. You mean I'm going to move there, and then you're going to let me go 6 months later because you have a problem? Some of this can be solved by saying this is a metroplex of a job market. And if you look at the job market and you do the analysis between the two, they are somewhat complementary. There are more professional jobs on a percent that is being done in Chicago than in Milwaukee. At the same time, some of those lower skilled jobs that are in Milwaukee that now require higher skilled training is where we can benefit from some of that. So when you look at a workforce investment board and the dollars going in there, it's almost a little hard for me to say, but to be provocative is, are we really interested in the person getting a job, or are we interested in the person getting a job in my territory? Because if the answer is to get a job, who cares whether they're working in Gurnee or working in Kenosha, other than the funding gets all messed up because who paid for what? But if you signed a reciprocity agreement on WIBs, no offense, I saw some WIB people, I think, in here. It's hard, right? But be provocative and at least take a couple skill clusters and say, how can we work together? Because our dollars are not actually creating the efficacy required in order to fill the jobs. We're going through all the training and we still have the skills mismatch. And I can tell you the skills mismatch will be in place in a more exaggerated way 3 years from now, and 6 years from now it'll be even more. Because business is moving in sophistication and the individual can't be trained enough. So a joint relationship of reciprocity to WIB would be provocative and would send the message, we're in this for employment security, not just for jobs within our own little area.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I sure hope that Jeff is wrong on the last point. That is, that this is a worse problem 3 years from now and 6 years from now than it is today. We can't afford to have that happen. I mean, the data shows that we have several thousand, just in Milwaukee region alone, the 7-county Milwaukee region, we have several thousand manufacturing jobs that are unfilled every week. Several thousand manufacturing jobs unfilled every week. Folks, that's a crime. When we built one of the largest power plants ever built in the U.S. At Oak Creek, we could not find in Wisconsin or in Illinois, in our region, in the 21 counties, enough skilled welders. We couldn't find them. We had to import welders from all over the country. We could not find them here. And those skilled welding jobs pay a very significant salary with very good benefits. So to me, we have to get, this is the most, what you brought up, Mike, is the most serious issue that our region, the Chicago-Milwaukee region, is facing. We have to crack this, and the regions that crack this problem will be the regions, I believe, that will prosper. One of the, and Tim Sullivan from Bucyrus talks about this all the time. He couldn't find enough skilled folks to bring to his new factory in South Milwaukee, and so he had to open up one in Texas. And we need to get to a point, I would like to see us as a region, Chicago and Milwaukee, the tri-state, to set a goal where you can say to a business, you tell me what you need, how many people you need and what training they need, and like Texas, make the commitment that the day you open the doors of that factory, that workforce will be there. They have so streamlined and made so effective the technical training courses in the technical colleges in Texas that they can flat make a promise, and they do. We're competing as a region against that kind of government effectiveness, and we can't wait around much longer. We have to crack that. We have to get much more effective. I mean, I don't think it's a matter of funding, actually, Jeff. I think it's a matter of organizing this in a way that really produces results in terms of technical training for jobs. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think that it is going to require reorganization. You're absolutely right. We've been working with the talent dividend to look at very specific clusters and what it takes. So you're starting out with core data on it. And what it really takes...
You have some great data on IT.
On IT, we see that we're going to have 5,000 vacancies over the next 5 years in the whole IT and design area. But back to, looking at things like advanced skill sets, there are new approaches being used called stackable certificates, where people can go in with baseline training and be able to acquire a certain level of skills while they're on the job, get certificates, get other certificates as they're going until it can eventually go out to a one-year welding degree. And I think that we're going to have to work with the higher educational institutions to develop more and more kind of just-in-time training like that. It's too hard for people these days to go through the traditional training classes, which can take up to a year to get a welding degree, or 6 months to get a certificate program. At the same time, they're on unemployment, they're trying to support themselves. And we do think that this can get bridged. We're working on a couple of small pilots now just to see how we can work that through. But we're going to have to really turn some of this on its head. And fortunately, we do have, I think, leadership in the higher eds and the technical colleges that are sitting at the table and coming up with ideas. And maybe there are ideas in Chicago about how people are approaching it. But the more we can come together around this to solve it, the less jobs go to India, the less jobs go over to China for manufacturing. I mean, that's going to be the end result if we don't solve it.
So I hear the three of you saying that if we're looking for common ground, if our two cities are looking for common ground, that's a good place. That's fertile territory. Mm-hmm. And workforce development, trying to train the workers of tomorrow, we need to focus some attention, focus some efforts there. Is that pretty accurate?
The more mobility you can create in a natural way in a larger geography, the more vitality you will have in your labor market. That's the issue, is you're getting trapped in a smaller population, and your skills are atrophying fast because what you have isn't available in that area. You can't move from your house. Your spouse has a job. Well, what if with 94 fixed up and 43 down there, I can get down to the northern suburbs and actually use it? It's that kind of mobility that is amazing how quickly that can bring down some unemployment. Mm-hmm.
And currently, we have 15,000 people that commute from Wisconsin to Illinois daily, and 2,000 that reverse commute back the other way. So it's already happening. That boundary is not there for many people.
You mentioned Miller Coors earlier, and you talked to the folks who work at Miller Coors, and a lot of them still live in Milwaukee. They take
there's
the
a
train down every
there's
day.
a whole train where they have games that they play during the day on the way back. And
beer pong, yeah.
Beer cars.
I've been on that.
Yeah.
All right, I'm going to ask maybe one or two more questions. We'll open it up for the last 15 or 20 minutes to the audience again. We ran some polling data earlier today, and we found that most people agreed with the statement, if this idea is going to happen, if you're going to have closer relationship between Chicago and Milwaukee, there's probably going to be the private sector taking the lead. So as people who are private sector folks, and Julia is someone who works with an awful lot of private sector folks, is that true? Is it going to have to come from the private sector? Or can our many units of government find a way to work together and get it done?
I think it has to be both. I think without private and public sector leadership, and we certainly found this when we were trying to put the Milwaukee 7 together. I mean, you can't, neither sector, neither the public or private sector can accomplish it alone. I mean, I hate to borrow a phrase from Hillary Clinton, but it does take a village. I mean, if you think about just the basic, if you think about all the issues that have to be addressed for a region to move forward economically, perhaps some of the leadership can come from the private sector, because at the end of the day, that's probably where the job growth must come from. But there has to be a cooperative effort of the public and private sector, I think, to get this going. And there is a lot already underway. I mean, there really is. Beneath the surface, there is an awful lot of conversation going on. Now, that's not to say we shouldn't give it additional momentum. That's not to say it shouldn't be more organized. But I think it's going to take both. I really do. But it probably, at the end of the day, will rest on the shoulders of the private sector to take the lead.
Julie, I'll let you weigh in, and then I'll finish up here with you.
I totally agree. I think there are roles that each partner plays, and certainly the public sector can bring forward policy decisions, and they have infrastructure dollars. There's a really fundamental role that the public sector plays. But often the public sector needs the private sector at the table to sometimes be the one out there saying this is where we need to go. Because if you look at the public sector, they're tied to wherever they're elected from. And we ran into that with working with the county execs. They knew they needed to move forward on the regional work, but how do they come together with their folks that are voting for them saying, hold it, you're shaking hands with Milwaukee, and what if jobs go to Milwaukee? You need the private sector in there saying, this is the leadership, we're behind you, we're in front of you, we're with you, we're going to make this happen. But you also need the universities at the table, too. I would not leave them out. If we're talking about economic development clusters and research, they're really critical partners as well.
You do need both. I don't think there's ever been successful programs of scale without both, and each plays a unique role. And I say this with great respect. Government official needs courage. Businesses can give courage. And what I mean by that is they don't want to make an announcement and then go, okay, thanks, guys. You said you were going to help me out. Now no one's showing up to my events. So business has to go to the public officials and say, if we can do something here from some policy, at least in a nascent sort of way, and then say business is going to support it, then you can really get some momentum going, and one kind of takes the step after the other. I've been in enough political decisions, which is, I can do this, but I'm not doing this if you're not showing up at the press conference. So we rely on each other. We can disagree with each other, but we have to move forward on that. I would also say that I loved, actually, the analogy of Canada and the U.S. I loved it. Because you know what? Canada is kicking some butt right now. Their unemployment is down, their jobs are up, their education system is up, their standard of living is up. I'll take Canada anytime to Chicago. We have to realize that we may at certain times have to come with a more coherent package than they do because they are bigger. So even on a political front, and I want to be a little careful, but I also want to speak honestly, if we can go to them with one voice that says politically this is what we will do, as opposed to saying, well, when does the county exec say that? When does the mayor say that? When does the Kenosha say that? When does M7 say that? We get to put the ball in their court. And they get to say, hey, these guys have their act together. Let's do some business with them. And then we follow up behind. And I know I've not done my job in talking to Chicago business people and saying, let's have a meeting up here. And you should be introduced to some really clever people.
And why don't you think that happens? Why don't you have that conversation?
It's too busy.
That's Illinois and that's Wisconsin. And yeah, you at the end of the day, you're going, okay, I'm spent. But at the same time, I also believe you've got to reserve an energy tank in our positions to make the community better. Mm-hmm. And it didn't cross my mind because I actually thought there was more than a tollway between us. And my mind's been opened in just a morning that says I have a different responsibility, I think, than what I had before.
Mm-hmm. Sometimes all of this gets a bit esoteric. Right. And as Jeff was talking, I thought about it might be helpful just to walk through a very specific example of why I think all of us believe it can't be just the private sector or the public sector. And it's an experience from us through the Milwaukee 7 attracting a company called Ingateam here to Milwaukee. Many of you may have heard of Ingateam. They've just opened up a beautiful new manufacturing facility in the Valley. This is Ingateam's first U.S. investment. They're a Spanish-based company, very large company, privately held, their first U.S. investment. They could have built this particular manufacturing plant anywhere in the United States. In fact, I think their initial screen was in 26 different states. So this was really quite a coup for the Milwaukee region. But it was, and I say the Milwaukee region, not just the city of Milwaukee, even though the Menominee Valley is where they chose to site their new facility. And why did it take everybody? Well, the city of Milwaukee owned the land on which the new plant They sold the land to the new plant. There were jobs tax credits made available by the state of Wisconsin for this. The Milwaukee 7 folks really had a very difficult job to do to point out to them why this was the very best location in the United States for them. And ironically, there were 3 factors at the end of the day in talking to the CEO of Ingateam. Lots of reasons why they chose here, but 3 factors at the end of the day, 2 of which, folks, we could have sat here all day long and never dreamed them up. One is that Milwaukee, and I think this fits for Chicago as well because we're so close in proximity, ranks incredibly highly in terms of cities least likely to have a natural disaster. That they ruled out, the Ingateam folks ruled out the West Coast like in the first cut. Grand Rapids, Michigan scored well on that factor as well. But you think about even a several billion-dollar revenue company in Spain, not really knowing the United States market, they did not want to make a multi-million-dollar investment in a production facility and then find out that a tornado wiped it out or they had an earthquake. It was a huge factor for them. So we scored very well, an attribute on which we were number 1. The second is Briggs & Stratton. And this just really amazed me. Why in the world did they come here? In part because of Briggs & Stratton. Because they don't make small engines. They have nothing to do with lawnmowers or power washers. They viewed the skill set that they needed for their manufacturing floor, the manufacturing talent that they're trying to recruit, they viewed as being similar in skill set to the skills that Briggs & Stratton has to have on their manufacturing floor. And they were very comfortable that there were companies like Briggs & Stratton here that had decades and decades of success of production in this region. The third factor really was, I think, the fact that we had a dedicated team that answered every question. A dedicated team that actually, when it came down to it, got individual meetings with several CEOs in the city so that they could understand who they, what types of people and companies they would be working with the mayor, with the Department of City Development. And then the beauty of all of this is that Ingateam coming here had no supply chain. This is their first investment in the U.S. So the Milwaukee 7 folks actually put together a supplier fair for them. And guess what? They chose companies from 5 of the 7 Milwaukee County counties in the region for suppliers. So yes, the city of Milwaukee won, Menominee Valley won, but the Milwaukee region won. And it took all of those factors and it took all of those players to get that kind of a success. I hope that helps a little.
All hands on deck, basically, is what it sounds like, yeah. Let's take some questions from the audience, and Frank will go over here to begin.
As a lawyer who has an office in Milwaukee and one in Chicago, and as a native of the south side of Chicago, familiar with the tremendous chemistry there is between those cities, and I'm struck by the commonality of the problems that each of us encounters. One is, and my clients tell me that whether they're in Illinois or Wisconsin, that there is a significant issue with respect to the availability, and Gail touched on this, of skilled workforce, and whether there's going to ever be enough supply of skilled workers, as there was when I was a little boy growing up in the south side of Chicago, where people worked in the steel mills for generations, and where people worked in factories for generations. The skills were passed from father to son and on for generations, as was done in Milwaukee. Here it seems to me that whether you're in Chicago, Milwaukee, or northern Indiana, there's a critical need for education to be at the table, especially vocational, technical education that provides all of us with the ability to have workers that can fill the jobs that we are all, every politician, every educator, every business executive is concerned about. Unless we address that problem and find ways to train people to work in the jobs we all want to create and can create those jobs in a three-state area, I think we are all going to be spinning our wheels. So whether this panel can address it or others, I think it's absolutely critical, based on what my clients tell me and what my experience is, that we develop, we don't waste all this talent, youthful talent that hangs out on the streets or has to go to school to take history classes. We desperately need vocational technical training that will provide for all this region the kind of workforce that we need if we're going to move forward.
Anybody want to add anything?
Well, no doubt. There is a plethora of issues in that. One of them is in the 70s. We were conditioned, maybe appropriately, that you better send your children to university, because if they don't go to university, they're never going to get a job. And now we're all sending them to university, and you get a lot of history graduates that are waiting tables. And you get a lot of people who should have gone to technical schools that are not. And therefore, the top level of technical school output is not the same as what it used to be, because they're going on to university. When, in fact, you can make $80,000 as a journeyman electrician, buy 2 trucks, and have a business. So we've got to put honor back into the technical schools. We have to incent what businesses want in conjunction with government. There are dollars that can be incented. If we have a shortfall, the state of Wisconsin is doing some of this now. Where are the clusters? Where's the employees, or I'm sorry, the individuals? Where's the gap? Here's the gap analysis. Where should they go to school? Preliminary indications, surprise, no surprise, they're going sometimes to the wrong schools. So we've got to put incentive programs in place, and we have to have honor back into parents saying, you know what, my daughter's a plumber, and she's got 2 trucks, and she's making $150,000 a year. I mean, we've got to, and that's going to take a long time. And also, educational institutions need to create more agility. And my view is it's not outcome and attainment based enough. It's 2 credits based. We have got to get them through faster. Talent dividend shows us that when you get them through, the whole impact to the community, but we don't accept credits that they had 8 years ago or 4 years ago, and they had to be a mom, or they lost a job, they had to go do something else. We've got to tighten up that system to get them through, qualified. We don't want poorly qualified, but qualified. And there's many things written on this, and we can do a lot better job on it.
Let me take another question. Yes, sir.
Closely related questions.
A while ago, a CEO told me that everybody who comes in to talk to a CEO about an issue, and the CEO asks what the recommendation is, the first or second recommendation is always, this has to be a higher priority for you. So my first question is, why does this rise to that higher level as a priority for you amidst all the competing interests that you have to deal with? And the second question is, there's a lot of written and commented upon about the tyranny of the quarterly report for a publicly traded company's CEO. And so my second question is, what is the conversation like in your boardroom on why this is an issue for you as a CEO and for that company?
Well, it may be a little different for Jeff than for me. For a company like Wisconsin Energy, we're not going to go anywhere. We're not likely to pick up those plants in Oak Creek and move them to San Antonio. That ain't going to happen. So the health of the economy, the growth of the economy is really important to the future of Wisconsin Energy. If we have a shrinking economy, our company's revenues, earnings, net income, and service capability is going to shrink. So for us, as an energy provider, a healthy economy provides the bedrock for success. So it's a very important priority, I think, for our company. And then for me personally, I have been involved in economic development efforts in other places, particularly in Atlanta and in England. When I spent almost 4 years in England, and I have a strong personal interest in it and a love for Milwaukee, the Milwaukee region. So for me, it's kind of an avocation and a passion as well.
I'll take on that a little. One is, if I went to my board and spent and said that I spent 4 hours 2 days before our earnings release on this, they might ask why my prioritization was this, legitimately.
Yeah, but I already know our earnings. We're good.
Yeah, well, I don't. You don't know mine, which are being announced on Friday. At least I hope not. So it is about economic development and some sense of responsibility. I grew up on the south side of Milwaukee. I'm an American, even though 85% of our $23 billion is outside of the U.S. This is extremely important for global competitiveness. I get to go all over the world, maybe too many times, and see what they're scheming, and I say that in a positive European definition of scheming, really putting together, and we've got to get some sense of urgency. I want our headquarters to stay here. Our headquarters is getting harder and harder to find the talented people because the world that is being expected to respond to, whether it be technology or systems or other things, we need better talent. So the fact is this is part of my responsibility, and I'm passionate about it, and I think it's really important. Secondly, on the quarterly earnings things, these elements do get harder, and Gail does have a bit more of an indigenous, the stronger you make this, the more power you can sell. And I say that not in a poorly, malintended intent. It's just a good thing. Whereas it doesn't affect our company as much. But I talk to so many CEOs in this region. They believe that, whether it be Steve Roll at Johnson Controls, who's running a global company, he knows that this is still really an important region to keep the headquarters there. So part of this is the right thing to do, and there's still a fair amount of room, even at the board level, that if I'm saying this is the right thing to do, they say, okay, keep doing it. That's what you should be doing.
I would say what Jeff and Gail are saying really, for me, shows what's incredibly special about this community. Atlantic Cities just came out with a report, I think on the 13th, saying that we are now #1 in the U.S. in terms of corporate headquartered cities for our size, with the population base and the metro size. And based on that, one of the benefits for me and my job and for this community is that we have CEOs like you two who are incredibly dedicated and have the firepower of their corporation behind them to make changes in this community and in the region. And it's unusual. A lot of people don't realize how different it is here. You can go to other communities like this across the country, and those corporate headquarters are gone. And what goes along with that is that civic engagement and that civic pride that the CEO brings to the table and the leadership. And we're really blessed here with that, and I hope people realize it.
I'm going to take one more question. Yes, sir. And then.
Yeah. What can you do to get state governments supporting your efforts? It seems to me like you're up against a brick wall if you can't do that.
Well, I can take a shot at that.
You go ahead, Gail.
Yeah, all right. Actually, I think Julia probably better. Now, the truth of the matter is, we had very significant support from Governor Doyle personally in the creation of the M7.
Yes.
There's just no doubt about that. And the creation of Wisconsin's new jobs tax credits was really the result of a long dialogue between several of us on the M7 and Governor Doyle himself. So during the Doyle administration, I thought we had as strong a support for the regional economic development effort as you could possibly want from a governor. Governor Walker has been equally supportive, without a doubt. A number of us talk with him. I mean, obviously, he has set as a personal goal for his administration the creation of 250,000 new jobs. He's been very engaged, and he's one of our better closers in terms of projects that the M7 is working on. He will get personally involved. Make a call to him, and it's important for the governor to talk to a particular prospect overseas that we're trying to lure to the Milwaukee region. He will drop what he's doing and make that call. I actually feel like we've gotten very, very good support at the state level for the economic development effort.
Do you think the state government would be supportive of this idea, a closer relationship between Chicago and Milwaukee? Would that support go that far, or is it more support that's confined to, I'm going to back the efforts of the M7 because that's good for the state of Wisconsin?
I think you have to make the case. I think if there's a clear case to be made that the Milwaukee region is better off and our economy is better off through closer cooperation with a broader region, I think there would be support, but you've got to make the case.
I'm going to have to wrap things up right there because we're going to take a lunch break. We will be gone from 12 to 12:30, back in this room at 12:30. When we come back, we're going to be hearing from Dick Longworth, who has written some fascinating stuff about the Midwest and Midwestern cities and how they're faring in today's very complex global economy. So thank you very much to this panel.
Well, welcome back. I think we can all agree we had a great morning and we learned a lot. On behalf of the Milwaukee Journal-Sentinel, I'm David Haynes. I'm the editorial page editor at the Journal. And I just want to take a moment to thank you all for both our panels and for you, the audience, for the terrific discussions during our morning sessions. It's now my pleasure to introduce a man who I think probably knows as much as anyone from the grassroots up about the Midwest economy. Richard Longworth logged thousands of miles, and I don't know, he went through at least one car, I think, in researching his latest book, published a few years ago, called Caught in the Middle, America's Heartland in the Age of Globalism. He did that in order to try to answer the question, how is the Midwest adjusting to globalization? And see, the answer then and often now is not as well as we'd like. So we'll talk more about that as Dick gives his remarks. I think it's clear that one big piece here that's missing is often simple lack of communication. In a white paper that Mr. Longworth wrote for us, and which was excerpted in our paper 2 weeks ago, he wrote, "It's hard to imagine two cities with more to talk about, and it's hard to imagine two cities that spend less time talking about their almost identical challenges." Richard Longworth is a senior fellow at the Chicago Council on Global Affairs, and among other things, he is the author and keeper of the Midwesterner blog. He came to the Council in 2003 after a distinguished career in journalism, most recently as senior correspondent for the Chicago Tribune, where for 20 years he was a foreign correspondent, reporting from 80 countries and 5 continents. Twice, he was a finalist for the Pulitzer Prize. It's my pleasure, and please join me in welcoming back to Milwaukee, Richard Longworth.
Dave, thanks so much for the wonderful introduction, for inviting me here. Thanks to the Journal-Sentinel and to Marquette for putting on this terrific program. I thought that was a very meaty morning, and I'm looking forward to the panels this afternoon, so I will talk fast. And you're right, I did put some miles on, 70,000 miles altogether so far, traveling around the Midwest. The beauty of traveling around the Midwest is that you don't have to go through O'Hare to do it. It is fun and exciting to be here. I always feel comfortable in Milwaukee. My sister and her husband, who are here today, they live here. They raise their family here. I've got good friends at the Journal-Sentinel and elsewhere in town. My wife and I like to come up here to visit that terrific art museum and have a good meal, so it's no wonder that I feel at home here. But when I say that, that's kind of a silly thing to say. Of course I feel at home here. Because for a Chicagoan, Milwaukee looks like home and it feels like home. Same lake, same sort of urban, gritty feel that only real industrial cities have. Same reverence for calories in our cooking. I drove up here last night and never really got out in the country, urban all the way. And I'll be home tonight in time for dinner. A longer commute than I have in Chicago maybe, but not much. Let's face it, Chicago and Milwaukee may not be one big city. There's too much local pride for that. I still feel too good on the rare occasions when the Cubs beat the Brewers. But we've got too much in common. We really are too much alike in so many ways to treat each other as strangers or as rivals. We've never really been in competition. We rose together with the whole Midwest through the industrial era of the 19th and 20th centuries. And we've been declining together, again, with the whole Midwest, in the post-industrial era or the Rust Belt era, or call it what you will. Now, as a Cubs fan, I'm only too familiar with the concept of a bad century. Well, folks, our two towns, along with the rest of the Midwest, are about 30 or 40 years into a bad century right now. If we're going to rise again, if we're going to recover an economy that provides a level for economic decency for most of our residents, as the industrial era did, if we're going to do this, we're going to have to do it together. I guess it's possible that Milwaukee could exist as some sort of glistening island of prosperity in a hollowed-out Midwest with a festering Chicago just to the south, but I wouldn't bet on it. Now, all of this seems obvious to me, and I think to most people at this conference, and I bet to most people in Chicago and Milwaukee. So why aren't we doing something about it? We're not fighting, but we're sure not working together either. That's what this conference is for, and it's what I want to talk about today. In my book and in my writing since then, I've been harping on this business of regionalism, on the need for the Midwest to abandon thinking and policies hemmed in by town lines and state lines and begin thinking like the true region that we are. Everywhere I go in the Midwest, I run into local leaders in government and business, academia, who are real experts on their own backyard, who know everything there is to know about their own city and state, but who literally have no idea what's going on next door across the state line. This is as true of cities like Chicago and Milwaukee as of any place in the Midwest. This was brought home to me recently when friends in Chicago City Hall, the people who work for Mayor Emanuel, admitted they knew nothing about the Water Council in Milwaukee and all you're doing with fresh water. You know, this Water Council is kind of a big deal. These Chicagoans said they'd heard rumors that something was going on up here, but they had no idea what it was. Even though Chicago shares the same lake and should be as interested in its freshwater resources as you are. Now, I know Chicago is parochial. I know we spend a lot of time studying our own navel and pretty much ignoring everything that goes on north of Evanston, but this is ridiculous. If we're going to cope with this new global economy, if we're going to thrive in the 21st century as we did through much of the 20th, we've just got to start talking with each other, finding out what assets and strengths we have in this big metro region, and then start leveraging those assets, working together to become more than just the sum of our parts. But this begs the question of what a region is and what regionalization means. Now, I'd argue that the Midwest is a region, one big region, for pretty much the same reason that Milwaukee and Chicago have that special link. This area, from Pittsburgh west through most of Iowa, is the industrial heart of America, the foundry, more recently the Rust Belt. It shares an economy based on heavy industry. It also shares a history of immigration, mostly east to west, of early settlers from New England, of labor immigrants from Europe drawn to our factories and mills, later the great black migration from the South, and still later the arrival of Hispanics, all creating a mosaic of people and cultures unique in this nation. There's not much difference here between Cleveland or Detroit or Chicago or Milwaukee. Same geography, same people. The great cities share a geography, mostly on the Great Lakes or on the rivers such as St. Louis. Commerce moved by water then. We put our state capitals in the centers of states, but our great cities grew up on the edge of states where the economy and the action was. This region shares another historic peculiarity, the almost frivolous location of our state lines. Let me get into a little history here. Most Midwestern states, including Illinois and Wisconsin, were carved out of the Northwest Territory, which was decreed in the Northwest Ordinance of 1787. This was about 220 years ago, all before there were enough non-Native Americans here to even form states. But the ordinance went ahead and decreed that when the states were formed, their boundaries would be pretty much where they are now. Now, this didn't make much sense then, and it doesn't make any real sense now. It's all about as arbitrary as the boundary line the British drew around Iraq and causes almost as much trouble. Actually, Chicago and Milwaukee should have ended up in the same state. The Northwest Ordinance said that Illinois and Wisconsin could be one state, stretching from the Ohio River to Canada. But if they wanted to be two states, the state line between them had to be on the same parallel as the northern state line of Indiana, which is pretty much at the bottom of Lake Michigan. Take a look at a map, and you'll see that had this been obeyed, most of Chicago north of Hyde Park would have been in Wisconsin from the get-go. Seriously. I mean, this opens up endless possibilities. Wisconsin pizza? Chicago brats? The Wisconsin Bears, the Democratic machine of Wisconsin? Chicago is a bastion of good government? With Governor Quinn of Wisconsin bad-mouthing Illinois. You know, the Cubs might even win the pennant. Oh, wait a minute. Sorry, I'm getting carried away. But what actually happened was some political wheeling and dealing when Illinois entered the Union about 30 years later. Basically, there was a land grab, a ploy by Illinois politicians to seize the trade routes from the east for their state. Through these machinations, the line was moved north about 50 or 60 miles to where it is now. Now, all this happened about 200 years ago. It's a true accident of history, but it bedevils us to this day. The same arbitrariness exercised 2 centuries ago, before the Midwest even had an economy, dictated the other state lines. It's why Auto Alley in Michigan can't cooperate with Auto Alley in Ohio, or why Indiana keeps trying to steal companies from Illinois. There's only been one war between the states. This was the so-called Toledo War of the 1830s, when a surveyor's mistake resulted in Michigan and Ohio claiming the same territory. Ohio won, if getting Toledo counts as winning. And Michigan got the Upper Peninsula as a consolation prize. At any rate, each state now has its own legislature, mostly dominated by rural interests that ignore the needs of the old, big industrial cities. Each state has its own Big Ten university, which competes not only in football but in research and grants, when they all should be cooperating on inventing the Midwest's post-industrial future. Each state has its own bioscience and biotech programs, guaranteeing a regional fragmentation in the industry, plant and animal science, where the Midwest should be leading the world. Instead, all the big bio companies and bio jobs are out there on the 2 coasts. In other words, this Midwest of ours is a very balkanized and competitive place, split between jurisdictions in a pattern of rivalry, even hostility, that keeps us from getting our economic and political act together. Once, when industry was strong and jobs were plentiful, we could afford this balkanization, but no more. We exist now in a globalizing world in which cities and states, from the Pearl River Delta in China to the Randstad and Orison regions in Europe, are joining forces to be literally all they can be. If we Midwesterners don't do the same, we're going to be left behind. Come to think of it, we are being left behind in jobs, income, industry, in the sheer ability to provide a decent standard of living for our people. So what do we do about it? We can't wipe out those state lines. The federal system is not about to be repealed, but nor is globalization. Increasingly, global corporations ignore state and national boundaries as though they don't exist. The solution now is for us to do the same, to go around and over those political boundaries, to find channels of communication and cooperation not already sealed off by decades of political jealousies and turf wars. State lines aren't the only problems, of course. City and county lines, even township lines, split this region into literally thousands of political jurisdictions, about 1,700 of them right here in the Chicago-Milwaukee region. But the good news is that cities and counties are realizing that they don't count for much all by themselves and are joining hands to build a common future. Chicago has its Metropolitan Mayors Caucus, embracing some 270 mayors. The Chicago Metropolitan Agency for Planning, or CMAP, has laid out a vision for Chicago and its collar counties. The Milwaukee region has its Southeastern Wisconsin Planning Commission doing the same, plus the M7 counties working together to turn these plans into reality. The presence here later today of Tony Preckwinkle, who is president of the Cook County Board, is a sign of how smart people in government are realizing that the future of their particular turf depends on the health of the entire region. It's impossible to imagine Tony Preckwinkle's predecessors being here, but she's here. She gets it. But if cities and counties are joining the 21st century, most Midwestern states still remain locked in the past, squabbling with each other, competing to steal companies, bragging about their superior tax structures, cutting spending on education and infrastructure, which means that they're shortchanging the future. The constitutions of most give them too much control over their cities, over taxing and bonding and zoning powers, meaning cities are hamstrung when plotting their own futures. Most big cities, including Milwaukee and Chicago, send more money to their state capital than they get back. It's not that the governors of our states are hostile to cities. Pat Quinn hails from Chicago, and Scott Walker went to school right here at Marquette. The fact that Paul Jaden is here today from Madison is important, but too many people in Springfield and Madison do believe in keeping Chicago and Milwaukee on a very short leash. As I said, state governments aren't about to disappear. So what can our cities realistically do to link their futures? What has to change in the way they think about each other and talk with each other? That OECD report on the Chicago region came up with some ideas for specific areas of cooperation. But the best was a suggestion just to get the conversation started. Let's face it, we really aren't talking to each other right now. I suggest that a group of people from Milwaukee and Chicago take it upon themselves to get this conversation going. Yes, it'll be a self-selected group, not necessarily representative, but it should include people with some understanding of where the Midwest and these two cities fit into a globalizing world. Moreover, they should represent institutions that do bring some clout to the table. Business groups are a great place to start. Businesses these days know what globalization and global competition means. We heard a lot this morning about the need to create business clusters and how those are already being created. Now, these can be individual companies, like the ones that energize the Water Council, or they can be organizations like M7 or the Metropolitan Milwaukee Association of Commerce, or in Chicago, the Chicagoland Chamber of Commerce, which is taking the lead to put that OECD report into practice. But it has to be more than just business. It has to include other stakeholders, other constituencies. Universities, for instance, like Marquette and UWM here, or UIC and DePaul in Chicago. And not only universities, but especially community colleges, which are really on the front lines today of this global economy. Community groups are vital. I'm delighted that the Metropolitan Planning Commission is here today. It's putting on a program next week featuring the mayors of Milwaukee, Chicago, and Gary. Community foundations are vital, too. Not only can they tap funding, but their work takes them to the front lines of economic decline so they know what needs to be done. Yes, these foundations are mandated to serve their cities, just as the government of Cook County is mandated to serve Cook County. But if Tony Preckwinkle understands that Cook County can't thrive in a dying region, so some of these community foundations know that their cities don't exist on their own. They need to belong to a league of vibrant cities. The Chicago Community Trust, for instance, understands this and belongs at our table. Media are crucial to spread the word. The Journal Sentinel, of course, helped launch this program today and seems committed to closing the gap between Milwaukee and Chicago. I wish I could say the same about my old employer, the Chicago Tribune, and maybe it too will rediscover its regional roots as soon as it emerges from bankruptcy. Pretty quick, too. In the meantime, give a seat at the table to NPR, stations in both Milwaukee and Chicago. More than any other media, NPR is doing groundbreaking work on problems of old Midwestern industrial cities and where they're going. And unions definitely have to be there. Like businesses, they've been through the global wars, and they know what's needed. Finally, governments, especially local governments, need a seat at the table. But we heard this morning how too often they're too parochial, too focused on their own local needs like crime and education to see the bigger picture. For this reason, government can't take the lead and shouldn't be asked to. But sooner or later, whatever happens to our two cities, governments have to be a part of the process. Now, all this sounds pretty informal, but it shouldn't be. There has to be a commitment here. And this means regular meetings, agendas, possibly some seconded staff like the Itasca Project up in Minneapolis. It may mean retreats. It certainly means joint projects. The idea is to make communication between Chicago and Milwaukee a habit, to get leaders of the two cities so used to the idea that much good happens unless they're both in it together that they do make it a habit. So talking is good, but talking about what? This conference is hearing a lot of good ideas on this topic, so let me just mention a couple. A high-speed commuter rail link between the two cities would work wonders. Now, I'm not talking about a 220-mile-an-hour bullet train, but something that would trim the present commute and make it easier for Milwaukeeans to live here and work in Chicago or vice versa. or simply to do business in each other's city. The current Amtrak service is a help, but it really doesn't do it. Chicago's Metric commuter service only enters Wisconsin at Kenosha to turn around and go back. So far, neither Metra nor the Wisconsin state government has shown any enthusiasm for the kind of regional commuter trains that the rest of the world takes for granted. So an immediate task for our talkers' table is to stir up the political pressure that would begin to get this job done. Also, call me envious, but I sure do wish Chicago had a piece of that water project of yours. Chicago needs its own water council, and Chicago universities like UIC should be cooperating with UWM on water research. I suspect some Milwaukeeans will see this as poaching on Milwaukee's good idea, but there's enough water out there to go around, and it belongs to the entire Midwest. I wouldn't wish thirst on anybody, even a Texan. But 20 years from now, if anybody wants to live or work or invest in a region with a reliable source of fresh water, it's here, and it's time we got ready for it. The drought this summer is a foretaste of the future of much of the country, and which is going to be looking to us with some envy. This whole region, not just Milwaukee, is about to become the fresh water center of the universe, and we all need to benefit from it. Here's another idea. Our two state governments are making fools of themselves trying to grab businesses from each other. Let's say this region between Milwaukee and Chicago calls a truce, says out loud that any investment in the region benefits the whole region. Madison and Springfield can do what they want, but we're not going to join that game. One final idea. Both Illinois and Wisconsin have offices, trade and investment offices scattered around the world. Most are underfunded. Many are in places where people really aren't quite sure where Illinois and Wisconsin even are. How about this region, Milwaukee and Chicago and the cities in between, marketing itself as a region, bragging about its universities and its workers and its natural beauties, going after businesses and tourists, again, on the assumption that anything that's good for part of the region is good for all of it. Now, this is a grab bag of ideas, some no doubt half-baked, some still pretty raw. My purpose here is the same as my purpose in all the writing and other work I've been doing the past few years. It's to be a town crier, shouting out that things have changed for the Midwest and for our cities. It's not your granddaddy's economy anymore. The economy and the industries that kept us rich and happy for more than a century have gone away, and they are not coming back. So we have to meet a new century and a new economy with new ways of working, especially new ways of working together. The good news is that most of what I've been saying is what most Midwesterners were already thinking. I think everybody knows what's going on and has a pretty good idea of what's needed. Marquette knows for sure, and so does the Journal Sentinel, which is what this conference is all about. The same conversation is going on elsewhere in the Midwest, among people who know that they have to reinvent their future. So far, there's still more talk than action, but that's a big improvement over the previous state of denial, which is pretty much the Midwestern way of dealing with things. Now what we need, what we're talking about today, is action. I'm excited to be here today among people like you all who know that our region, our two cities, have a future and want to help build it. I'm grateful to Marquette and the Journal Sentinel, to Joe Kearney and Dave Haynes for taking the lead. I'm anxious to help. I'm still going to cheer for the Cubs on the rare occasions when they give me something to cheer about. But otherwise, I'm going to claim citizenship in both cities, Milwaukee and Chicago, in the firm belief that the future belongs to both of us. Thank you.
So during this panel, we'll be talking about the transportation opportunities and challenges for the Milwaukee-Chicago region. Some of them are outlined in the OECD report. I'm sure we'll talk about that. And there's been a great deal of discussion, as many of you know, about the issue of transportation infrastructure, especially in Wisconsin over the past year, and we'll touch on that, I'm sure, as well. I'd like to introduce our panel. I'm joined today, first of all, I'm David Haynes. I'm the editorial page editor of the Milwaukee Journal Sentinel. I'm joined today by Joseph C. Szabo, who is the administrator for the Federal Railroad Administration. As such, he's responsible for overseeing the operations of the administration, for managing railroad safety, enforcing railroad safety laws and regulations, and for developing and implementing a national freight and passenger rail policy. Joe Zabel, welcome.
Thank you.
To his left and my left, Mark Wolfgram, who is the administrator of the Wisconsin Department of Transportation's Division of Transportation Investment Management. That's a post he's held since 2003, and that's the department's division that handles statewide planning and programming. He has responsibility for developing long-range department plans as well as administration and management of state and local highway, local transportation aids, transit, rail, harbor, and airport programs. Mark, welcome.
Thank you.
And on the far end, Eric Lind, who is a senior transportation planner and engineer for the Southeastern Wisconsin Regional Planning Commission. While at SewerPAC, he has been involved in numerous local and regional planning efforts. Some of the major efforts have included individual transit development plans for some of the region's transit systems, studies for the Kenosha-Racine, Milwaukee, the KRM commuter rail project, and staffing and research for the former Southeastern Regional Transit Authority. Eric Lind, welcome, and thanks for being with us.
Thank you.
Joe, I'd like to turn to you first. I wondered if you would just take a moment, a couple of minutes, to talk about existing federal rail policy as it relates to the Milwaukee-Chicago corridor.
Sure. First off, I'd like to say, there's an old story that in the early years of the NFL, I believe it was George Halas' Chicago Bears couldn't make payroll. And Curly Lambeau actually gave a loan to Halas to make that payroll and ensure that the Chicago Bears remain viable. And Lambeau and Halas both understood that while they competed vigorously, the success of each other was critical to their own success as well as the success of the National Football League. So I do think that these parochial battles between Wisconsin and Illinois can be overcome. There's a fundamental adage that no economy can ever grow faster than its transportation network can carry it, and that its fundamentals about the efficient movement of information as well as goods and people. And you take a look back historically, before the Transcontinental Railroad, with the exception of waterways, no economy was any bigger than the distance a horse could walk in a day. And no economy could ever grow any faster than the speed of a walking horse. And the same was true with the flow of information at that time. It was by word of mouth and, of course, letters by Pony, the Pony Express. But the national economy wasn't unleashed until the construction of the Transcontinental Railroad, and that shrunk the expanse of the nation and allowed the movement of people, the movement of goods, and, of course, the telegraph lines that went along with the construction of the Transcontinental Railroad allowed for the more expeditious movement of information. And so for the first time, that linked up all of these disconnected local economies into a national economy. Take the next step to the interstate highway system. That actually just took it one step further and actually, again, shrunk the expanse of the nation and created these linkages so we could have a national economy. I would argue that one of the biggest challenges that we have today is the threat that congestion plays in limiting the growth of our economies. Congestion today costs our economy about $130 billion a year, and it's growing. We're projected to have 100 million more Americans call our nation home by the year 2050. And to put that 100 million people in perspective, that's like the population of another California, Texas, Florida, and New York all combined. So we're talking about a lot of people. That's also going to result in the need for our freight transportation system, not just rail, but freight transportation in general, to haul 4 billion more tons of freight. And so we're talking about an astronomical amount of freight that's going to have to be moved. And so we're really going to have to, facilitate these strategies on how we can better move both people and good. Midwest here is projected to see a 30% growth in population. And, of course, the Chicagoland tri-state region already has the second most congested highway networks in the nation. The U.S. Chamber of Commerce has been out front calling for no more business as usual. And they've been supporting the need to make investments in a fully integrated transportation network, not just the legacy modes of highways and air, which of course are going to continue to play an important role, but they can't do it alone. We have to balance and do a better job of integrating our transportation network. I would make the argument that whether we're talking passenger or freight, that rail for too long has been the forgotten mode. If you take a look at the efficiencies of rail, when you're talking about moving freight, large tonnages of freight over long distances, other than waterways, there is no mode that is more efficient than freight rail. Carries a ton of freight roughly 500 miles on a single gallon of fuel. And the same can be said for passenger rail, where you have the appropriate population densities connecting, large and mid-sized cities in radiuses of roughly 500 miles or less. 2 railroad tracks can carry as many people as 16 lanes of highway. So my argument would be, and where I'd at least like to start the discussion, certainly we can get into wherever you want to go on other transportation modes, that for the Chicagoland tri-state region to become more innovative, it's going to have to improve its transportation network to fulfill its economic potential. And so we need to seize the opportunity from a rail perspective that the Chicago hub offers us. Distributed information on the Midwest Regional Rail Initiative. This isn't a Federal Railroad Administration plan. It actually belongs to the 9 state DOTs. It connects the 40 largest Midwest urban communities and markets together with fast, frequent service, more than 60 round trips connecting these cities. And again, what this would do is effectively shrink the size of the Midwest. Taken on its own, the Midwest, if properly connected, is the 5th largest economy in the world if it were a standalone nation. So, certainly this would make the region a better place to locate a business. So while I think it's important that we have the conversation about connecting Chicago and Milwaukee, I would argue that we actually need to be looking at taking it a step further.
It's a broader issue.
Yeah.
Eric, I'm sorry, Mark, let me turn to you next. How do the plans that, at least generally sketched out that you heard from the administrator, fit with Wisconsin's current plans for rail?
Well, we have very active rail freight and passenger programs. Maybe many people don't know it, but as the Class 1 railroads have abandoned lines in the state, we've purchased them. We own, I think, some 500 miles plus, most of which is operated by the Wisconsin Southern Railroad. And we do that because we see it as a vital to economic development across the state, that once these rail freight options are gone, we'll never get them back or very difficult to recreate them. So we're investing there. We're very heartened by what's going on down in Chicago with the CREATE program, which no one's mentioned till now, which I find I expected someone to, because as the railroads developed, as we heard, it made Chicago such a center of transportation. They were all individual railroads, and it takes as long to get through, wives' tale, I don't know for sure, but it takes as long for rail cars to get through Chicago as it does to get from L.A. to Chicago.
Explain briefly the CREATE program.
It's, well, maybe Joe could do a better job than I, but it's a consortium, I would say, partnership between local governments in the Chicago area, the federal government, business, to take care of some of the more vexing bottlenecks to allow traffic to move, exchange between railroads much more efficiently, much more quickly, because time is a big factor in the cost of transportation, the cost of doing business. So it's multi-billion dollars of investment, I believe, over the next several years. They're well engaged, and that'll definitely have a benefit for Wisconsin industry. So I'd say we're very big supporters of freight rail in the state, have a very active program where we invest in rail infrastructure. We improve it to get a higher operating speeds. On the passenger side, again, we support the Hiawatha. The Hiawatha is a priority for the department. You know, we've talked about the 810, and history is history, but enough recognition hasn't been given, and maybe people just aren't aware.
810, you mean the $800 million for the high-speed
rail?
Right,
to extend to Madison.
Yeah.
But there is work that was also part of that same application process to improve service between Milwaukee and Madison, or Milwaukee and Chicago. And that work is undergoing. I mean, it's not the big headline gathering stuff. It's something called the Truesdale crossover, which is basically some infrastructure investment that was identified as being absolutely essential on the Canadian Pacific Railroad to allow an increase in trips between Chicago and Milwaukee to provide extra service. In other words, it allows the freight trains to get out of the way for the faster passenger trains. That's undergoing right now. We're extending the platform at the Milwaukee Airport Station as another leg of that. And we're also in the cooperating with the state of Illinois, DOTs. We've been working together with them not only on the Midwest Regional Rail Initiative over the past number of years in the other 7 states, but specifically with Illinois DOT to, again, study more completely the range of infrastructure investments that are needed between Chicago and Milwaukee to allow more trips. What we know from the work that's been done so far is that there's kind of a big lump, pretty big lump, and then a huge lump that we can get to probably 10 round trips with, and this is the part we're trying to figure out, but several $100 million certainly, we believe, where there'll be more things like some crossovers, some grade separations, a workaround to try to get the freight that flows through the Milwaukee Intermodal Station out of the station, or at least provide an option so that it all doesn't have to go through the station, which is all necessary basically to allow freight and passenger to coexist on those lines. It'll also, we think, allow somewhat higher operating speeds where we could maybe go to up to 90 miles an hour, which is kind of the next step up in terms of operating authority. But exactly how fast we'd be able to go depends, again, on the amount of the volume on these lines and the dispatching. So I think a lot's going on. In addition to that, we're working with the state of Minnesota on the Empire Builder, which goes from Chicago through Milwaukee to the Twin Cities and then west, and putting another frequency on there as well.
Okay, Erica, let me turn to you. What has SewerPAC identified in terms of passenger rail as sort of the most important plans that we should be looking at?
Well, sure. I think upgrades to the Hiawatha line, like Mark's talking about here, are definitely one of the major improvements that we've identified. The other one, which I'm sure everybody here is familiar with, is the Kenosha-Racine-Milwaukee KRM commuter rail line. That's the term that I use is indefinitely postponed. It's dead right now. We did a lot of work to study it, and I think there's a couple of reasons why maybe it didn't pan out. Number one, it was trying to be pushed forward during an economic downturn, and it's always tough to get new spending done. But number two, and this is an issue that we've probably harped on over and over over the last decade, is that the issue with transit funding in our region is a big one. It's hard to justify spending money on a shiny new train when you have failing transit systems and they have all these financial crises. They're uniquely funded. Maybe this is getting off topic a little bit, but it's very important to understand that KRM probably can't be resurrected without first addressing the transit system's funding issues.
That's because of the connection issue between people have somewhere to go after they get off
the
train.
Right. Yeah, you can't end up in one place and then have no way to get to that to your destination. So.
What are the prospects for KRM? I'd be interested in having the other two panelists talk about that as well, particularly in terms of better cooperation. And Dick Longworth mentioned it a bit ago that there hasn't been, in his estimation, that much cooperation on the Illinois side of the border for Metra. What's it going to take to get that going? Or should we get it going?
Well, I can speak to that a little bit. He was definitely right. I was involved with the planning effort. It was an overall effort where the cities of Milwaukee, Racine, and Kenosha, along with the counties and the state DOT, were all partners in collaborating and doing this work. And certainly one of the things we did early on was to meet with Metra to try to get their cooperation in the study. And basically they were very resistant. Again, they're responding. To me, it's a question of priorities. I like the way that Eric put it, that I don't know that anybody is absolutely against anything. It's where we differ is what should come first. And in my mind, Metra was responding to its own charter, which was Illinois-based, its own sense of priorities, that if they put money into helping us with the planning effort, that's money that's diverted from other things that they think were higher priorities. But some type of cooperation was essential because it compromised ultimately the type of service that could be provided. We knew that having to have a cross-platform transfer between KRM and Metra.
That's where you ended up.
That's where we ended up. It's the only thing we would work out. In Kenosha was going to hurt ridership. The operating railroads, Union Pacific in this case, was not too thrilled with it because now they had to have two trains where they had to synchronize instead of just having one through. So there are issues there to be worked out, and where cooperation would definitely improve the cost-benefit numbers. I really thought before, I think another thing that was lacking, there is this transit tie, and certainly federal funding is part of that, I believe, as well, should be mentioned. Federal Transit Administration has invested a lot in the transit systems in Wisconsin, and certainly they're of the mind to not let that investment decline to take resources and put it in something additional like commuter rail, so that we need to take care of both. And I think one aspect that could be helpful is stronger business support to make the case, as was said earlier, for the need for this, that it relates to our economic competitiveness as a region.
Wasn't there fairly strong business support, particularly from Racine County?
There was some. S.C. Johnson was very strong, but I don't know. It's just my opinion. It wasn't there. It was there, but it didn't rise to maybe a high enough level of support.
And there certainly was political opposition on the Wisconsin side of the border to KRM, as we know. So we can't lay the loss of KRM at the feet of Metra entirely. But aren't we talking about, again, here sort of an issue with state lines, in a way, getting in the way of this development? Can any of you envision a time when we could have a regional transportation authority that would cross those state lines?
Well, I would only say this. I don't know that I can go on the record and say that you're going to have a regional transportation authority, but I do know in the reauthorization proposal that U.S. DOT had put forward when it came to rail development, one of the key things we were advancing was the need for stronger regional planning when it came to rail. Again, whether you're talking about freight rail development or intercity passenger rail development, and obviously in this case and others around the nation where you have major urban areas that transcend a couple of states, it certainly will be important for commuter rail in transit development. So we believe that one of the most important things we can do as an agency is to help strengthen states' ability to plan for and execute rail projects, and then take it to the next layer strengthen the ability to look at these from a more regional perspective. You know, whether you're talking about something like the Midwest Regional Rail Initiative, or whether you're talking about developing commuter rail, you know, across state lines, they're going to have to be planned for regionally. It can't just end at the state line.
Mm-hmm. Aren't there some models for that? The Port Authority of New York works multi-state, correct?
Yeah, certainly that would work in the case. And obviously they operate the PATH service, the PATH commuter service between New Jersey and New York. You know, from a rail standpoint, we're actually looking a little bit bigger. But certainly from a commuter and transit standpoint, the PATH model or, you know, Port Authority model could work.
And I'd like to have all three of you weigh in on this. Joe, you talked about the Midwest network and the high-speed rail. What are the prospects for that at this point? We know what happened in Wisconsin last year. What are the prospects for that reemerging at some point?
Well, it doesn't need to reemerge because it's already moving forward. Significant progress is being made today on two of the first priority legs, Chicago-Detroit and Chicago-St. Louis. With the existing funding that's been awarded and the construction that's already underway, about 75% of the trip between Chicago and St. Louis will be at sustained speeds of 110 miles an hour in the next 2.5 years. Similar story in Chicago to Detroit. About 80% of that trip will be at sustained speeds of 110 miles per hour. And as Mark said, very quietly, Wisconsin's been doing some very good work. You know, they've chosen, instead of talking about expanding the network, they've chosen to take the approach of focusing on the connection between Chicago and Milwaukee. You know, taking a look at what is it going to take to move from 7 round trips a day to 10 round trips. What is it going to take to incrementally move from 79 miles an hour to 90? Construction's underway on the Truesdale crossovers. The Wadsworth Bridge will start in a couple of weeks. Improvements, you know, at the stations. General Mitchell Airport, there's an extension on the platform there. You know, when we talk about multimodalism, the conversation earlier was talking about, you know, the need to expand the use of Mitchell Airport. The Midwest Regional Rail Initiative actually ties in directly with that by providing that good seamless linkage from Chicago and the north suburbs right to Mitchell Airport. So,
Mark?
Well, that's right. I mean, I think that was a pretty visionary move. I think it's only one of 4, is it? That right? Stations at Amtrak stations at an airport? And across the country, there are a few.
There's a few. Obviously, BWI, Baltimore, Washington, on the East Coast, which is huge. But, you know, certainly as you build out your vision here in Wisconsin and get up to the 10 round trips, or, you know, the long-term, you know, vision under the plan is 17 trips between Chicago and Milwaukee. You know, you really have the ability to maximize the potential of Mitchell.
And I guess in terms of Midwest Regional Rail and prospects, I think it's all tied up in what's going on nationally. Certain things are happening, but certainly we're having quite a debate at the national level on what level of funding should be provided federally for passenger rail. And again, I tend to see it more as again, a question of priority. Difficult economy, difficult raising revenue, debt issues, and where do we put our resources? I fully believe that maybe not in my lifetime, but at some point we will have something like the Midwest Regional Rail Initiative, because I think air traffic will become more difficult. It can substitute for a lot of the short-term trips that take limited air capacity. So it's a resource challenge I see now, is more so than something that will never happen.
Mm-hmm. Eric, where was high-speed rail in Surpec's plans?
Well, I think that first of all, WSDOT is the lead agency that works with the railroads. So, you know, we really work on any efforts that they work on. We try to get actively involved, and ultimately we incorporate the improvements that they want to, you know, see go forward, like the high-speed rail. in our plans because they're an improvement to the transportation network, and that's our ultimate goal is to have a balanced transportation network. Otherwise, I think speaking to the prospects of getting this type of service, the improvements, particularly on the Hiawatha line, getting that upgraded. The two guys sitting next to me are the experts. I mean, these guys know it in and out. So.
Well, back to the Hiawatha for a minute. I wonder how the Hiawatha's future is affected, if it is, by the legislature's decision not to invest in the new train maintenance facility here in Milwaukee or the new train set. Now, a fair amount has been made about that, both politically and otherwise. Mm-hmm. What's the real effect of that? Joe, can you speak to that?
I'm not sure that it's entirely that significant long-term to stunting the growth of the Hiawathas. A line that's seen its ridership double in the past decade. It set all-time ridership records last year, breaking the all-time ridership record from the year before. The Midwest has moved forward. I was talking about the fact that Chicago-St. Louis and Chicago-Detroit are going to be substantially complete, 75, 80% complete. But the other component of that is a all-new fleet of equipment, 130 new coaches, I think about 35 new locomotives for the Chicago hubs. So, Wisconsin DOT had a desire to go forward with Talgo equipment. Talgo is a little bit of an anomaly from the most of the existing equipment that's out there, and that's why it would have required its own maintenance facility. Beautiful equipment. It's in operation on in the Pacific Northwest. I wrote it about 2 months ago. But the fact that it was a step away from the consolidation of equipment that's taking place in the Midwest, is what made it a little bit problematic.
Mm-hmm. Mark, effects on the Hiawatha?
I agree with Joe. I understand the public concern and support for passenger rail and the feeling that this obviously is of significance to that, but I don't think it's negative either. I think we need to remember that, number one, as Joe said, the ridership on that line has been growing dramatically. We're on pace to set another record this year, probably fairly easily. And a number of the trips, the early morning trip to Chicago and then early afternoon, not early afternoon, but kind of the first train after 4 o'clock or whatever back, are often standing room only. And the Talgo trains, very slick equipment, nice equipment, no doubt, but there's also limited seating. And so there's actually more seats on the existing Hiawatha equipment, the Amtrak equipment. It's also easier to add a car or 2 cars to the existing Amtrak run. We'll have the capacity at Mitchell. We have it at the MIS to accept the longer train. That is more difficult and certainly much more expensive for Wisconsin to say expand the Talgo cars, just given how they consist in terms of how they were designed. So, it's a change in course, but I don't believe it's at all that fatal, especially as Joe was saying. There was a vision within the Midwest Regional Rail Initiative when the 9 states were working together over a period of many years, 15 maybe, to create this vision, and tilt-type technology was a piece of that vision because it allowed higher speeds without making really onerous investments in improving the track infrastructure, because you could go around turns faster, basically. As part of moving passenger rail forward nationally, there was a realization that you have to have a kind of a standardized types of equipment to have economies of scale in producing the equipment, in terms of maintaining the equipment, and the type of Talgo equipment that exists today doesn't meet those specifications. So I think, again, if the Midwest regional vision, as it takes place over the next decades, it's going to be with a different type of equipment than we had thought 10 years ago.
Just a point of fact, if the Hiawatha eventually reaches either the 10 trips a day or the 7, I think you said 17.
That's the long-term vision of the plan, yeah.
What would happen to ridership? Where would ridership be from where it is now on a percentage basis, would you say?
Boy, I'm not remembering. I don't know.
I don't know it off the top of my head. I know the analysis has been done, and it's certainly, I don't believe it's in this brief little summary that's been put out, but I know there's a thick analysis that's done. But to me, the most important thing is it does show at full build-out that the ridership is such that it covers all operations, that there will no longer be any need for any operating subsidy. And really the key, there's three components to building ridership. Frequencies is probably more important than even reducing the trip time. You know, particularly for a business traveler, he needs to know that that train's going to be convenient for him and that there's going to be a schedule that fits his changing business needs. So frequency is number one. Number two is on-time performance and reliability. He's got to know that when he reads that schedule that there's about a 98, 99% certainty that he's going to be delivered to his destination at that time. And then the third is reducing the trip time, which is where your speed comes in, closing up the distance. Hiawatha's has very good on-time performance, better than 93%, which makes it one of the better Amtrak lines. I would argue it has to get better. That's not good enough. You know, under this plan, we're talking about a bar of getting it up there at that 98, 97% reliability. So people have a high level of certitude.
At any rate, all three of you seem to be saying there's demand for more service on this line.
Absolutely. I mean, in fact, Mark was talking about the fact that you'll likely set another ridership record this year, and it's being stunted. Because of the fact that these trains are selling out, that they're standing room only, it's being stunted. And that's why it's wise to take a look at this, potential of adding the 10th frequencies and taking a look at what can be done to expand the capacity of the consist of the existing trains.
Right. And I should say the frequencies that we're looking at, they would also help the travel time problem. I hear a lot about, I think I was reading something in the paper, preface to this conference, about high-speed rail, not bullet trains. There's a trade-off between the speed the train can go and how fast the trip is, because you've got to accelerate, you've got to decelerate, it's the number of stops.
And the capital cost.
Right. And I think Midwest Regional Rail Vision, for instance, had travel times between similar distances that I think rivaled the Acela line out on the East Coast that goes 150 miles an hour, I believe. So it's a more complicated issue than just how fast you can go over some short stretch. But to help out the problem, as we're looking and studying with Illinois, these 3 extra round trips, what we're conceiving is that they would be more of an express trip than the current case. They'd go from the intermodal station downtown here to certainly include the airport, but then straight to Union Station, which would reduce a couple stops and save some time.
Well, one more question on rail, and then I want to move to surface transportation. But in the OECD report, it notes quite rightly that the Chicago area is the premier transportation and logistics hub in North America. And I forget the numbers, but it's huge amounts of traffic that moves through there every day. And yet, for all the advantages of that, the report notes that there isn't enough cooperation across state lines. And one of the key recommendations was that the various stakeholders need to work together across state lines to drive interstate collaboration at integrating the various state-level plans, intermodal plans. What needs to happen so that there's more cooperation across state lines for sort of the freight side of things?
I think it comes back to what I was saying earlier about strengthening states' ability to plan for and execute rail projects. And when I say rail, I mean freight and passenger, and then doing better regional planning. Mark talked about the CREATE project in Chicago, which, of course, is the most comprehensive modernization of rail infrastructure anywhere in the nation, and it should be. But ironically, when it was put together, it ended at the Illinois-Indiana state line. And the freight rail congestion, as well as the passenger rail congestion, doesn't end at the Illinois-Indiana line. It stretches over out through northwest Indiana, Porter, Indiana. That's one of the most congested sections of freight rail in the nation, and going to be a significant bottleneck as we build out the Chicago-Detroit 110 mile per hour line. And then again, you talk about the fact that our freight transportation network is going to have to haul 4 billion more tons of freight. If we don't shift market share, grow market share for freight rail, our highway systems are going to be choked beyond anything we can imagine today. And so better regional planning for transportation, I would argue particularly for rail, is going to be critical.
Mm-hmm. Mark, you want to tackle that one too?
Again, I think to have it occur, I think some of it is occurring. Maybe if the issue is, how to get more of it, it's going to be a combination of things. I think the federal, the government's involved. As Joe said, there's a impetus in the to take more regional approaches. The MAP 21 legislation that was just passed a few weeks ago, more on the highway side, put high emphasis on freight and regional types of solutions. And we already have and have for several years, have some work going on with the 10-state Midwest region through what we call our Center for Freight Infrastructure Research and Education, which is located at the University of Wisconsin. It's got members, UWM, Illinois Chicago, University of Dayton, I believe, a few others. And what they're looking at is kind of what are the key highway freight networks to support the 10-state, this all the way from Minnesota over through Ohio, Michigan to Kentucky. What is the primary network? What are the bottlenecks? What types of investments? And that's preparatory planning that will fit nicely with the new federal emphasis on freight. I think getting, I know I was talking with Eric earlier that the sewer pack and was it MCAP are having conversations. I know the Department of Transportation, WISDOT and IDOT do share information. I'm not saying it couldn't be more. But we share information on freeway operations, again, within the region, so that if there's hazardous spills, we know how to reroute traffic. We have these kind of, simulations of how to handle, unique situations like that, plus just handling, sharing day-to-day information in terms of congestion and coordinating when projects are scheduled so that you don't have major parts of, again, the regional network having construction at the same time. And I think there's, again, what could drive it more is more demand from the business side of communicating why it's essential, making the case, as they say.
So on the surface side, in Wisconsin alone over the past few years, Eric, we've spent or will have spent something like $2 billion to upgrade I-94 between the south side of Milwaukee and the state line. Illinois has spent, I'm sure, a similar amount of money. Are there other projects, do you think, that need to be done to upgrade that corridor? What's next there? What should be on the table, if anything?
Well, I think that in terms of, let me back up a second, in terms of cooperation between the two regions, I think Paula Worthington, University of Chicago, talked about it earlier, and Mark was just mentioning CMAP and sewer pack, as well as northwestern Indiana and I believe even southwestern Michigan. The directors of the planning agencies get together, I think, quarterly and talk about different issues, not just transportation issues, but other different issues that face these regions. And in terms of working together between sewer pack and CMAP, we've identified 3 principal improvements that I think would better connect the two regions. The I-94 north-south corridor is obviously a big one. The upgrades to the Hiawatha line, I think, is the second one, and And then still that commuter rail service, I think there's still a need, given the travel patterns between the two regions. The commuter rail service would be a different service. People say, well, you got Amtrak, you got a rail line right there. Why would you need this? Well, they really serve two different markets. The Amtrak service has only 2 stations in northeastern Illinois, the Hiawatha service. Whereas the KRM, you've got stations in the hearts of all the communities along the lakeshore, and I think that that's an important connection to.
Yeah, I think that's an important point, too, because intercity passenger rail isn't going to work if you don't have good transit or commuter connections. You know, you have to be taking a look at how you deliver people the final mile. You know, when you talk about surface transportation, going back to what I said earlier on about the U.S. Chamber of Commerce talking about no more business as usual, I do think that we need to start taking a better look at how we find the most efficient ways to provide an equivalent level of mobility. If we know we have to move X amount of people between point A and point B, or X amount of tons of goods between point A and point B, you know, what mode most efficiently helps deliver, you know, those people, those goods for a particular part of a journey. And instead of just being stuck in the legacy modes, you know, where do we get the best return in mobility for our limited dollars?
Why don't we open it up to questions? I know that there will be a few. So let's start. Yes, ma'am, right there.
Well, I had one question, and maybe it just is, it's impossible, but it seems like if you just had a federal mandate and federal funding to get the rail line done that needs to be done in the United States, that would make the most sense, sort of like the interstate highways went through. And I think I don't quite understand that. And my second related question is that high-speed train going to go through Rockford to Madison to the Twin Cities now? Will Milwaukee be kind of cut out of it?
Yeah. First off, let's back up, and you have to understand that Congress, who designed the high-speed rail program, set it up as federally funded but state-driven. You know, it's the states that plan for and determine, you know, what they believe meets the mobility needs of that state. They apply to us for funding, and then we review the application and determine whether it's worthy of being funded or not. There's no question that there needs to be a higher level, at least, of regional coordination. You know, I think it's important that this not be viewed from the top down, that it really is more about communities, states, and regions determining what their transportation needs are. But your analogy actually to the interstate highway system is a little bit false, because actually that also, you know, was state DOT driven, federally funded, but it wasn't the federal government that built it per se. They funded it, but the states chose to build it. So there needs to be a stronger federal element to it. That's not the way Congress designed the program that I currently have responsibility for executing. But locals and states have to have a high level of say-so. It's about meeting their transportation needs.
In terms of your question on Rockford, I mean, it's my understanding that the most likely, I believe they're not far enough along in the study, but the most likely route would go up the Empire Builder route, basically, and to the Twin Cities. So it would be through Wisconsin to the Twin Cities.
Yeah, the states are in the process of doing that analysis now to select the route.
More questions? Yes, ma'am.
So I can get seen. I used to go to law school here. I'm there. Okay, if the real reasons for sending back the over $750 million to California and to Chicago were, 1, problems with Talgo equipment, and 2, the need for infrastructure upgrades, as has been stated here, why was not that sufficiently explained to the public?
Well, I guess at least I'll start in answering that. Obviously, it was a state decision. It wasn't a decision of my agency. But I'm not sure that it was about Talgo equipment. I don't think that had anything to do with it. And I'm sorry?
Well, I didn't mean to give that impression.
Okay, Mark?
I didn't mean to give the impression that Talgo had anything to do with the decision that was made on the 810. I think it was a lot to do with the, again, the sense of priorities, the sense of commitment that the governor felt that his election and running on that issue basically set the priorities. What I meant to say with the Talgo is that, as it turns out, that's evolved, and not having the current Talgo equipment that has been constructed, that we're working with Talgo to try to get tested and try to find a market for, hopefully, that not having that run on the Hiawatha line is not that big of a negative in terms of the Hiawatha service.
Okay. You want the mayor?
Mayor Barry.
On it?
If I could, I've sort of been involved in the debate over that.
Hi, Mayor.
I do think it's important, and I understand the decisions that have been made, but I just have to give you my impression listening to you talk about this is not a step backwards, canceling the Talgo contract. It reminded me a lot of people in Havana saying it's not a big deal to drive these cars for another 40 years. Because the fact of the matter is, we're backing away from these cars, and I wish everybody in this room could have an opportunity to go to the central city of Milwaukee and see these cars. Because we can't just gloss over this. And again, the decision's been made, but to say it's not a step backwards and to color this as something completely different from the reality is simply wrong.
Okay. Yes, ma'am.
Microphone. I travel back and forth to Chicago all the time. I'm a practicing lawyer. I am licensed to practice in Wisconsin and Illinois. And 80% of my clients are in Chicago or the surrounding communities. And I make the decision time after time to drive because I think that I have my own wheels, and it's just slightly more convenient, easier on me to take the train. But I can drive back and forth in roughly the same time. And I'm just wondering, I've heard a lot, I've been listening to this, and it's very interesting, but is there a vision for something different and better? For instance, if, and just like if you saw, if a train went in a half an hour to Chicago, between Chicago and Milwaukee, what would that do to for our economy? Because I think there are days where I say, boy, I'd like to go to lunch in Chicago and meet with so-and-so, but I can't do 3 hours. I could do an hour travel, but I can't do 3 hours. And so I guess if the whole point of this is economy and making things go, where's the visionary component of what you guys are talking about? And can you think bigger, or could you experiment bigger than what is currently being discussed?
Yeah, actually, the vision that you have before you, the brochure that was distributed, talks about roughly an hour, hour 10 minutes, I believe, hour 7 minutes, I think it may be, between Chicago and Milwaukee, with 17 round trips a day. So it starts providing, that frequency that you would want as a business traveler. Again, that 98% or better on time performance, so you can count on it in hour and 10 minutes from city center to city center. I know you're not going to drive it for that. To go to the next level, would require the infrastructure costs for constructing bullet trains, and the capital cost of that is very, very significant. Do I believe the day can come and should come that there is a true bullet train hub out of Chicago? Absolutely. But I also believe that the, vision that you have before you now is a much more realistic approach that can cost effectively and incrementally be implemented continue to build this culture of rail, connect these 40 cities in the Midwest with each other, tie together that Midwest economy, allow the population to continue to grow and the economy to expand, and then talk about the next level of, true bullet trains.
Yes, sir.
Talk about how planning for freight works when the freight is traveling on private right-of-ways operated by private companies.
Yes, certainly that makes it a little bit more complex. I'll open up a little bit and then I'll let Mark take over since it's actually his folks that have to do it here in the state of Wisconsin. But I think the CREATE example in Chicago is a great example of federal government, state government, local government, and all of the private railroads that interconnect there in Chicago coming together with a unified vision and a funding plan where each contributes the appropriate share that they need to contribute. There are other public-private partnerships of that nature, and so I mean we're just again for freight rail to grow as it's going to need to grow to prevent the congestion that would tie up our system like you wouldn't believe. We're going to have to be doing additional planning.
Yeah, it makes it very difficult, obviously. It's a total different dynamic. I think it would be too outrageous to say the state's involvement in working with Class 1 railroads is pretty limited. We work with the Canadian Pacific on the Amtrak service and Hiawatha, as we've been talking about, and trying to coordinate with them. Beyond that, our main involvement with freight rail in terms of planning and implementation, as I said, is as Class 1 railroads decide that certain lines are no longer in their interest to have, we as a state make a decision as to whether we purchase them to keep them available. Then a kind of a sub-decision is made whether to actually keep them in operation or basically just maintain the land connection for the future. And we have a series of grant programs, some loan programs for railroads to make infrastructure improvements, but Class 1s basically don't participate. It's the Wisconsin Southern and other short line railroads around Wisconsin that we're involved with.
And next question, the gentleman right behind you.
Good afternoon. In his book, Richard Longworth makes the point that the power of megapolises and connections to them, one of the major benefits is that business professionals, he made the point venture capitalists can get together over meals to hash out ideas, and that's that sort of, that really contributes to the power of the megapolis. And the previous question was around being able to get down for lunch meetings. My question would actually be more around breakfast, dinner. And as a business professional travels to Chicago often, my eternal frustration is that the morning train arrives at about 8:05 and the evening train departs at 8, where optimal business meals are, 7:15 in the morning, and then you want to be able to finish up your business meal and leave at about 10. And, just coincidentally, just looking at New York as a megapolis, if you look at the schedule between D.C. and New York Penn, there's a train that leaves D.C. in sufficient time to get to New York by 7, and the last train out of New York Penn is at 10, despite it being a three and a half hour trip. So in this larger spirit of economic integration of our two cities, I'd ask if an initial step could be as simple and as inexpensive, no capital expenditure, as simply shifting the schedule an hour earlier in the morning and an hour or two later in the evening so that you could get that deeper business integration and, as Richard Longworth said, the collaboration over meals that could have people talking more. So.
Well, your point's well taken, and it comes back to what I said earlier about that it really is having sufficient frequency to make the schedule work for a business traveler's needs. Obviously, in your case, you're talking about initially doing some tweaks to the schedule. I'll let Mark answer that because his agency in cooperation with IDOT, would determine that schedule. But I will say this, there's some significant handicaps that they have to work around with the flow of freight. And since these passenger trains operate, on privately owned freight rail infrastructure, they have to work in the windows that they are given them, from, in this case, Canadian Pacific. But, Mark, I'll let you take it from there.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to say, Joe, is it's a good idea. Feasibility of it, I can't say off the top of my head, but certainly it's not as simple as it might seem in terms of the freight use on those corridors and getting the passenger to fit with. I can certainly take it back and ask the question. I think it is a good one, but I really don't know the feasibility. And again, it's the point was made about freight on private right-of-way. Here we've got the reality is if we're going to have KRM, if we're going to have increased Hiawatha frequencies, it's got to survive or function together with the freight of the Union Pacific, the Canadian Pacific, and it's a pretty delicate dance that can lead to, in order to keep everything from bumping into each other, can be very large dollars to create the infrastructure capacity that you need to get it to work. But good concept. Don't know the answer.
Julie?
Thanks. I just wanted to make a comment on Mr. Wolfgram's comment about the lack of business support for commuter rail, because I know that there were a number of CEOs, including from my organization, that worked for 4 years trying to get that legislation passed. And I don't think it was for a lack of business support. There wasn't a tremendous amount of support from the state. We did have the support of the governor, but I would not put it on the back of the business community for not getting that passed.
Well, all I would say is, in my mind, I was surprised that I would have expected more, I guess. I'm not saying that it wasn't there. I'm not saying that, but I think if we're going to move it forward, I think the story needs to be told and sold, and the more the better. This would be my only point.
Questions? Yes, sir.
Here we go. So I just moved here from Chicago 3 months ago. My biggest frustration is you can't hail a cab. But,
this has been a very, a really informative day for me, and especially this morning seemed very productive and lots of work towards regional cooperation, and all of a sudden I feel like the train has stopped, like dead right here in the water, because it's all about transportation. So how do we work through, as business leaders, I'll call it red tape, to get some of these questions answered, to find some workarounds? Who do you want at the table? And let's see if we can't make that happen. I appreciate the restraints on the funding, but are there ways to work around that through a creatively written RFP? So those are my thoughts.
Any comments?
Well, no, I think the only thing I would add, you need to continue to make your voice heard and to engage in the process and, unify around a vision and, encourage the state and the region to continue to do good planning. From good planning comes good projects.
We have time for one more question. Yes, sir.
Thank you. This is a general question. I do eminent domain work, and a lot of times what we've heard today is that the private rail lines, and especially the freight lines, have superiority or preference over any passenger rail service, having ridden from Seattle to Milwaukee on the Empire Railroad. Has there been any thought by the federal government or even the state government to acquire or threaten to acquire those right-of-ways that are privately owned to become a state or federal project in which it becomes, like in Europe, a state-run rail line, and still give priority evenly then to those that don't want to cooperate?
Yeah, first off, that's being done today. Through our program, there are a couple of states that have chosen to purchase the right-of-way or lease it from the current freight operator. And so that is an option that the state may pursue. But the other thing that we've done through our program, for example, on the Chicago-St. Louis line, where it's being done on Union Pacific track, the state and the host freight railroad had to put together a very, very rigorous service outcomes agreement that guarantees that the transportation benefits that we're paying for with federal dollars are captured. We capture and keep it for the public. And so it comes back when I'm talking about 98% on time performance. The bar has to continue to rise on that as the infrastructure improvements are made. Through good modeling, we measure the impact of those improvements, and then we capture and keep them in very, very strong service outcome agreements. So there's a multitude of ways to manage it because it must be better. It must be better. The bar's got to get raised so high on on-time performance. I mean, I'm an old train conductor. Don't even talk to me if you're not doing 95% on time or better.
Well, with that, I'd like to thank our panelists. We will take a 15-minute break and be back at 2:15 for the Economic Development panel. Let's thank our panelists.
All right, I think we're going to get away. So you need a chair. There are a few empty seats around the room, and please find one and we'll get started here. So thank you very much for rejoining us here for the conference today. We appreciate it. This final panel today is an important one. We've called it Economic Development, Competition, or Cooperation, or I guess both in this case. It's really about more than just competition. We've talked about this at various points today, but you've got, in this 21-county region, you've got hundreds of units of government. You have very differing populations. You have institutional fragmentation in some respects. You have state boundaries to deal with, and of course municipal boundaries. So there's a lot there, and the question that we're trying to look at this afternoon is can we look beyond that and have a shared vision for this Milwaukee to Chicago to Northwest Indiana region, and can we have a closer relationship between Milwaukee and Chicago? So let me introduce our panelists today, and this time I'll start with the gentleman to my immediate left and to your right. This is Paul Jaden. Paul Jaden is the CEO and Secretary of the Wisconsin Economic Development Corporation. That is the reconfigured Commerce Department. He is also the former mayor of Green Bay. Paul Jaden, thanks for being with us. Here. Next to Paul Jaden. That's the first applause for a panelist today, so
that's because I waved properly.
From his days as mayor, he still has the hand wave down, yeah.
Because there's going to be applause for Tom, and so
exactly.
People were being gracious.
And of course, seated next to Paul Jaden is Mayor Tom Barrett, the mayor of Milwaukee, the former congressman and former state lawmaker. Mayor, good to have you with us. And our friend from the South, Toni Preckwinkle, of she's president of the Cook County, Illinois Board, and before that, she was a longtime alderman in the city of Chicago. We are very grateful to have you make the trip north today. Thanks for being with us.
Thank you.
I thought I would be a good host, too, and pose the first question to you, because Dick Longworth said during his remarks today that a few years ago, perhaps your predecessor or your predecessor's predecessor would not have come to a conference like this. And yet you, who had a news conference this morning, you just told me, to talk about jobs and business, you decided to drive 90 miles up the road to join us. Why did you feel this subject was important enough to do that?
Well, good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon.
Oh, see, so I'm a teacher by profession. Actually, John Stroger, who was president of the Board of Cook County for many years, undoubtedly would have made this trip. He was a big believer in county government and regional cooperation. My immediate predecessor probably wouldn't have. But he spent his afternoons playing basketball, so I'm not sure. I'm not sure what he got to in the afternoon. Look, I believe in the importance of regional cooperation and regional economic development. I preach that in Cook County and in our Chicago metropolitan region. And I thought it was important to come here with the same message. And I'm very grateful to the good people who put this event on today, because I think it's very helpful to begin these discussions and try to figure out how to begin talking to each other, as Richard said. And of course, talking with each other is the precursor of working together on things. In my view, the things that we need to work on, particularly, are transportation and workforce development, which are kind of the foundation, I think, for economic growth and development. And I should say, it's very tempting for those of us in Illinois to gloat about the money that got turned back for high-speed rail, especially since we were the beneficiaries. But the truth is that, it's really a setback for our region and not just for Wisconsin. Because, the high-speed rail development that we're envisioning, I think is going to be beneficial to the entire Midwest, not even just the Chicago region, the entire Midwest. And to the extent that that goes forward quickly, it's to the benefit of all. And to the extent that there are stumbling blocks or roadblocks or obstacles, I think that's a problem for all of us as well. So I hope that the situation in Wisconsin will change, and that there will be a more receptivity to the idea of having a high-speed rail line that goes through Wisconsin. Full disclosure, I grew up in St. Paul, Minnesota. So a high-speed rail line from Chicago to St. Paul is something that's very attractive to me. And of course, to do that, you have to go through Wisconsin. So, but I think transportation. I'm a big rail buff. Again, full disclosure, my grandfather and a couple of my uncles worked on the railroads, and so I've always been a fan of rail travel and freight. And we've decided in Cook County that we're going to try to focus on being as helpful as we can to our railroads, and in particular to the manufacturers who support the railroads, of whom we have a lot in Cook County. So that's one part of it. The other part is workforce development. And although I've had, in the last 18, 20 months that I've been in office, had to focus very much internally, my long-term goal would be to try to promote more cooperation between community colleges in our region, because I think that's where the real heavy lifting of workforce development is done. So I guess those are the two areas, transportation and workforce development, that I would think we need to begin to cooperate more closely on.
Mayor Barrett, I assume you're a proponent of closer cooperation, because I see in about a week or so you're going to be in Chicago speaking with Mayor Emanuel and the mayor of Gary, Indiana, talking about this very subject. Well, what's the value in it?
Well, from my perspective, and I've said this many times, I've always said that Chicago is one of our finest suburbs. And it's important to have that relationship. And I think there are people who suffer from Chicago envy. And I don't. I think we should feed off its strengths. And I think that we as a region have to come together. And when we think about the country, and you think about the Southeast, you don't think about Mobile versus Selma or Atlanta. You think about the Southeast. If you think about the West Coast, you think about the cities on the West Coast and the East Coast. And so I think it's important for us as Midwesterners to think about this as a region. And Richard referred to us, you made the reference to, and this always grates me when I hear it, is to the Rust Belt, which just sends, it's like fingernails on a chalkboard for me, because it connotes such a negative image. And I really feel strongly, and again, people have heard me say it before, that we have to define ourselves in this region. And our greatest asset and our strength is we are on America's fresh coast. Whether you're in Green Bay, whether you're in Milwaukee, whether you're in Chicago, whether you're in Cleveland, that we should be embracing that as a strength that we have here. And it conjures up a much more positive image, but it can't be just about image. And I hope we get a chance to talk about how we keep talented young people here, and then what we do for that nagging issue that we face of workforce development, now that a lot of those industrial jobs that used to be the bread and butter for some of these communities are gone.
We're going to get into that. We talked about that some this morning with a couple of business leaders, and they feel as strongly as I'm sure all of you on this panel do about that very topic. I did want to bring Paul Jaden into this conversation, Mr. Secretary. How do you, can you have a closer relationship, for example, with the state of Illinois? And I ask that because of the obvious fact that I raised this morning with the different panel, and that is that you've got administrations, elected officials who are judged by the economic well-being of their communities or the success of their job creation efforts. Is competition inevitable? How much cooperation can you really have?
I think you can have reasonable cooperation across borders. You see it with Marinette, Menominee, for instance, Eau Claire to the Twin Cities, even Platteville, Dubuque. But Chicago and Milwaukee are a bit of a different animal, simply because of their size and the nature of the beast that is Chicago. And I think it's delightful to hear Mayor Barrett talk about wanting to take advantage of everything that is Chicago, the fabulous assets that they have. But I look at it in terms of the regional and local cooperation that we've tried to create already throughout Wisconsin in terms of the major cities and their suburbs to New North, Thrive, M7, et cetera. Those kinds of things have to take hold in order for us to reach across the borders on a regular basis and more of an institutional basis. But there's no reason why we can't do more in terms of education and workforce training and special projects, as well as cluster development. Clearly, there's opportunities for us to take advantage of the things that are already occurring in terms of water technology, in terms of some of the medical issues that we have in common. And there's no reason why we can't have a task force or ultimately a regional entity that has the ability to tackle 2 or 3 issues.
Mm-hmm. I want to have you each respond to that, too, because as elected officials, you face certain pressures that go with the job. People judge you by your record. They'll judge you by how many jobs are created, given your tenure. Can you say, I'm going to devote my energies to cooperation when your political future is at stake? To begin with you, Mayor.
I think if we create this region, I don't think it's going to be created by the government leaders. I think it has to be a natural evolution where we, as this region of the country, present ourselves to other regions of the country in a way that makes us more attractive. And if you look at the economic growth that we have had, whether it's in Illinois or whether it's in Wisconsin, and see where it compares to the national average, we have work to do, and we have work to do in the cities as well. And we know that. But I think even as you've analyzed this, and I know that Professor Franklin did a presentation on regional cooperation, the people wanted it to be done more by the private sector. I don't think having the Illinois legislature and Wisconsin legislature, the governors, or even us sitting here singing Kumbaya, I don't think that's going to do it.
Do you think you have to be part of the conversation?
Oh, of course you have to be part of the conversation, but we have to find a way to have more entrepreneurship in this part of the country. We have to have more venture capital. That to me is the issue. How do we get more economic investment into the Midwest of this country? Mm-hmm. That's what the key is as far as I'm concerned. But again, the workforce development, we cannot ignore how the lack of an industrial policy in this country and what it has done to lower middle class people and having them fall out of the middle class, what that does in particular to cities like Milwaukee and Chicago.
Before we explore that further, President Preckwinkle, give me your sense of the political realities that go with your job versus the shared vision that you may have with the other people on this stage of what's best for the region. How do you balance the two?
Well, first of all, I think mayors are more likely to be held accountable for jobs created or lost in their cities than county elected officials are. I think that's just the nature of the political process. So I don't have the same pressures in that regard that somebody who's a mayor might have. What I usually say is, when I'm talking to people within Cook County, and by the way, if this region has 10 or 11 million people, half of them live in Cook County. Our population is 5.3 million. When I'm talking to people in Cook County, I said, we can't talk about economic development as, companies in Schaumburg, which is a northwest suburb of Chicago, coming to Chicago and having their headquarters in Chicago. That's not economic development. It's not economic development if, Evanston steals a company from Oak Park. We've got to figure out how we're going to build our region as a whole rather than simply thinking that attracting or poaching companies from one part of the region to another is really economic growth. We're going to have to figure out what we can do. That's why I said we should focus on transportation and workforce development. What we can do to strengthen our economy across the board. So I think county elected officials are in a different place and have more flexibility to talk about the importance of cooperation and collaboration, because that's what the county is about. There are more than 120 municipalities outside of Chicago in Cook County. So that's what the county is about. So I think county officials are in a better place to talk more about the importance of cooperation, collaboration, and regional economic development. And I guess I disagree with Tom a little bit. My view is that elected officials are uniquely placed to take the leadership on these issues, and that it's more likely to come from us than it is, frankly, from the private sector, or academic institutions, or even civic institutions, because we're held accountable for the growth and development of our city or our region in a way that they're not. So I guess I would say that it's perfectly appropriate and right for political leadership, for political leaders to take the leadership in trying to bring everybody together, although that's extraordinarily difficult. And in the electoral process, it's not something that's probably going to be on the radar screen when voters are tallying up what they're going to vote for you, whether or not they're going to vote for you. But it's critical, it's critical for the future. And I guess, I just came back from Pittsburgh, where we had the National Association of Counties meeting, and the convention center there is dedicated to David Lawrence. And David Lawrence was a mayor of Pittsburgh and a governor of Pennsylvania. And one of the things he did was, as Pittsburgh was transitioning from heavy manufacturing, basically steel production, to the new economy, was work with the business community to be sure that his city didn't turn into Detroit. And he was very successful in mobilizing the private sector and governmental resources. And if you go, I didn't go into a lot of the neighborhoods, but if you go into downtown Pittsburgh, it's thriving and it's attractive, and a lot of the old buildings have been reused and revitalized. And most of the people there credit the good work that David Lawrence did, in the 1950s and 60s, and the legacy of that for the cooperation between the business community and the government officials in Pittsburgh that has continued to help it flourish. So, I'm big on the importance of effective political leaders.
President Preckwinkle mentioned it, and I'll have you respond to it, Secretary Jayden. It's kind of it's the elephant in the room, so to speak. We're not talking about Chicago in this case. People who were there in the morning will recognize that reference. This OECD report, this report that was done back in March, which I think you're familiar with, it referred to, and I'm quoting now, a petty, predatory, zero-sum, intra-regional competitive approach to economic growth and job creation. And there are probably going to be some people who say, well, Governor Walker's been down in the state of Illinois, and he's been sort of touting the way that this state has balanced its budget and asking Illinois business people to sort of compare how it's been done there compared to how it's been done here. And there is this feeling that perhaps this is
short-sighted and mean-spirited.
So let me have you respond to that, because you're in the lead economic development guy in the state. Let me have you respond to how you view all of that.
Yeah, clearly in the WEDC we don't have a strategic plan that includes going across the border to any state. We obviously want to have a robust attraction effort that simply allows us to compete for business. When someone comes to us with a request for proposals that says we've got X number of jobs and we need this sort of a site in Wisconsin, do you want to compete for that? Obviously we're going to put our proposal in just like everybody else. And when someone calls from Illinois and says I'm thinking about moving to Wisconsin, will you help me with a site or will you help me with some incentives? We're going to respond to that. But we don't have any sort of aggressive effort to cold call people or to go across the border and meet with site consultants who might represent Illinois companies. And I think the governor has made very clear in the last couple of weeks that that's not his desire either. I do believe he's obviously enjoying the contrast between Wisconsin and Illinois right now in terms of fiscal conditions, but poaching is not something that's on our agenda, and I don't think it should be on anyone's agenda because ultimately that balances itself out over decades, and I think both sides will be a net loser. What really it does is drive up the cost of retention, and we've seen that probably in at least a half a dozen cases where companies from Illinois will call, and it isn't until after the process is over that we learn that really all they were trying to do was leverage additional funds from their host state.
Mm-hmm. You agree with that, Mayor?
I've seen it. I've seen it happen.
And people come after your businesses and said, we'll give you this, and then you're forced to respond, and it's...
But I've seen the same thing that where we've had, and I remember a meeting Paul and I worked together, where it was an Illinois business who was playing footsie with us, and came.
Were they serious in your opinion?
They certainly presented themselves.
I think we thought they were
yeah,
initially. Yeah.
You want to name names?
No.
Okay.
No.
Just asking.
But we worked again to put together a package, and I did not view it as poaching as much as this is an opportunity to have a business here. And I think at the end of the day, they got a package in Illinois, which made sense for Illinois to do that as well. Now, on the flip side, you will recall when Miller and Coors merged, and I think that was a little different in that you had two strong companies, and it almost struck me as they wanted a neutral site for the new headquarters, and they chose Chicago. And I remember sitting in the meeting with them for that and saying, look, you're going to go down there and you're not going to be the big fish that you are here, and save the last dance for me. That we wanted them, and we still would love to have them come back. So I think there is a flow that goes back and forth, and I do think there's a danger when we go into bidding wars against each other. There's no question that there's a danger there.
I think to follow up on that, what I believe the mayor is saying is absolutely accurate, that these things are generally driven by the businesses themselves. In other words, they're seeking an opportunity and want to maximize their outcomes, whether it be through incentives or a better location for their market.
Looked like you were anxious to jump in on what the mayor had just said. Or did I read that wrong? I'm sorry.
So one of the things I did aside from teaching was work for a period of time in the City of Chicago's Department of Economic Development. And it was instructive in a lot of ways, one of which was that it's more important to retain and grow your own businesses and help new businesses start in your bailiwick than it is to try to attract businesses from elsewhere. That in terms of cost and benefit, you're much better off trying to support the businesses that you've got and help new businesses that want to start up than you are trying to have an attraction strategy. That retention makes more sense, and supporting entrepreneurship makes more sense than an attraction strategy.
Which gets us right back to entrepreneurship, and you think of Palo Alto and Silicon Valley, you think of the Research Triangle in North Carolina. That to me is where we should be focusing some energy, is how can we use the universities that you have in Chicago, in Milwaukee, in Madison. When I was reading the OECD report, and they talked about how the people who founded PayPal, I think, and YouTube went to school in Illinois, and then they went off to California. There's something wrong there. If they're leaving the Midwest and they're going to California, we have to find a way to have those bright young people stay right here in the Midwest.
Mayor, do you think it's harder to do that here because we're talking about three different states? And I look at North Carolina and the Research Triangle, and they have that common. There's something in common there. They're all in the state of North Carolina. We're kind of working across state boundaries. Does that complicate things in your eyes and the panel's eyes?
It certainly does for me. I think the tri-state nature of this is cumbersome. Gary, Indiana It might just as well be Syracuse, New York, to most of Wisconsin. So I think if there's a relationship, it has to start with northern Illinois and Chicago. Chicago may have to have two separate bilateral arrangements, but the ability to collaborate across that border is already going to be a significant challenge. But to move around that loop to northwest Indiana, I think is going to be even more difficult.
How big are the obstacles, the state boundaries? How big an obstacle is that, do you feel?
No, I think it's an impediment, but I don't think it's insurmountable. And I think, we have the same common interests that the Triangle has in North Carolina. So, I think it requires a focus and attention that it hasn't had in the past. The necessity that we work together, and I think there's some areas, and I don't know what I wrote, 15-year planning process for the Midwest Regional Rail Initiative. That's an example of people, crossing state lines. I don't know how many, 5 states or something were involved in that. That's the kind of thing that we have to build on, the cooperation that is, at the core of that rail initiative. That's the kind of thing that we've got to do in other arenas. And it's not impossible because people did it, for all those years. And the fruits of it are going to be this high-speed rail network with Chicago as a hub. So, I think that it's an obstacle, but we shouldn't assume that it makes cooperation impossible. And so we're closer to Gary than Milwaukee is. But it never would occur to me to say that Gary was Syracuse. And it's not just Gary; it's Northwest Indiana, which is beyond Gary. I don't know, 3 or 4 counties in Northwest Indiana, as well as 2 or 3 up here, are part of the region. So.
Here's the other obstacle I would suggest might exist. I think in some of the newspaper stories leading up to this, and in the OECD report, they cited the fact that there were roughly 2,000 units of government in this 21-county region, where if you looked at London or Toronto, you had 2 or 3 dozen units of government. And Mayor, it's hard to get people to cooperate. It's hard to sometimes have the city cooperate with the suburbs and vice versa, and I'm sure you have that experience in Cook County. How do you overcome that, the fact that each of these communities has a strong belief in local control, and each has a strong vision of what role it's going to play? How do you get beyond that to create this shared vision and say, look, we're all in this together. This is the goal. Let's make sure we don't overlook that.
Well, part of that we do through organizations like the Milwaukee 7, where you try to bring the different counties and municipalities together to work with each other. Part of that is through interpersonal relationships. But again, I think we get in the weeds, literally, if we let that be the thing that's going to slow us down. Because it's about how this region, both from a perception standpoint, which is very, very real, and a workforce development and investment, how do we become hot? That's what's going on in my mind. How do we make the Midwest hot? Now, we're doing a good job today, but what we have to do is, and I think we can do this. I honestly think we can do it, where the image of this, and it goes back to fresh water. When you're going to have the battles over water in the southeast and the southwest, we're going to have some of those battles here, but they're going to pale in comparison to the battles over the Colorado River and things like that.
I want to delve into this topic of workforce development, and we spent some time this morning, for those of us who were here this afternoon, we spent some time this morning on the skills mismatch, which was referred to in the report last March, and a pretty serious skills mismatch. And I've read some things, President Preckwinkle, that you and Mayor Emanuel have worked together to try and streamline some efforts to make sure that workforce development is effective, efficient. Some people seem to think there's an opportunity for regional cooperation on this issue. Do you think that opportunity exists?
So I'll tell a little story. When Mayor Emanuel was elected, but before he was sworn in, we met for lunch. and talked about how we might work together. And although we share a building in downtown Chicago, there had been very little connection between the two units of government. So one of the things we did right off the bat was create a task force of 8 folks to look at ways in which we might collaborate. And they came up with a couple dozen ideas, one of which was workforce development. In Cook County, we had 3 workforce entities, the cities, the counties, and then one for northwest and western, north and northwest Cook County. And that didn't seem to make sense because, for example, if you were in Chicago's Workforce Investment Board area, you didn't hear about jobs in some of our suburbs. And likewise, if you were in the suburbs, you didn't necessarily hear about jobs in Cook County. And of course, we know that people work all across the county and all across the region. So beginning July 1st, we've created a new not-for-profit organization, the City-County Workforce Partnership, which will be called the Partnership. And they get all the federal resources that came to the 3 workforce investment boards, which are now collapsed into that one partnership. And because they're a not-for-profit, they have the ability to seek funding from the philanthropic and business community as well. So we hope that there'll be additional resources that will come to that entity, which will now provide workforce development for the entire county. So our decision was that it made sense to have one entity doing this in the entire county, and that's the road we're on. And, you know, I hope that this new entity will look to working more closely with not only the county workforce initiatives around us, but again in Northwest Indiana and Southeastern Wisconsin as well. But we started by consolidation within the county because that seemed to make sense. By the way, you know, full disclosure here, I think Illinois is the state in the country that has the most units of government, and we have twice as many as the next state, which is Pennsylvania. So we have, for I'm sure very good historical reasons, a very incredible number of cities and towns and villages and other units of government, which does make it difficult for us to get things done sometimes.
It does make it more challenging. Mm-hmm. Let me get each of you, Paul, Jaden, and Mayor Barrett, to weigh in on this skills mismatch and workforce development issue. Could we do something on a larger scale for the region in terms of workforce development?
I think it's probably the most natural area to explore. First of all, I was educated at Northwestern, so I fully respect the quality of education from the higher ed in particular. And I think we have to do more to coordinate the activities of Marquette, UW-Milwaukee, Parkside, down into University of Chicago, Northwestern, et cetera. But we have also to take advantage of the fact that the workforce investment areas are federal, and therefore there aren't those impediments to cooperation that exist across state borders. And I think we can try to find a way to take better advantage of best practices in each state. And I think you'll find that the Be Bold 2 study that's coming out in September or October, I believe, is going to touch on that to some extent. So what we're trying to do in Wisconsin is to get a better handle on the manufacturing image, for instance, in our K-12 system, to try to convince young people that there are careers out there rather than having every parent think that their child has to go to a 4-year university. So that's the kind of thing that we could do across borders as well, is that image campaign of convincing young people that manufacturing isn't dirty, dumb, and dangerous. And then the technical colleges are going to be a very critical player in what we're doing in Wisconsin as well. And there's no reason why we can't have a similar partnership across the border there.
Do you see an opportunity for cooperation on this front?
There has to be, and there has to be more investment. If you go back to the report that came out in March, this was an area where the region was criticized for not investing enough in workforce development. And I see it firsthand. I see it on a daily basis, and I think a lot of the political battles that we have and a lot of the image of this community is based on the fact that if you go back 40 years in time, this city had the highest per capita income rate for African Americans in major cities in this country. Because you could work in the breweries or the foundries or the tanneries or the factories, and you could have a good middle class job. And as those tanneries closed and the fewer breweries and the manufacturing jobs left, this is where the bottom fell out. The bottom fell out for lower middle class people who are primarily people of color. Not exclusively, but that's at least in this community. And what we have not seen is we have not seen a societal response to what we do with all of these people. And we have to find a way to provide them with training, and we have to find a way to have jobs for them. And if we don't, then what do we do? What do we do? Do we just put them all into cities? And to me, that's a huge issue. And I got to believe it's an issue in Chicago.
Sure enough, I think the economic changes that we've seen in the post-World War have had a particularly devastating effect on African Americans who relied on manufacturing jobs. But I think it's not just black folks.
No, I'm not saying that it is.
It's the working class more generally,
yes.
That's been hurt by this. And I don't know who said it earlier, that we don't have an industrial policy in this country to support manufacturing jobs, and that's something that we really need.
Let me ask you a quick question about transportation. In terms of economic development, from each of your perspectives, what's the greatest need in terms of transportation in this region? What do we need that either we don't have, or what do we need more of that we already do have?
Well, I think in listening to the panel before us, the half-hour trip between Milwaukee and Chicago would be phenomenal. There's no question that if we can enhance that commute, it would be a big deal. But I'd like to get a plug in for Mitchell Airport. I mean, I think as we examine the economy in Wisconsin and as we look at this whole cooperative effort with Chicago, we've got to highlight that specific asset as one of the three major airports in the region, an airport that can take some of the burden from Chicago, and an airport that we all need to continue to help grow.
Mayor Barrett?
I'm going to give a politician's answer, then I'll expand on it. We need balance, is what we need. And I'll give you an example. The I-94 corridor to Chicago, very popular corridor. Wisconsin DOT's own estimates were that we would need a widened DOT. I don't know if it was 2036. I don't know what the year is, so don't quote me, but it's decades out. So the state makes a decision to build the expanded interstate system. What could have been done? You could have built the overpasses and so that you've got the framework there. In other words, sort of like a house. You do the outside of the house, but you don't necessarily finish the house. And then you would have had more resources for local roads, for mass transit, and that hasn't happened. So if you look at the funding priorities for the state right now, you see more money going into the highways and expanding interstates. And it's local governments that have seen the cutbacks. We're the ones who've seen the cutbacks. And that's, if you look for miles driven, that's where it is. And that doesn't even get to the issues of mass transit. They were talking on the panel prior to us about the last mile, for example, and what happens there. The last mile refers to the visitors who come in from Chicago. But I think here, it's the first mile. It's making sure that we have a bus system that gets people to work. And you don't. And that gets to workforce development. How long, if there's a job in New Berlin, Wisconsin, and you live in the central city, how do you get there? How do you get there? And so that is very intertwined. That's why I say it has to be a balanced system.
When we talk about transportation, President Preckwinkle, what would be your priorities in terms of, if we're talking about in the context of a closer relationship between these two cities, for example?
So I'm a supporter of high-speed rail, and as I said,
right.
I thought it was unfortunate that Wisconsin made the decision that they were going to turn back the money. It's what was it, $800 million? I mean, I just couldn't figure that. We have for a very long time neglected our infrastructure in this country. Our human capital and our physical infrastructure in very short-sighted ways. And the idea that you wouldn't take that investment in, connecting your communities and the rest of the Midwest is just unfathomable to me. In terms of connections to the region, I think high-speed rail is really critical. In terms of, the county, we're clearly looking at mass transit, in particular, our metro system in terms of moving people quickly, metro and CTA. And we haven't, as a county and as a region, invested what we should have in our own mass transit system. So, that's on us. But in terms of the region, I think it's the high-speed rail.
Mm-hmm. Let's take some questions from the audience. You've been a great audience, been so patient. Let me go back up here. We'll start in the back. Yes, sir. Phil, go ahead.
Because I don't want to be accused of being asked, where's the question?
Because I'll do that, Phil, if I have to.
My question is, where's the will to do this? I mean, I've listened to Mr. George this morning, and I think if this panel sat down with him, you could get together on that 20-county experiment region he was talking about this morning. There are a lot of great ideas that seem to be in sync with this, but everybody didn't hear what everybody else was saying. And we're talking about it has to evolve. I hear the mayor talking about we need investment capital. When we built the interstate system, we didn't say, where's the investment capital? We said, here's the plan, here's the money, build the system. Where's the will to do that kind of stuff to make this a region? We say, well, here's the high-speed rail system we need. Here's this highway corridor we need. Here's job development. We need that. Where's the will to get this? I hear the concepts, but I don't see the will. And I'm going to date myself here, but there was something called the Comprehensive Employment Training Act. I think it was the Carter administration that started it. And it was pretty basic. They gave half of someone's payroll for 6 months to a company to train a person. The person would go in and have basic skills. The company would say, I'll invest a little in them. The government is. 6 months later, they'd make a decision to hire that person. If the person didn't have the basic skills, they said, go back to school and get them. And they went to the school system. Then they went to the business. And then they got their job. And people got jobs like that. And those were good federal programs. Those were good investments in large-scale plans with a vision. I just wonder, where's the will to put that 20-county experimental zone, I think is what Mr. George called it. It was something like that. I may be putting words in his mouth. Where's the will for 8 people to get together, go to the federal government and say, we want to be that zone. We want to be the model. This is our plan to do it. Give us a little money. If it works here, we can do it everywhere in the country.
Anybody want to?
I'd like to address that. I think we heard from both the mayor and president earlier about how the political makeup of this would work if we were to try to bring it to fruition. I would submit that 2 of the most significant people who could bring that will to bear are up here right now, and they would need to be paired with Rahm Emanuel and Chris Abele, because they need to identify what exactly is in it for Chicago and Milwaukee, particularly when potentially the major benefit might be derived by Evanston, Waukegan, Kenosha, Racine, just like some of the contests we've had with suburbs in the past. So I think it involves a call to action by people with an extraordinary stake in this, and then bring kind of a hybrid between what we heard earlier, bring private sector and economic development professionals to the table to make recommendations on where we start and what the actual coordinated plan would look like.
Let me ask both of you, do we have the public will? I won't even say political will, because I think it's a larger discussion than that. Do we have the public will to do these sorts of things?
Well, I think it depends on what it is. I don't know exactly what you're referring to. Is it that we meet together? We can do that. That's not a problem. We can do that, and government's good at meeting together. But again, that's why I go back to the bigger picture. What is the bigger picture for this region? How do we change this nation so instead of our kids wanting to leave the Midwest and go to a different part of the country, how do we get kids from the other parts of the country wanting to move to the Midwest? And that to me is the overarching question. And I think transportation does become part of that, but jobs is obviously the reason. If you're a young person, you're not going to go to a part of the country if you don't think you're going to get a job there. So I don't think it's a question of not having the will. It's identifying exactly what it is that we're looking for to get our act together. And there have been attempts. Obviously, there was a huge attempt to deal with the transportation through the high-speed rail, and we all know what happened. It didn't pan out. I mean, and the people have spoken on that.
You want to take a swing at this one, or?
Well, so I gave my card to Tom, and I hope we'll have an opportunity to sit down. And I agree that surely Mayor Emanuel and the county leadership here should be involved. But I think we've got to start talking about the things we could work together on and figure out some small things that we could do together to build some momentum for the idea that maybe we should tackle more challenging issues.
Okay. Other questions? Yes, sir.
Good afternoon. Thank you for taking my question. My name is Cavalier Johnson. I am 25 years old. Like you, Mayor Barrett, I'm a graduate of the University of Wisconsin-Madison. You mentioned probably about 4 times during the course of this panel that we have to work to keep young people here. And you just mentioned before about bringing other young people here as opposed to young people leaving here and going to other places, other hotbeds like Atlanta, Dallas, elsewhere. I want to know what's being done to keep young people here, because for me, I graduated from school. I came back here because I love Milwaukee. This is my hometown. I want to work to make it better. I want your job one day. I want to be the mayor.
Give me a little time, for God's sake. Okay?
However, at the same time, there are a ton of young people in my age demographic that are leaving this community in droves because they feel that there are no opportunities here. There's a lack of mentorship. There are a lot of people who will, just like you folks said, governments will get together and talk, and everybody will talk, but there's not the will to get things done. So what are we doing to keep young people here in this community? Because I want Milwaukee to thrive and be as close as Chicago is, as a great city in the Midwest, and I think that we have the potential to be a great emerging American city. But where is the will to make it happen?
Well, there's several things here. One, first and foremost, if you don't have a job here, if you don't have a job that someone of your educational attainment that you feel is appropriate for you, you're going to leave. That's number one in my mind. Second, and this is where I got my education, and this was now 9 years ago when I was first running for mayor, and there was a young professionals group. And so I'm campaigning for the first time, and Paul, you'll relate to this from your campaigning days. You should stop at this young professionals group. And you'll laugh when I say this because I was thinking, oh, these are my people. Young, professional. And I showed up, and I learned that I was no longer young. I'm not kidding you. It was like, wow, who are these people? And it was hundreds of young people that were together. And I think that's the other thing that you need. You need peers, people that you relate to, that are going to be here, so that you don't feel like you're isolated. And so, again, you have to have the job, you have to have the peers. But the other thing, and I think this is where Milwaukee does have some bright future ahead of us. You look at the development that's going on, and you look at the investment in downtown Milwaukee, in the 3rd Ward, and River West, and areas downtown. It is so different from it was when I got out of school many years ago, that people are attracted to the city, and young people are attracted to the city, and young, bright people are attracted to the city. And so there is a magnet effect. You see that in Chicago. You see a lot of young people, bright young people coming there. So we've got that going for us. But now I get back to the entrepreneurship, the venture capital. We have to foster that much more aggressively, that we want young people here to take chances, that we want organizations, whether they're institutional organizations, whether they're the state, to invest in them. When I drive in from the west side of Milwaukee, downtown, I go down Highland, and it's amazing to me because you get to 39th Street, and on the left you've got Harley-Davidson, and on the right you've got Miller. And they both basically started in garages. And so when Tony was saying you have to nurture the industries that are there. Obviously, that was done very, very well here over a century ago. But I couldn't agree with you more that the job growth is going to come from entrepreneurs who are here, that are allowed to succeed here. And so we have to create that environment, and we have to create that energy, and we have to create that image that this is a place where that not only can happen, but is happening.
Let me take other questions. Let me try some folks who, I'll go over to Kelly, who was on one of the morning panels. Go ahead.
Thank you. As the moderator mentioned, I did have an opportunity this morning to address the group on behalf of the Chicagoland Chamber and the second phase is what we're calling the Alliance on Regional Development. As you all three are very aware, the Chicagoland Chamber sponsored the OECD report. So my question, as we begin to build this alliance and try to be that bridge across state lines, can you, off the top of your head, identify a project that you think would be right straight out of the box where we could have an early win and something that would really benefit the region and that you think you could work together on?
Well, I would go back again to water. I mean, I think Dean Amhouse is here. Dean's been working with folks in Chicago already. There's a desire to continue that collaboration. We obviously take great pride in the fact that Milwaukee is out of the chute first and has the only freshwater science program in the country at UWM. But there are extraordinary needs there. And we have to also together play defense to some extent on how we treat Lake Michigan and even Lake Superior. But I think that's probably the low-hanging fruit at this point.
And I would agree that was what was going through my mind too, water.
It's fine.
Yes, sir.
What I love about a panel like this is I'm leaving with a new perspective about Chicago, and at the same time, what frustrates me about this is I'm going to leave here with no next steps. I can't go home and send emails, this is what we need to do to connect this corridor. What I think would be a great next step from today, connecting your transit, Mayor Barrett, your talent retention, workforce development, would be to utilize our transit system and bring a train full of young professionals to Chicago and work with Terry to get a tour of the businesses in Chicago. We have the Water Council, we have Growing Power, all these great things here. I'm sure you have those in Chicago. I'd love to get a tour of Chicago with the business people here, connecting with the business professionals in Chicago, and vice versa. I'd love to give a tour then of 50 or so, a train full of Chicagoans to Milwaukee to show them what we're doing.
I'll give you a next step is to go visit Talgo. Go visit Talgo, the company here in the central city of Milwaukee that has built the trains that are supposed to run between here and Chicago. Those are supposed to be the high-speed trains. That the state had a contract, and it terminated the contract. And take a look at those trains, and you'll get a sense of what we're talking about in terms of an exciting, dynamic connection between our cities. That's why I spoke when they were at the last panel, where they poo-pooed this. Man, that is so far from reality in terms of what they could be if we would allow that to happen. And that's a baby step.
I'll go back to your point, though, for just a moment. Yeah, I mean, does that sound like, I mean, that's a very, it's an interesting idea.
There's no question getting to know each other is half the battle here. But I would submit if you're looking for next steps, again, it gets back to 4 to 10 major political leaders expressing a willingness to go down this path and invest some political capital in it because it has value to them, and they're willing to grow the entire region as a result of this. So if you were to make that call to action, whether it be the people on this panel or people who aren't here today, make that call to action and embrace it through a resolution at City Council, at County Board, and say this is something we want to accomplish. Now let's get people together who are going to identify obstacles to cooperation, whether they be statutory or political, and then identify those things that represent the immediate wins that we can start working on. And I think at some point you even seek the blessing of the two governors. Okay, maybe not.
We'll go right over.
Maybe not.
Yeah, I'm getting a little frustrated listening about low-hanging fruit and immediate wins when I think that rather than doing, we need to do one thing that's very hard. And one goal, if we talk about workforce development, but it all starts with public education, because people are just not prepared for workforce, and all the workforce, I'm on the Workforce Investment Board, and all the workforce that we do, all the training we do, doesn't mean a thing if we don't start with kids at an earlier age. It may be very difficult to do, but I think that we need a Midwest compact on public education, and that we just simply can't be globally competitive as a region if so many millions of children in our biggest cities are consigned to permanent poverty. Somebody, maybe not be a great example, but somebody in China figured that if there were 1 billion poor people in China, they couldn't be globally competitive. And they did something about it, and that they've changed history in economic development. And I just think that we need to do hard things instead of try to figure out how to do easy things.
Anybody have? Okay. Let me go into the back. Let's go up here.
Hi, we had some survey or poll that Marquette had done that we went through this morning that had just some really interesting data, overwhelming data really on the entire state benefiting from Milwaukee. I think it was over 65% yes. Our proximity to Chicago being a benefit, that was over 60%. Transportation being a benefit to that connection, that was over 60% response. And then also working with Chicago, that was also 60%. You know, that's a positive thing. And I guess I'm just curious, that's a statewide poll. How do we get the state to help connect the cities? Because we talk about getting county execs and mayors together, but ultimately legislation and funding and those things for transit and some of those requests to the federal level come through the state. So what's the state's position on helping support Milwaukee in that way? And I mean, conversely, maybe it's what's the state of Illinois' role in helping the city of Chicago be part of this mega city?
First of all, when I was mayor of Green Bay from 1995 to 2003, I served as president of the Alliance of Cities and worked with Mayor Norquist at the time to guarantee that Milwaukee was going to continue to be treated fairly in terms of its share of shared revenue. I think Milwaukee is absolutely critical to the future of this state, and we've got to focus more on guaranteeing that it thrives and prospers. As we go forward, if you were again to go back to the strategy that I outlined earlier, if we have that call to action, we have that group that's investigating what this is going to look like and what we might tackle, eventually, if, for instance, transportation was to be the highlight of that whole approach, that would create a critical mass in terms of the number of folks who support that, in whether it be the kind of plan that was talked about on the earlier panel, the KRM plan, the 30-minute commute. If there's that kind of density in terms of support, then it's much easier to go to Madison and seek that same support in the legislature.
One final question, yes.
Actually, there's been a lot of talk about the OECD study's findings with respect to skills mismatch. Actually, you've only been talking about half of the skills mismatch. You only talk about half of the skills mismatch. The other part of the skills mismatch identified by the OECD study is in that we have a large population of people.
We have a large population of people who leave because of the lack of jobs, because the industries who are dominant in this area are doing a pretty effective job of being able to make better buggy whips, but not necessarily innovate the new product and the new service. And so we're producing some of the highest and best talent in the world, but we don't have the industry, we don't have the business that has the capacity to take them in, to use their talent. That's the other half of the OECD study when they talk about a mismatch. Now, it seems to me that we've talked about incentives for businesses to keep them here and so forth. I agree very much with President Preckwinkle in terms of the importance of entrepreneurship, developing new businesses, and so forth. But it seems to me that is there a fundamental change that should be thought through about the kinds of incentives that government offers and to the kinds of businesses it offers these incentives to, so that it rewards innovation and not necessarily methods for reducing wages, cutting out costs, taking human capital out of the production of new goods and services. Is there a role for government to play in promoting innovation in its investments?
I think there is. I mean, it's one of the reasons that we created an entrepreneurship and innovation division in the new Wisconsin Economic Development Corporation. And within that organization, we're doing more to allow local communities and economic development corporations to create the accelerators for entrepreneurs and then allow us to provide grants to move them along toward from early stage through the continuum to where they may need venture capital. And it's also a reason that we're working so hard to bring about a venture capital bill in Wisconsin that has the state participating in increasing its availability of capital. We have a need for about $300 to $350 million next year, and just recently we announced that we're going to be bringing $100 million from China to invest in 25 entrepreneurial activities in Wisconsin, but we haven't been able to bring $100 million from our own state yet. So hopefully that's something we'll be able to accomplish, and I would encourage you to give us a call if you have additional curiosity about what's going on in entrepreneurship and innovation. But here in Milwaukee in particular, there's some extraordinary things going on, particularly at 94 Labs and places like that where young companies, not always young people, but young companies are at the forefront of innovation, and we want to make sure that the state is investing in them.
I'm going to respect our guest schedules this afternoon and their time and thank them and wrap up this panel. Tony Preckwinkle, Tom Barrett, Paul Jaden, thank you very much for being with us today.
I also want to thank our panelists and thank you, Mike. My closing remarks will be even briefer than my opening remarks. Primarily, they are by way of thank yous. First to all of our panelists, both this last panel and those who came before. I'm very grateful to folks, whether they were here in Milwaukee to start with or as far away from as Providence. I also want to thank all of you for your engagement and attention on a topic that is both important and I think a bit elusive. I want to note, as among all of you, two in particular, Marquette colleagues of mine, John Pauly, who is our provost. John, if you would wave so people know who you are. And also Mary D. Stanislaw, who is our new executive vice president at the university. Mary is new to Marquette, but not to the tri-state Chicago region. And so the very fact of their presence throughout the day demonstrates that this is a topic in which Marquette generally, not simply the law school, has an interest. The law school does not itself take positions on these matters, but we do think that we exercise maybe even an unusual ability to help convene disparate groups of folks in this region and to drive intelligent conversation on public policy topics. I know as dean that the primary reason that we have that ability is the presence here of Mike Goucher, our distinguished fellow in law and public policy. So I especially want to thank Mike for his work today and far more in preparation for today. And how much better able we are to foster good discussion and drive the conversation when we team up with the Milwaukee Journal-Sentinel. So I want to again also particularly thank Marty Kaiser, the editor of the Journal-Sentinel, and Dave Haynes, the editorial page editor, for their collaboration on this project. This was truly a joint venture of the Journal-Sentinel and the law school. If a law school and a newspaper can work together almost seamlessly, surely Milwaukee and Chicago ought to be able to do so. So what's next? Well, to a large extent, that's up to you as much as us, as our very gathering today of policymakers, academics, and experts attest. Neither the law school nor the newspaper thinks that it has some exclusive purchase on this topic. So we do hope that others will take up this topic on their own. At the same time, to be sure, we are invested in this, and I rather imagine that both the Journal-Sentinel and the law school will return to the topic of intra-regional economic development in the tri-state area, sometimes each by itself, and other times, I would hope, together. In all events, speaking for Marty, no less than myself, we are interested in your suggestions. These could be provided in the form of comments on the Marquette Law School faculty blog post or on the newspaper's online articles. I'm sure that Alan Borsick will have a post up on our faculty blog concerning this conference within the next day, and I'm equally sure that the newspaper will have articles and the like up on this, perhaps even today. Your comments can also be shared in the forms of emails to Marty, Dave, Mike, or me. Like most of you, we get more emails than those to which we can respond, yet my own views on any number of matters are often influenced by intelligent notes and reflections that I receive from other folks. Those notes might concern large substantive points, or they might simply concern procedural matters such as how to get at these topics in a way that can be nailed down and made a little bit less elusive. In short, we thank all of you for being part of today's conference, and in the interest of your being able to say whatever else you say about us, we ran the train on time. We are finished. Thank you.